people of Reddit, what stupid rule at your work/school backfired beautifully? I'm the one who lives closest to work, so if the building alarm goes off overnight, I'm first on the list to get the call from the alarm company. It used to be that, if we had good reason to believe the alarm was not an actual break-in, we could tell them not to summon the police and ignore the alarm. I can access the building cameras from home. The most common alarm was the cleaning crew, who were always messing up the disarming. Then a sister site ignored an alarm that turned out to be an actual break-in, and the facilities director decided that no matter what, if there was an alarm, we should have the alarm company summon the police, then go to the building, get the police all clear, and reset the alarm. This was a pain in the ass, but rare enough, and I lived literally 2 minutes away. Then we contracted for the alarm company to come in and replace all of our panels and sensors. It was a nightmare process that ultimately ended up taking months, and the whole time there were phantom alarms, sometimes multiple times a night. Each time I had to go out in the middle of the night, I'd prepare the required report, send it to the facilities director, and request to go back to the old process. Each time he said no, we couldn't afford to miss a potential real break-in point. After about 3 weeks of this nonsense, I was due for some time off. I was going out of town, and the protocol for that was for me to ignore calls from the alarm company, so they moved to the next person on the list, which happened to be the facilities director. In the 5 days I was off, I must have ignored at least 4 overpass calls that all would have gone to him next. Then suddenly, nothing. When I got back, I was informed that for the duration of the alarm update, we just weren't going to arm the building at all. So much for can't afford to risk a break-in. I worked at a language teaching center, where the lessons are pre-planned by the curriculum, and on weekdays we often only have 2 to 3 hours of classes sporadically spread out through the afternoon/evening. The management were pretty chill when I started, and people just planned their lessons in bulk, which basically entailed checking your schedule and printing out the required unit/session worksheets, and just showed up 10 minutes before to deliver the lesson. On weekends we'd have full 10-hour workdays. Apart from that, we'd have the odd training session or faculty meeting, but otherwise you could basically go home or go do whatever you wanted between lessons. All the provided apartments were within 10 minutes walking distance of the center, so this was pretty ideal. The nice managers left, and the new management were assholes who started scheduling mandatory office hours where we had to be in the center with absolutely nothing to do. There'd be a 12 o'clock staff meeting, and my next lesson would be at 4 to 6 p.m, and then 3.5 bullshit office hours in the middle. When we asked them what we should do, they said think about your teaching methods. Basically bullshit dick waving. A bunch of the other teachers starting watching movies on the projectors in the spare classrooms. I brought in my Switch. Some people would just straight up go nap on the beanbags in the reading nook. The thing was, there was literally no busy work they could generate, and soon it was apparent to everyone, especially prospective new students and parents, how unprofessional and awful it made the center look. The managers embarrassingly just stopped scheduling and enforcing these office hours. Control freak boss says, or a scheduling of a lesson with a client should be run through a secretary who will do the room reservation update and keep me updated. Implicit threat: if you let clients reschedule too easily, you are a worthless wimp that I don't want to work with. Old version: client contacts you directly, you work it out together quickly, and inform the secretary of the new date/time, so she can change the room reservation. Boom and done. New version: secretary receives change request from client, but doesn't know your availabilities. Contacts you, gets your availabilities, sends them to client when she has time, because it's frankly a low priority for her. Client eventually picks a date and sends it back to the secretary, who sends it on to you. You send confirmation, or calendars often have changed in the meantime due to new circumstances, so back and forth a few times before a new date/time is chosen. Secretary reserves the room for that time date. This chews up so much time that the secretary falls behind with her other work, slowing down the process, which increases the chance of a calendar change obliging another run-through. The new system lasted about 4 days. Then an overloaded secretary went on stress-related medical leave. The workload was shared in equal parts between the other secretaries. So, 3 days later, another secretary went on stress-related sick leave. When the boss tried to reapportion the workload again, he got a immediate face full of "what the fuck is wrong with you?" And the next to last secretary stormed out in tears. To go on stress-related sick leave. The new system died right there. And then as the French say, when you chase away the easy way, it will come galloping back. Edit. This took place in France, where, since 2005, employers have been legally obliged to actively reduce sources of stress, and doctors' notes are easy to get. Employers cannot question them at all easily, nor force the employee back to work. They can't even telephone them. Not a stupid rule, but I think this should apply. I'm in aviation maintenance and wanted to leave the current company that I worked for 12 years with. During my interview at the new company, I was asked why I was thinking of leaving my current job, being that it was a good and reputable company. I said new management is all about efficiency and not the one thing aviation maintenance is all about, safety. Interviewer liked my interview and assured their company doesn't cut any corners in safety vs cost. I get the job. Fast forward 6 months or so, I'm the new guy, so I get the short end and have to work Christmas Eve. Should be a short day. Boss's plane is coming in from Cabo to drop off chartered passengers, fill up on fuel, and take him and family to their vacation home in Aspen. Plane arrives, and as I'm doing my post-flight walk around, I see a big problem that forces me to ground the plane. Boss is clearly not happy, attempts to force me to make an unapproved repair. I deny to do so, and I'm sent home. Sweet. I didn't quit. It's documented and I get to go home earlier than planned on a holiday. Someone else gets called in to do the Mickey Mouse of a repair. Everyone's happy, plane taxis out with owner and family, full on fuel, and tries to take off. Oops. Crappy repair failed. Huge component breaks off and goes into the inlet of the jet engine. Grenades that engine. Plane's brakes overheat trying to stop the heaviest plane with just one engine. Some fuselage is damaged from the engine that gave out, and the plane finally comes to a stop. FAA comes in. Sweet. Who made this repair? Who accepted to take this flight? What company operates this way? So, dummy tech that tried to make the repair gets his license revoked. The boss owns the charter company, so he's fined a huge amount and is put on a probation with continuous FAA audits. And, best of all, the insurance rejected his claim to the engine because it was negligence. This cost him millions. And they couldn't fire me. I got to tell the story over and over and over with a big smile on my face. In Las Vegas, the fire departments had a policy that if someone called out and you covered their shift, you get paid overtime. Eventually, every firefighter at every department was trading shifts so that they were always making overtime. Went on unnoticed for over a year. It was a huge scandal, and the ones in charge who let it go on and effectively cost the city millions had a book thrown at them hard. Edit. Typo edit 2. Wanted to make sure my information was accurate. Found this article with more info. The Clark County Fire Department employed 739 full-time firefighters in 2009. Of that number, 565, 76.5%, received total wages in excess of $100,000, while the $63,433 in base pay that the average firefighter received might be reasonable. The average firefighter was able to more than double that amount on the final paycheck, receiving pay for longevity, paramedic training and other allowances, as well as $25,688 in callback and overtime. To collect $129,476 in total pay, including the $43,422 in benefits, the average firefighter received a total compensation package of $172,898. Some firefighters took home amounts far greater than the average. 2 firefighters took home wages in excess of $400,000. Several firefighters approached $100,000 in callback and overtime alone. 2 firefighters received more than $90,000 in benefits alone. Each had more than $80,000 deposited by the county into his retirement account. My old workplace had a control freak bean counter. At one point she decided that any purchase of equipment must come with documentation showing that we had search around the internet and prove you got the best deal. Honestly, it was unenforceable, so our supervisor just told us to ignore it and that he'll deal with the backlash. So one day, I had to buy some tools for the workshop and I happened to come across a bunch of coolers on sale. It just happened that we needed coolers to transport stuff, so I bought one. I brought it back, we measured it, and found it was the perfect size for what we had planned. Turns out that time the bean counter was watching us. She came strolling in my supervisor's office with a printout from Amazon and the boss in tow, saying that she had found a similar cooler for cheaper. My supervisor took a look at the printout. So you found a cooler that's $2 cheaper? Yes. How much time did you spend looking this up? Just 1 hour of work, and you think Rum should have spent 1 hour of his work day to shop for coolers? Yes, you do realize we pay Rum $17 an hour. We need 3 coolers. Right now he grabbed those cooler while out on a supply run. And you'd rather have him spend 1 hour of his day at $17 an hour to save $6? And while we're at it, supervisor pulls out a broken vice grip from under his desk. This is a cheapo brand vice grip you approved. Now, this is fine for your regular at home needs, but we're a workshop and need some quality stuff. We've been using a good stuff brand vice for 3 years. Cheapo lasted 6 months. Do the math. I worked for a consulting company, traveling Monday Thursday somewhere in my country. We had a pretty good hotel allowance, enough for 5-star hotels, and a great rule: if you stayed with a friend, you got an allowance, about a third of the hotel allowance, to buy gifts for the host. I got the rare treat of a 6-month project in the town of my best friend from childhood was going to university. We made a great arrangement. I would crash at his place and spend the evenings drinking beer, watching movies and play video games. In return, I used the gift allowance to order dinner for the 2 of us. After submitting my first expense report, I was told by some hour drone that the gift allowance was supposed to be used seldomly and not for food for myself. So I booked a room in a 5-star hotel, was upgraded to a junior suite because of my reward status, and invited my friend to evenings of beer, video games and room service. After my second expense report, the project manager asked me about the tripling of the expenses compared to the first report. After explaining the situation and pointing out what sum of money it would mean over the 6 months, he got in contact with ours. 2 days later, the rule was rescinded. The project even got my friend the then newly released PS3 as a thank you for letting me stay with him. School. I graduated in 2013, so basically my last 3 years were the first years of smartphones, everyone having access to a computer/phone with affordable internet, and having somehow reliable online resources. Basically, my school lived in the Stone Age during my whole stay there. Kindergarten, high school, internet info was all wrong. Computer classes were on Win98 computers until 2010, then they updated to XP. Wish I was kidding. Only kids that had access to school computers were the ones that were under a specific teacher. Cell phones weren't allowed at all, not even for classes where they could be used as computers, which were mandated by the Ministry of Education, and so on. You get the idea. I learned how to use electricity in spite of my schooling. One day, they got tired of students having cell phones, not talking inappropriate usage, just having them. They posted notices in all classrooms that read something along lines of, the use of any and all electronic devices is forbidden now. This is a loose translation from Spanish from something that happened almost 10 years ago. But the main idea was 1. All electronics were forbidden. 2. For everybody. So, when teachers came with their computers and brought stuff for the projector or they wheeled in a TV, we'd all snap and tell them, read the notice. Where does it say only students aren't allowed electronics? We didn't allow the class to go on until they turned everything off. Rule didn't last long. Formally, it was never lifted, but most if not all teachers understood the principle was nuts. I went to a Catholic school and had a rivalry with the vice principal. They would let us dress for Halloween, and I joked that I was going to come as Jesus. Over the month leading up to the holiday, there was an escalation as the vice increasingly saw my joke as plausible and would enact rules about the costumes to prevent a Jesus costume from being possible. Things like no sandals allowed, no fake beards, you have to wear pants and a t-shirt, and not anything else. Thinger like that. Eventually got to the point where I said, no big deal, everyone will know who I am, because I'll be carrying an 8-foot cross. This led pretty immediately to a no large props declaration. However, he made the mistake of telling us that you couldn't bring in such a prop. So technically, having one already in the school beforehand was not against the rules. The day came, and I showed up dressed normal. He snidely addressed me and thanked me for backing out of my cheap stunt. Second period, I went to the auditorium with some friends who were part of drama. With a couple of pieces of wood, we crafted a crucifix. I out on a wig and wrapped some fake flowers around my head. I threw a sheet used by drama over my shoulder with white pants and a t-shirt underneath point. So I walked into the next class dragging a huge cross. In this group, to the amusement of many, not the vice, who just glared at me. After my Caviezel-esque approach, I stopped into the doorway, in front of him and everybody else, put up my hands and said, "Don't worry guys, I'm back, even." He cracked a smile, especially since they had seen me that morning, and I had none of this stuff, so I had circumvented all of his any student arriving with announcements. He was also mortified, and said, "I can't believe you actually did this," to which another close friend replied aloud, "Don't worry, we've got him." Between my feet, a ghost trap rolled into place. My friends had dressed as movie authentic versions of the Ghostbusters. I spent the rest of the day giving out blessings while they tried to bust me between periods. The whole thing was hilarious, and I couldn't be punished for it at all. The old time clock system that was 20 years old and just had you type in your employee on a computer and hit enter to clock in or out was retired. A new system was put in place and now employees had to log in with their username and password. The intention was that the employee would clock in from their work computer, so they retired the old time clock kiosks. The business office manager with 8 employees wasn't happy with this, as she wanted her people to clock in at the old kiosk location, so they would be on camera. So me as the ad guy was asked to put an old computer there and set IE to kiosk mode with the new time clock page. I explained to the business office manager this wouldn't work out well, because the clock-in process now involves logging in, clicking a couple things, and then logging out. She disagreed, so I set it up how she wanted. Long story short, it was a mess. People would forget to log out, so the next person would just click the clock in/out button, which would clock out the previous person. It would take several minutes for everyone to make it through the line, and if there was a power outage it would take 20 minutes for everyone to make it through the line. She wasn't happy, and complained to my boss, who agreed with me. So she complained to her boss, who was a little shocked that she had so little interaction with her employees that she wouldn't notice if someone was clocking in or out for a coworker. I was asked to remove the computer, and she was told if it was such a concern she should spend the first 10 minutes of the day greeting the 8 employees to make sure they were there. So at my previous company I was working on a project that was using a specific type of IC, integrated circuit. Now these ICs were a bit of a pain to use, because before they could be attached to the PCB they had to be programmed with an identity number. The problem was that the equipment for doing this programming was kind of pricey, so we only had one which was kept at the assembly shop, but we needed to have some programmed ICs at multiple different locations for repair purposes. The problem was that the inventory team didn't want to deal with it. They hated having to deal with mixed trays and individual components. Basically, unless it came in a sealed package directly from the vendor, they didn't want it. After making a few attempts to resolve this, my boss gave up and told me to just order a few pre-programmed ICs of each ID number and keep them at my desk as a repair inventory. This worked okay for a while, but eventually the ICs started getting used in more projects that my team wasn't involved in. As you can imagine, this eventually resulted in a production part that needed repair, and the manufacturing team freaking out because the inventory team didn't have the parts that they needed in stock. Frantic emails started getting sent back and forth until eventually they landed in the inbox of someone who remembered that I had some at my desk and directed them to me. However, by the time that had happened, this had gotten escalated up several layers of management to a VP who was not happy that his team had almost missed a shipment because the inventory team wasn't bothering to stock a critical part. He sent out a rather blunt email pointing out that this was unacceptable and asking what they would have done if it was a weekend or I was on PTO. so the rule got quickly changed, and the inventory control team worked out a procedure for managing a repair inventory of the Ikes. Worked for a global communications company that internally rolled out Kaizen, a supposed Japanese work ethic thing. Started off that all meetings were never to commence on the hour or half hour. They all had to be quirky like 11.38 am or 15.27. The forced be happy, and if you don't like it leave conversations began. It then progressed into weekly, sometimes daily Kaizen sessions, where any negativity was recorded, printed off in big font, and hung above our desks on card, cut into cloud shapes. This evolved into literal bean bags full of shredded paper having to be kept on our desks. They were massive desks so there was still space to work. By this point the smile whilst you dial motto that had been introduced was not working, so a giant bloody paper train was stuck on the windows. Seriously, a bloody train segment per window with the Kaizen buzzwords written on them. From the outside it looked like our office floor was a nursery. From the inside it looked like a shitty place to work. Now morale was low and people start wondering if redundancies are coming. A company would rather have you quit than pay redundancies. Well, indeed they were on the horizon, but at the time it was only staff speculation. Figuring they want people to quit and we would prefer redundancy pay, we play along. We put up with being treated like toddlers and were openly asked to fake it whilst you make it, and so we faked smiled when addressing the leaders as they were now known. We faked dumb. Work suffered. We dragged the hell out of those meetings with our commitment to rid ourselves of negativity. We ran out of space for bin bags on desks. We commented on how others really loved that our company opened a crash, as indicated by the running along the windows. We asked for another train for the remaining windows. It was stupid. Everyone knew everyone was being insincere. One day the leaders broke. We could address them as managers again, and all rubbish could be cleared away. Point in hindsight, the cleaning contractors probably played a large part as all that crap stopped them from doing their jobs properly. We all went back to being adults. Epilogue. Company tries other bullshit a year later to drive people out right before announcing mass redundancies and site closures. TLDR. Company treated us like toddlers. We acted like toddlers. Clients unhappy. Oh, I have the perfect story for this scenario. I used to work at Starbucks as a barista, so I wasn't high on the totem pole or anything. It was merely a job for me, since I was attending school and college full time, but I still spent a fairly large amount of time working. I like to work. I was maybe 21 at the time. I didn't just work in a normal Starbucks though. There are many kinds of Starbucks. For those of you that don't know, Mailbucks, Tarbucks, stores that license Starbucks, but not an actual store, etc. I worked in a flagship Starbucks, so typically that meant that corporate and business were keen to try out new practices to our store first, since we are essentially a model to all other stores in our district. We recently had our favorite old store manager step down, and a new replacement was found. We all had a family-like vibe with our old manager. He was someone who you could trust. He would cover your shift. Think of that, a manager, find replacement, have beers with, and all around a good guy. So it was pretty sad and daunting when he had to leave. Hoping for a new similar-like manager, we got a new manager who ran a smaller Starbucks that was fitted for this store. It was clear she was in way over her head. One day, she decided we couldn't stray from corporate policy and bookings. She disallowed colors and only wanted black clothing. Unbeknownst to her, the next day, Starbucks revealed a new policy that allowed creativity and colors into our clothing besides black. Boy, she felt embarrassed. The one that truly affected me though was one where she was trying to reduce waste and save company profit from our store. Being a flagship Bucks, we sell more, have more employees on deck, and absolutely are busy most of the time. On our breaks, it's not uncommon for employee baristas to make a drink and or something to eat. Well, one day she decided that we couldn't get large Trinity cups for our break. We could only get grand size cups or smaller. Anyone that drinks Starbucks knows that grands are about 16 ounces, but with ice, you're truly getting a 12-ounce beverage. I could gulp that down in a sip. To add more insult to injury, she tried to implement a new policy that we could only comp or mark out our beverages based on our shift length, 3 for a full 8-hour shift, 2 for a 6-hour, 1 for a 5. Thankfully, she didn't follow through with that. Coming from a store where our employees were valued, we could drink as much as we want, to now being limited by size, amount, we clearly took an issue with this. I just could not picture why she thought this was a good idea, and when confronted to her, she mentioned saving profits and company Trinta cups for the customers, since there was clearly no way we could finish a 30-ounce beverage in 10 minutes, or our break point. We made a plan point. Our store has about 30 employees or so we all took advantage of the beverage system. We marked out grand beverages, but every time we made multiple transactions. I personally had 4 grands on my half-hour lunch break. It was a great prank, not so great for her. We ran out of grand cups. We started giving out Ventus in Trintas one day. I just couldn't handle it, and I anonymously emailed my district manager with a dummy throwaway email mentioning the new policies. Next day, she apologized to the whole team, and we were all back to Trinta cups for our break point. But it was clear she was in way over her head. Point. She didn't last much longer. Leaving a few months later just felt good, drinking a whole Trinta in front of her face in 2 minutes as she left, wearing my colored plaid button-up. Point. Bye. I worked at an ice rink and the motto was self-direction. Everyone needed to be self-directed, and if you weren't, there would be trouble. Point. I was a teenager at the time, and didn't even really know what the phrase meant. Ownership pulled me aside after the first time I met them, had been working there a few months. They were just never around, and told me I would be let go if I wasn't more self-directed. Find something to do always. Are you sitting and making sure the crowd doesn't beat each other up? Stand and sweep and watch the crowd. That kind of thing. Point. So that night, terrified of losing my job, I finished my duties and noticed the Zamboni driver hasn't come out yet, so I thought I'd open the doors so the driver doesn't have to. Now I had no training in how these work, but I figured it was like the other ink doors that swing open all the way. They're not. The doors broke off the hinges. They had to cancel the next day's event, repair the door, and I got fired. Within a year I had a job that paid twice as well and kick-started my tech career, in which I have a lot more opportunity. I sometimes miss getting paid to watch high school hockey games, but they deserve to have to repair their door, cancel events, and lose a well-meaning employee by using fear tactics to try to get people to do jobs they are not trained for. TLDR, hockey rink dangled job loss in front of employees to get them to do extra work they are not trained for, and lost a Zamboni door and an employee because of it. Back in the early noughties, I worked for T-Mobile in a call center. A new rule came out that no tattoos could be displayed at any time. If you had a forearm tattoo, you had to wear a long-sleeved top. This was rigorously enforced by the beach of a boss we had called Katrina, even threatening us with disciplinary notes if we didn't comply. Point. After a month of this draconian way, we were told we had a new boss from Germany. Katrina was a real as liquor. She made sure everything was sparkling, etc. He turns up. He seems a decent enough guy. As one of the managers, I get invited into a meeting with him. It's all lovely dove. Katrina smiling like a hoe surrounded by paying cook. Tulst stands up and takes his jacket off. He has a short-sleeved shirt and, yes, you guessed it, a full-arm tattoo sleeve on one arm and various tats on the other. Katrina keeps smiling while you could feel the room sort of freeze. Tulst looks at us bemused and says, "Is it something I said before? Beach Tigs can't say anything I do, part because I've a big mouth, part one hater." Well, yes, to be honest, we've been told that if we show any tattoos we could be disciplined. Tulst looked at the now still smiling but sweating Katrina. He gave a puzzled smile. "Is that true?" Katrina did a mock laugh and said, "Well, I think my name might have misinterpreted it." "No," said another manager who was my matey and who also despised Katrina. "My name is right." We got an email from Katrina saying this was company policy. I saved it. "If you want, I can print it." Katrina went white. It turned out that this, plus other things, weren't company policy but our own. Within a month of this meeting, she and 3 of her as kissing minions were relieved of duty. So this rule plus others, which turned out to be a made up one by a witch, backfired on her fantastically. This was in the early 70s, when administrative discipline was fierce, and penalties for breaking school protocols could still be quite severe. The girls at my conservative community's high school were not allowed to wear any kind of slacks, pants, or culottes, only skirts and dresses. During an extended cold snap, when temps plummeted below -20°F, and remained there for nearly 3 weeks, the fed up and frigid girls convened a meeting in the school theater, monitored only by a couple of the female teacher. Everyone was surprisingly mum about what went on, and what was decided. The day after, the senior and junior year pins presented the principal with a petition demanding the girls be allowed to wear trousers during severe weather. It had been signed by over 85% of the school's exasperated female population, more than 500 of them. He refused point blank, and reiterated that any female students wearing trousers to class would get a week's detention. The girls were understandably furious with his rejection of such a common sense and reasonable request. For no discernible reason. When the boys learned about the principal's dismissal of their female classmates' legitimate request, a plot was hatched, led chiefly by the guys on the football and basketball teams, who of course comprised most of the alpha segment of the male population. The following Monday, not only did a large percentage of the girls risk punishment by showing up in trousers, in solidarity with their bare-legged classmates, more than half the male student population showed up in skirts and culottes. Their sisters, their moms, their girlfriends, their grandmas, long or short, plain or expensive, the more awful and humiliating the better. It didn't matter. As long as we headed to the locker room or bathroom and changed into a skirt before the first bell rang. The guys froze their ears off that day, of course, but nonetheless a good time was had by nearly all. In the hallways we complimented each other fulsomely on our attire, and the teachers were all in hysterics. Of course the principal walked around red-faced and furious all day, but after yelling at the first one or two skirted boys he spied, he realized he was being played for a fool, and kept his mouth firmly closed. And the following day, when sartorial normality had again returned, an announcement was made over the trainer that the no trousers rule for girls was to be temporarily lifted for the duration of the bad weather. But of course when it slowly began to turn milder, the rule was never formally reintroduced. And that's how the young ladies of my school were finally given the right to wear pants, an accommodation that eventually spread to other high schools in the area. After a year, where there were a few tenacious parents complaining about teachers favoring one class over the other, the teachers responded by having every parent sign a document the next year that stated that all classes will be given the same tests. This was done through documents the students had to take home, have their parents sign, and bring back. Before the week was out, we had set up an online mail account to which everyone had access, and we tasked every class to be responsible for a specific subject. Being responsible meant that we would keep a copy of each test we did. These were then handed into the admins of the mail account, who would fill them in if the teachers hadn't done post-test reviews themselves and posted in the mailbox. I was the one in my class who kept the extra tests in French class. Our classes have desks for 2 people, and I was the only one without a deskmate. The teacher would distribute the tests to the first desks, who would pass it backwards. I was in the last seat. For an entire year, with little exception, I had to ask the teacher for a test sheet, claiming she forgot to count me again. She assumed she was always miscounting, because I was usually rather quiet in class. She was one of the less observant teachers, but by no means oblivious. I'd pop my second copy in my bag, fill it in at home using my textbook, scan it and post it to the shared address. Our year was the senior year of high school, the only ones participating in the GMAIL setup, and except for a handful of students who refused to use it on principle, none of us had to actually study. To their credit, those who refused on principle did not rat us out. We managed to get through the whole year without anyone catching us. It was set up really well. We had all agreed to not get greedy and aim for 70% to 80%, rather than 100%. We randomized which ones we got wrong. The teachers never noticed that the same student would get the same part of the test wrong. First quarter, second quarter, etc. We were never caught. No one slipped up. No one ratted us out. We spent a whole year expecting it to get exposed, and it never did. At the end of the year, after everyone passed, we closed it down. For our class alone, our math teacher had thrown us a going away party at his house. We got along well on a personal level. We confessed to the whole thing. His reaction was priceless, and he couldn't get over it for the rest of the party. We later anonymously revealed it to the teachers. After all degrees and second exams had been done, but not the school board or principal. They never used that system again. Worked in a call center. We were middlemen at a one-stop solution between in the field IT techs and the equipment suppliers. Our call center operated a 24/7 operation. The problem is, neither the equipment suppliers nor the field techs did the company was paying for us staff to sit around at night and all day weekends and do absolutely nothing. Granted, only a skeleton staff, but still, which is stupid enough, as is, but we had to be ready to answer at all times. You weren't even allowed to step away from your assigned position just in case, somehow, someone called, and we couldn't use our computers for anything other than work-related purposes. You have any idea how tedious it is staring at fuzzy grey cubicle walls for 8 hours? We weren't even allowed to talk to one another. This situation lasted 8 months. 8 months of mind-numbing boredom 2/3 of the time, with a 3-day shift rotation pattern, so you never got used to disrupted sleep patterns. It was hell with bad fluorescent lighting, and crappy plastic chairs, and a NDA that the devil himself would been scratching his head over. Then someone in our center leaked word of all this government contract money going to waste to the regulators as well as the media. There was a fuss raised, investigations, and it turned out that our company's CFO was brother-in-law to the guy who'd been handing out no-bid government contracts, and they'd both been skimming off the top on this crazy setup. Something about paying for full staff during the dead shifts and pocketing the difference. Guess that happens when you give people enough time to think of how to get even. At my high school, we weren't allowed to wear any sort of non-uniform clothing over our uniform, even when it was midwinter and we were freezing, so I took to wearing a hoodie over my uniform, because the uniform options for warmth were all scratchy wool. Me, being autistic, couldn't tolerate it, which promptly got confiscated. I explained my issue, got directed to the rulebook, and the head of my year thought that was that. Confiscated items are held by the head of the year that the student was in. I was in 9th grade until the end of the term. I'm very stubborn, so I wore another hoodie the next day. Confiscated. I told my friends and they laughed at the second one getting confiscated back. What did you expect? And I had a beach about the head of year probably wearing all our clothes. Brainwave I borrowed from family, went to charity shops, Mart, which is great in Australia, and asked friends. I had a new hoodie almost every day. By the end of the term the head of my year must have confiscated between 15 to 20 different hoodies, and I could see the pile of them she had to keep in her office. Whenever I passed by, she returned them at the end of the term, and didn't confiscate a piece of my clothing again. Not so much a rule but something that backfired on my evil beach of a supervisor. I'm not being misogynistic, I'm actually toning it down, since my wife openly calls her the C word. Back when the financial crisis hit, my company was one of the ones that jumped on the bandwagon of cutting out every employee's yearly cost of living raise, and then also reduced our base salary by 5%. This didn't affect anyone in management. To add a further insult to this, the move came on the heels of a company-wide announcement that we had increased our profits by more than $25 million, and how proud they were of us for our efforts, the bastards. One of my former supervisors gave me a heads up that this was happening. We were good friends and he knew I would go off on them for their hypocrisy. So he wanted me to chew on it for a couple of days to prevent said going off and potentially getting fired. It worked. I was prepared for the bad news and had my head on straight. Still, my boss was really bad about giving out too much information. For you salesmen out there, she had a habit of talking past the close. When the call came, it was her and the head of our department. So, had I not received a warning, that would have been highly suspicious, because that never happened. After telling me the bad news, she expected me to argue with her, not realizing I had no such intention. So, without provocation, she quickly circled back to my glowing review telling me to continue focusing on all the exceptional talents I brought to the company, etc., which completely begged the question, if I'm such an exceptional employee, who, as you say, was an integral part of our profit increases this last year, why is my salary being reduced? She paused briefly. I thought she was about to hand it over to the hour lady, which most supervisors would have. But she was such a control freak that she continued. Look, I wish I could give you a raise. You've definitely earned it. In fact, if it wasn't for your health insurance package, I'd give you a $5,000 right now. But that alone costs the company twice that. I jumped on it and started excitedly fast talking so as to not give her the chance to cut back in. Oh my god. $5,000. Thank you so much. I can't wait to tell my wife. She's going to be so excited. Thank you, thank you, thank you. When I finally gave her a chance to cut back in, she was like, what the hell are you talking about? I never said anything about a raise. So, I blissfully countered, just now, you said I could give a $5,000 raise if my insurance didn't cost you so much. My insurance isn't with our company. I use my wife's insurance from her company. In the background, I thought I could hear the unmistakable sound of a hand slapping against her forehead and an exasperated groan. Still feigning ignorance, which was more for the hour's supervisor's benefit, not my boss. I quickly went back into more. Oh thank you. Thank you. My wife is going to be so excited. You don't know how much this is going to help us this year. Such good news. I can hardly believe it. After an interminable silence, my boss deadpanned, we are going to need to call you back. And she quickly ended the call. I should mention here that I had previously worked in management with this company and its politics and procedures, so I knew what was happening. They were both marching over to the office on new manager of operations to tell him how my boss had just stepped in it. I fully expected that I would be receiving a call directly from him to explain that my boss had spoken out of turn and, regardless of what she said, I would not be getting that raise. So, color me surprised when I was called back by my boss and the hour lady. Okay, look, she started. We are going to approve your raise. But, you can't tell anyone. If I hear someone say they even heard a rumor about you getting a raise, I guarantee you that you will be terminated before that day is through. I simply could not believe what I was hearing. You have to understand, this bitch had been protected by upper management for years. And she got away with bloody murder. She had used her protection to literally torment her subordinates. She was so bad that we had developed an ad hoc support group of us, and we took turns allowing whomever she was currently targeting to vent, cry it out, or whatever else was needed. If ever there was some sort of conflict that needed to be resolved, that had a resolution of A or B, regardless of which one you chose, she would always berate you that you had chosen wrong. And, if a few months later you were faced with the same choice, and you did what she had previously told you, she would now switch, and sat it was the other. And she would do this sheet whenever she felt like it. And no one in upper management cared, because her numbers were good. She got results, except she really didn't. We got the results, because we didn't want to deal with her, so we went above and beyond in an effort to stay off her radar. If she ever called you, whatever awaited on the other end of that phone was going to be pure hell. One of her favorite dirty tricks was vacation requests, which she always said we could do verbally, no need to fill out any paperwork. So, someone would verbally request time off, which she would approve. They would even reconfirm as it got close to when they were leaving, and she would reconfirm. Then, she would call the day before you left to assign you a project. When you reminded her you were going on vacation tomorrow, she would say, I never approved any vacation time for you. I literally watched people sacrifice plane tickets which cost them thousands of dollars because she denied them at the last minute and told them if they left, she'd fire them. She was a goddamned monster. I told people if they ever requested time off to instantly send her an email saying, per our conversation, and to CC the ops manager. So it was really weird being told by her that I was going to actually get the money point within a year of this happening. She was demoted to a job halfway across the country to a position where she had no subordinates. Apparently, the new operations manager had heard some shit about her and how previous management had gone out of its way to protect her when they shouldn't have, so he started with a bad impression of her. I also learned, several months prior to this, that the money for my raise came directly from her. Instead of deducting my salary, they deducted hers to pay for mine. She also forfeited her bonuses that year, which was the first time she had not received a bonus. So, those two little facts made it all the more delicious for me. I eventually did tell everyone what had happened, but I waited until I had already planned to leave the company. Point anyway, that's my story, and if you made it this far, I hope you enjoyed it. I went to an all-girls school that was populated by mainly Maori and Pacific Islanders, New Zealand if you're wondering. We were allowed to dye our hair natural colors only. There was even a little list which included black, various shades of brown, natural looking red, and most importantly blonde. One of the island girls, who had naturally black hair, decided to bleach it during one of our term breaks and came back to school with a beautiful shade of honey blonde hair. It looked really nice and suited her caramel skin perfectly. Our deputy principal was a well-known racist and was always favoring the few white girls at the school over the general population. You could guarantee 10 of the 12 prefects would be white. She chose the prefects. Well, 3 days into the new term and the DP starts berating this poor girl in the hallway 5 minutes before classes start. I didn't catch the whole thing as I walked past, but the bit I caught went like this. BG blonde GIRLDP equals deputy principal. BG, but miss, blonde is a natural hair color. DP, it's not a natural hair color for your kind, miss. Redacted. BG, are you faking kidding me? What do you mean my faking kind? Or something like that. It's been a few years. I heard she grabbed her bag or walked home immediately after that, and by lunchtime her mum had come to the school and not only laid a full complaint, but laid into her Tongan style. If you know, you know. She is still blonde to this day, and I'm sure it's a big fuck you to old white ladies. My last job, I worked at a thrift store for 5 years. It's partnered with a Christian facility for men that want to turn their lives around. Ex-cons, recovering drug addicts, recovering alcoholics, etc. Working there for 5 years, I got to witness a lot of rule breaking by the guys, and after a while I learned some real interesting shit. So, while in the program, it's a year-long program. Unless they are court ordered to be there longer, they can't start any new relationships. Well, these guys work in the stores, and, of course, the females will work their charm to get the men to change prices or sneak higher priced items from the back to them. Some of these guys would get women's numbers and call them from the campus on their breaks and start new relationships. We had guys that had women bringing them bags upon bags of food just for them. It was crazy. One guy started a relationship while in the program, got caught twice making out in the parking lot by the pastor who runs the men's program. He was also selling full baskets of clothing to her aunt for like $10, some with brand new price tags, and they let him finish the program because he found out that one of the supervisors met his wife while he was in the program. This guy then immediately went and married his girl in Vegas right after he graduated the program. I get why the rule is in place, but really these guys are horny and they're gonna do what they're gonna do. Yeah, no? One of my previous jobs was at an alternative high school that had a daycare, so teen mothers could go to school there. The ages ranged, and sometimes they would bring their kids to class. It was a dope job. Fortunately, or unfortunately in this case, this attracted a lot of progressive people to the job. This happens around September. A kid loved samurai stuff and was learning a bunch about it. He would request a bunch of stories and I loved telling them. Around his birthday his mom said how the kid wanted to meet a real samurai. I worked hard to make a samurai armor for the party we were having for him. I spent like $300 on leather, wood, twine, string, needles, a whole bunch of stuff. I slaved over this thing, painted it blue, yellow, white. I was proud of the thing. I was even gonna borrow my friend's sword till I realized that was a bad idea. So I bought a wooden one on Amazon and wore that on my him. I went to work excited as fuck. I did have to get help dressing into it, but when I walked out like a kabuki act the kid lit up. His face made everything worth it. The hours, the new scar on my finger, the needle pricks, everything. I enjoyed play fighting with him too, and his mom was happy and thankful. About a week later we have a meeting about cultural sensitivity in the workplace. I thought nothing of it till my boss pulled me to the side and told me I couldn't wear the armor again. Why? Because I was not even remotely Asian. Since I was not Asian I could not wear the armor again. The new policy was essentially wear only neutral stuff or things that reflect your heritage. I had a pretty good idea of who complained, and that was confirmed later. She has been reporting me for a while, so I decided to get back at her. You see, while I'm not Asian I'm Mexican. My grandmother is Native American. My mother is of Spaniard descent. I inherited my mother's light skin, so I looked white. See where this is going? I planned for Halloween. I spent weeks making costumes that reflected my heritage. I showed my coworkers pictures of my great-grandfather in a headdress, my grandmother who has super straight hair and teeth. I did have to pick which to go with, and I chose Native American. I went full native. I wore a headdress, moccasins, a tasseled leather jacket. I did have to wear some undergarments, cause it's still a school, beaded jewelry. I even put paint on my face. I looked like a white guy painted rouge in an old black and white movie about savages. I showed up and looked her in the eye and I could see her head explode with the huge book she is about to email my boss. A new policy was put into place a week later that basically said no dress up, which was hugely unpopular, and changed wear what you want, just please don't stir the pot. I then wore the samurai armor again for a silent auction. She hated me, and it was worth every penny. I had to go through an internship in a company during my master's degree, which means no wage. It was for free. The place seemed friendly at first but soon the vampires showed their faces. They wanted me to work extra and didn't tolerate any delay. I went by train and they often ran with a few minutes of delay. Someday I arrived exactly 3 minutes late and thought nothing of it. I was called to the manager's office and got blamed. From that point I knew my time would be unpleasant. Fast forward a bit, and I was trying to write a report for the university. It's part of the deal. I take the internship and have to write a report about it. It's usually taken into account by the company, and they let you work a few hours here and there on it. You already know this company refused. They called me to the office again and told me I wasn't allowed to work on that. They even said they detected files being transferred to a USB key and that they would sue me for file theft. Obviously the file transferred was my report. I complied. I think they were nuts enough to sue me, so I did comply. I did explain all this 2 hours when I left, but I think they were on their side. But then at the exam where I had to present my report, I explained all this to my teachers and examination crew. The company was blacklisted from the internship list, meaning any student trying to go for an internship there would see his contract refused by the university. I hope they enforce it, because this place was hell. I worked at McDonald's in high school. If any food item fell or went below counter height it had to be tossed in manager's waste to be counted for inventory. One day a week someone was sent from an office with 30 separate special orders. No ketchup, extra pickles, etc. And she was told by her boss not to not park because we'd move faster if she was blocking the drive-through window, which was 100% true. This was decades ago, before online ordering. We weren't even set up to take phone orders. The manager volunteered to go to their office early to get their order and then call when it was ready. Nope. They insisted on sending this poor woman to the drive-thru. One day I get in trouble for not upselling after someone asked for a chocolate shake and nothing else, so I thought upselling wasn't called for. Anyway, I get yelled at by the manager in front of everyone for not following the rules that need to be followed 100% of the time. 30 minutes later here comes the women with all the special orders. Always took forever to get them all done and bagged correctly. The manager would then put them in a couple larger bags to pass through the window. As he was rushing for the window he tripped and dropped the bags. I picked them up and shoved them in the manager's waste can while reminding him of the rule. If there weren't witnesses I think he would have killed me. My co-workers might have helped in that moment. Not only did they have to remake all the food, but his performance was partially rated on the amount of food waste. That was my last day working there. Let's just say there were creative differences on when the rules should be followed. In 8th grade, my middle school got the Make Your Day program. This was the most politically correct discipline system I've ever seen. There were two main components to this: steps and points. Points were what you earned for being good, paying attention, following the rules, being nice, etc. You had to earn enough points throughout the day or you'd get a letter sent home to your parents. Steps were the consequences you would get. The steps were: sit in a chair and face away from the activity. Stand and face away from the activity. Stand and face the rules, which were the basic: be respectful to others, be respectful to the teacher, etc. Go to another classroom and sit in step 1 until your parent can come for a parent-teacher conference, or until the end of the day. Point suspension. Point. Some things could get you step 4 or 5 right away, like fighting. But mostly you would progress through the steps. Now, here's where the problems were. The point system was self-assessed. Your peers could give suggestions for reasons why you lost, didn't earn all of your points, but ultimately you picked whether or not you got your points. Everything was worded in such a way to make people not feel bad. For example, you didn't face the wall, you faced away from the activity, because that was less demeaning. That's also why it says you didn't earn your points instead of you lost points, because losing things is worse than not earning them. In line with making people not feel bad, if you laughed at someone when they got in trouble, you got the same step as them. So let's say someone threw a stapler at their friend and got step 4. At the same time, I told my friend a joke unrelated to the stapler incident, and we both laughed at my joke. Me and my friend are on step 4. There were times when the entire class was on step 1 or step 2 because it was hilarious how someone got in trouble. For 5 minutes, the teacher had to wait for all of us to come off of our steps before resuming class. Step 4 was a parent-teacher conference. If your parents were both busy at work or just didn't want to come, you sat and faced away from the activity for the rest of the day. Point. The students thought this was just ludicrous. The over-the-top political correctness made it impossible for a bunch of middle schoolers to take it seriously. I want to say more than half of the teachers didn't even really take it seriously. They followed the system, but it was clear they thought it was stupid. The parents didn't buy in at all. If nobody buys into the system, it just doesn't work. New policy, with a nasty tone sign posted above our department's calm device charging station, basically stating, if you lose one of our in-house calm devices, you will be charged $750 to replace it. But really rudely, the policy wasn't the issue, it was the snooty rude sign. It was like an accusation. Anyway, so how do they know who lost? Reed accidentally took it home and didn't bring it right back, a device, by checking to see who was last logged in on it. The backfire: the login isn't secure. You can log in as anyone you like. So one morning, at the end of a 14-hour overnight shift, the 5 of us in the depth logged out of the devices we'd been using, picked up a new devices, logged in as other people, the house supervisor, our director, someone who was out on vacation, etc. Then took the logged in devices home with us. We were all scheduled off for at least 3 nights. I was off for 6 in a row myself. When I came back, the nasty sign had been replaced by one that instead served as a gentle professional reminder. Basically, what we had done, and that nobody else yet knows we did, years later, had quickly demonstrated that the calm device system is flawed, and that anyone, including corporate/administration, can make mistakes. So watch your faking tone, you rude sign making fuck face. I work in sales, which, pre-COVID, required a lot of air travel. To meet with customers, one company I worked for required us to find the lowest cost airfare. No problem. Next step, an administrative assistant would verify this was the lowest cost airfare and send back an approval. Okay, fine, an extra step, but not really hard to follow. But the admin would get busy and usually took a day or 2 to verify the airfare cost. And by then the price for all the flights were usually different. So probably 50% of the time, the requested flight was no longer the lowest cost. She wasn't allowed to tell us what other flights were lower cost, because that wasn't part of her job. She was only allowed to send back a denial. And the process would start over until by some miracle the price of a flight would remain the lowest, while she checked it. The most ridiculous aspect of the process? The cost of flights always went up as we got closer to the travel date. So I could have $300 denied for not being the lowest cost. But by the time we worked through a few rounds of deny and try again, the flight I would actually purchase was almost always hundreds of dollars more expensive. I left that company about 10 years ago, but they never did change the policy while I was there. As far as I know, that company is still wasting thousands of dollars each year on flights as they save money by having an admin double check every flight. They let the student reps arrange almost every event at the high school as the teachers weren't paid enough. Made an official rule in 2006. Student committee planned and got funding. Also repealed in 2006. My ex's older sister was the head of the student reps. She was the daughter of a two-time teenage mother, was an alcoholic by age 10, and nobody noticed because she was great at shoplifting designer brands and got good grades. She was popular and kept it all together. Until one of the formals, which is a sort of once a term. The student reps were the popular girls, so they all got together and stole a ridiculous amount of alcohol off of her mother's famously large party stash and hid it all in the ceiling of the girls' washroom in the science hallway near the larger gym. They also told the chaperones it was the day after and that it was a dry rehearsal for a performance in benefit of something, and then snuck only those invited in, hired a DJ, and had a massive party. The cops obviously caught them. Prom and dances were banned then on out. This was in Canada, and the girl got sober and is now a social worker and mother. Her mother got sober too, and my ex's, somewhere, I don't know. She closed all social media accounts and is now some form of freelance journalist or ghostwriter. I remember hearing this recounted around 2009 by someone who was there and losing my absolute faking mind that I knew who it was who planned it. My friend's company sells insurance. They have retail outlets where customers can walk in, and each outlet has several agents. They put a new VP in charge of the retail business who was not experienced in sales. He had a strictly accounting background. Each outlet and each agent had quotas depending on how busy each location was, and these quotas were adjusted if the agents chose to take time off or use vacation time. This was important because failing to meet quota was a fireable offense and the job was stressful in that regard. The accountant VP made a new rule regarding quotas and installed a tier pay system where employees would be placed in a pay tier according to how you performed with quota each quarter, and this performance determined your pay tier for the following quarter. If you crushed it one quarter, you made great pay the next. However, this tier system did not account for vacation days, and the VP also did away with adjusting monthly quotas for time off. The design of this was pretty blunt. They did not want people taking time off. This is a company that has agents that have been there 20 years and earned vacation exceeding 4 weeks per year. You would essentially castrate your pay for an entire quarter and risk being fired for using it. It was not met with enthusiasm. So what did the agents do? One agent figured out that if you go on stress leave as opposed to take vacation, they cannot by law do anything to you or your pay. You also don't have to touch your vacation pay and can cash it out. Convincing a doctor that you need to go on leave can be tricky, but all the agents had to do was explain that if they miss quota they can be fired, and they can't even take a day off because they can't miss a day of sales. It's legitimately stressful. And what are the doctor's orders? Take some time off and go someplace relaxing. So that's what they did. Almost all of them. They had it down to a science. The results were as much as 30% of the agents on leave at one time. Some agents just said fuck it and took 6 months off. Regional managers and branch managers were losing people with no notice for half a year, and there was nothing they could do about it. They hated it. After several months of the new policy in place, the VP called an emergency meeting with management to address agents on leave. It was crippling their numbers. My friend got an update on the meeting from his manager. The accountant VP got up and talked about how they can alleviate the stressful atmosphere, and someone said something about time off. The VP went quiet and walked around a bit and said, "You think our quota and tier system has something to do with all these people going on stress leave?" And the entire room responded with yes. And there were a few muffled Jesus faking Christ remarks. Worked for a law firm for a few years. The director of ours was a woman dangerously set in her own ways. Didn't understand the concept of the backspace button. Would make people print out emails and drop them off to her so she could read them. Worst of all, she would make these base assumptions about candidates without any prior knowledge of them, or even sitting in on the interview point. As the recruiter, most of my day was spent jumping between job ad websites and social media. Well, she makes this rule that computers are only to be used for ADP, Microsoft Office, and email. Anything else will be 2 strikes then termination point. I tried to explain that if I cannot get onto Indeed or social media like LinkedIn, I will not be able to post ads and recruit. She told me that if people really wanted jobs, they would apply in person. We were a law firm. You literally couldn't get into our building without a security escort through office to our department. 2 weeks later, the COO is furious with me, asking why I haven't made a single hire in 2 weeks. So I calmly explained that the new employee handbook forbade me from doing my job, and that the director gave me a written warning when she saw me on LinkedIn attempting to hire another attorney. 2 days later, we get called into a meeting. Director of ours was relieved of all employee handbook updates, and I was now to answer to the compliance officer instead. What sweet justice. Edit. I accidentally wrote basis instead of base. This happened a few years ago. I work at an alarm monitoring company. We monitor business/residential burglary, fire, panic, holdups, mechanical etc. So something happened. There was a fire alarm at a commercial building, and the operator who was supposed to handle it had a website open on their screen. That's a big no-no. If you get an alarm, you minimize the internet and handle the alarm. It's day one sheet. Well, the alarm sat on the screen for about 5 minutes before any action took place, and it ended up being an actual alarm that needed action. No one got hurt, but the building had severe damage. So, instead of punishing the employee, the bosses upstairs thought it would be a great idea to use the firewall and block all internet access without warning to other operators, as well as banning all cell phones on the floor and any/all books/any distractions. Seems like a solid fix, right? Wrong. Little did they know that we need internet access for a work alone program that we have for employees who, you guessed it, are working alone overnight. And when said program goes off and tells us employee needs help through their GPS app on their phone, we get coordinates of their location. I'm sure you see where I'm going with this. Basically, an employee fell, the app on their phone sent us a notification saying man down, and we got the coordinates, but every website was blocked. That person was stuck on the ground begging for help outside of a building as they slipped on ice, and we couldn't even locate the employee. We had to call I.T at 3 AM to let them know that this didn't work at all. Employee was fine, but what should have been a 3-minute solution took hours. We had internet back the next day. Edit. Management said how come we didn't use our personal cell phones to look up the coordinates, in which I stated we are told to not bring our cell phones into the building as per you. They couldn't come back with anything after that. When I was in high school, they decided that too many people were late to class, so they made a rule that anyone who wasn't in class when the bell sounded would be sent to the office. What we quickly found out that not being in class when the bell sounded meant even if you were walking into class as the bell sounded, you were late. They wanted you in the classroom before the bell sounded. Lunch periods also counted. So most people just went rogue and got to class late on purpose, thinking they are not going to send us all to the office, right? Wrong. I got sent to the office and there was at least 30 other kids in there, with more heading that way. It took the entire period for the principals to get through one half of them. They kept the rest of us, and we were all late to our next classes as well, so got sent right back to the office. Looking back, I think this was a little malicious compliance on the teachers' parts, which is great. Spent pretty much the whole morning that day going back and forth between my classes and the office. Lunch periods were chaos. They would make the late kids stand out in the hallway until everyone got their food and then let us all go in. So we would have about 5 minutes to get and eat our food. Some of us said fuck that and were late to the classes after lunch, so it started the cycle all over. Lasted about 2 days before they decided it was more trouble than it was worth and went back to the old way of doing things. I went to a private Christian school. It doubled as a mega church. We had a professional church band that practiced in the church/school daily. I don't know details, but I know they got into a spat with the lead pastor, who functioned as a kind of CEO for both the church and school, and the end result was that they got kicked out of the auditorium, which was a fair way away from the cafeteria. They were moved to the chapel which adjoined the cafeteria, and they played in the afternoons. At lunchtime. Didn't bother any of us in lunch. We couldn't hear them anyway. But they could hear us, and apparently complained to the lead pastor that they couldn't get any practice done because there was too much noise. Instead of moving them back to the auditorium or changing their schedule in the chapel, the lead pastor goes to the principal and tells her to make lunchtime a no talking time. I was in middle school at this time, so I'm past the age of recess at this point. They already had a no chit chatting in the halls rule. Basically we were no longer allowed to speak to one another at school. The first few days of this went miserably. All the collective whispers were so audible. Principal took it a step further and told teachers to assign lunch seats and to make sure they put together kids who disliked each other in order to prevent them from talking. About 2 weeks into it, they packed up the staff table and put them in storage and made teachers sit with their classes to enforce the rules. So now teachers don't get their lunch break. A mix of parents and teachers complaining got them to return to normal cafeteria rules. Only a loose fit, but here I go. We all remember the days of WinXP and its NetSend. Yes, well, it turns out some printer driver installed at our high school was using some NetSend compatible messaging and popped up a notification bubble from the system with the message, despite the built-in capabilities being disabled. Even better, the whole region was apparently interconnected and messages like that were broadcast not only school internally, but into other schools too. They didn't take long to forbid sending messages instead of just patching the drivers, since the issue had been long fixed. Now, it was the dawn of another beautiful physics class and we were all handed laptops. A friend got a dud, exchanged his and all was well. Fast forward a few minutes and of course we are tearing each other to NetSend, since we heard that it's a magic spell to summon our admin. In the end I couldn't resist and just sent some harmless message. 20 seconds later the admin bursts through the door and demands who has laptop some serial 3258. All of us, kinda stunned, look at each other, and our laptop codes. Nobody has that exact code. Not even I. It was still in the distribution tower. He looked around suspiciously, confirmed that the laptop was in fact unused, and left humiliated. A minute or so later my friend realized that the laptop with the serial in question was the exact laptop that didn't work for him at the beginning of the lesson. They patched a few months later. Not my story but my mother's. When she was in college she was pretty unsure of what to study, so she took a variety of classes, eventually settling on biology, but not before she missed the drop deadline for her calculus class. Since it had nothing to do with her chosen major she never bothered to go to class, but figured she would take the tests, since what's the worst that could happen? Come time for the midterm, back in the good old days when there was only one midterm and not 3, she shows up fully expecting to fail, but learns the professor is implementing a new grading policy. Instead of the usual method of each student starting at 100% and losing points for each wrong answer, the professor decided to start each student at 0 and award points for a correct answer and deduct points for a wrong answer, making it possible to receive a negative percentage. This was his sadistic way to punish the people who didn't show up to class, making it impossible to pass the class without acing the midterm. Well, my mom knew enough math to know that there was no way she could pass, and since the professor had decided to invent his own grading system that didn't conform to university standards, and since he didn't specify what would happen if a question was left unanswered, my mom filled in her name and handed in a blank midterm. As it turns out, the professor made such a difficult midterm that the 0% my mother scored was actually the highest grade in the class. After he finished grading them, he summoned her to his office and told her she would be getting a C in the class since she had outsmarted his revolutionary grading idea. My mother went on to graduate summa cum laude with her degree in biology, yet her proudest collegiate achievement is beating her calculus professor at his own game. I was branded a mental health student, that is to say, I was depressed. For about 2 weeks they made all the mental health kids wear wristbands, so teachers didn't shout at them to risk breakdowns and such. That was quickly abolished. The actual rule that backfired was that they had this small building they called the Success Center, and mental health students were allowed to go there into one of its many small little office-esque rooms for about 10 minutes and relax for a moment. You weren't really allowed to go there more than once a day, and they were quite strict about the 10-minute rule, unless you were sobbing. The exploit was that in lessons, once everyone was changed, they locked the changing room doors to keep everyone's belongings safe, and you couldn't get into the building to ask the teacher to unlock the doors. I would turn up to lesson, get my registration mark, then leave when everyone was getting changed. 10 minutes later I'd come back to and, oh no. What's this? I can't get it? I guess I'm just going to have to spend the rest of the lesson in a little office all to myself. Once I figured that out I just stopped taking my packet to school because I never used it. Another fun thing was that sometimes the people working at the Success Center just forgot you were there, especially if you timed it right for the shift change, so you could spend the entire day doing nothing, then stroll out past a confused teacher. There was one room that had a pretty big window in, and I can't count the amount of times I snuck my friends or boyfriend in and just faked around in there all day. I worked at a department store while in high school and college. We had to use a key to use the register since it was out in the open. The department manager always made us hide it underneath. Maybe not the best spot, but who was I to say? We had a big pose of a district manager that would come in. He was tall and had a big mouth and not afraid to make someone feel like an ass in front of a customer. When he did come in, all the higher ups would act like chickens with their heads cut off. Therefore it would filter down to us peons. Very tense to say the least. Also seems the pose was always in a terribly bad mood. Oh, by the way, the register key thing was the pose's idea. Always telling us to keep it in a central place for the next one to use. Pose comes in and starts yelling, "Why the hell is the key under the register?" Manager meekly tells him it was his idea. Pose stumps off and yells to everyone, "Whoever is the last to ring someone up, you have to carry that key. Don't hide it anymore." Okay, fine. One fine day I'm there with the managers and Pose comes in. I get done ringing up a customer and put the key that's attached to one of those elastic bracelets around my wrist and help a person a few steps away. I hear stomping and huffing and puffing. Sheet Pose is on the warpath for something. He comes up to me, points his finger at me. "Where the hell is that key? It's supposed to be under the register." What? He's getting all red. Almost literally spitting. I'm just about to cry. He's doing all this in front of a regular customer. Then he tells me, "You're fired, here come the waterworks." I shove the key in his extended hand and I blast out of there crying my eyes out. The assistant store manager finds me and wants to know what happened. I tell him. He marches me back to the department and confronts Pose, that is trying to calm down my regular customer because they are giving him a tongue lashing. Assistant store manager points his finger at Pose and says, "You don't do the firing around here." I do. "She's not going anywhere, and that key stays by the register. This is my store, not yours." Back at ya, Pose. Not another word about where the key was supposed to be kept after that. Justice was served. My old high school's IT policies. Specifically, their student iPad replacement procedure. Despite the fact that the entire student body was given iPads, they couldn't find any money for an on-campus IT support. No problem though, they just told the 70-year-old librarian, "Hey, the library has computers, right? You basically are already doing IT work. You are now the IT person." This poor librarian, being hardly able to use a smartphone, decides to outsource the work to the student volunteers, who volunteered to help at the library. You might notice that this means that untrained students are now in charge of being the IT support for other students, despite the fact they didn't even sign up for that job. If you did, you are apparently more competent than the people who set this up. How issues actually got resolved, since neither the student with the iPad or the student trying to fix the iPad knew what they were doing. Simple. If you could prove that your iPad had a problem, they would replace it. Not with a new iPad though. They would replace it with a used iPad in the back. What happens to the old iPad? They reset it, then add it to the iPads in the back. You might notice that at no point here were iPads ever repaired, but rather just cycled. They also couldn't address issues you couldn't show in 5 minutes, such as a battery that only lasts 3 hours now. To be fair, the school would replace severely damaged or inoperable ones. Anything else though was considered serviceable, even if you could watch the battery percentage drop at about 1% a minute. To add on to this issue, many teachers began implementing policies that banned students from charging their iPads in class, because that should have been done at home. Thankfully, most of the teachers realized what was happening, so they were cool with it, but you just had to try and time when you charge your iPad so that it doesn't die in the middle of the charger-free classrooms. One of my best friends had an iPad that would only last for 5 hours before needing another charge. He went to the library multiple times and finally convinced them to replace his iPad. The new one lasted for 6 hours, but was still dying just short of the final hour. So he went back, they replaced his iPad. This time, it only lasted for about 3 hours. He finally got it replaced one more time, with one that lasted around 5 hours, and bought a portable battery point. It gets even better though. Since battery condition wasn't a reason to decommission an iPad, each year the average battery condition got worse and worse. My freshman year, you were really unlucky if you got a bad battery, but by senior year, you were lucky if you had an iPad that would last the day. The help desk pretty much stopped replacing them for battery issues, since all they could do was just replace it with another iPad with battery issues. They probably felt like a tire shop. If you are replacing flat tires with flat tires, it's been a few years since I graduated, so maybe they have it all fixed. But it was hilarious to watch Arizona, one of the worst states in the country when it comes to education, try to introduce technology. We were the only 2 high schools in the district that got iPads, and even just to get the iPads, the district had to sell a bunch of bonds. In other words, borrow money from the public. They were able to raise enough money to get enough second-hand iPads for every student, but couldn't afford any of the support infrastructure. Basically, their attempt to modernize our high school with money they didn't have resulted in them cutting every corner they could, which created an iPad Ponzi scheme of replacing broken iPads with slightly less broken iPads. Managers insisted for everyone to come to work, even though we couldn't keep distance there, and even though the company said we should all work from home if we can't be safe distanced. It was at the peak of pandemic in my country with over 4k new cases every day. Also, we were asked not to use conference rooms if we can't stay distanced, but they didn't listen. In the end, because of the stupid rule by managers that they want everyone to come to work because they are coming, my whole department got covered and half of them had to take sick leave. In the end, instead of keeping the productivity, they completely killed it because they didn't allow people to self-isolate and everyone got sick. I was one of the few that didn't get sick because I wore 2 masks which I never took off, only to drink and eat, washed and disinfected my hands all the time and my desk and chair, and I insisted to stay at home because first I had a new tea and then after that I had food poisoning, so I just lied I was sicker than I really was to avoid going to work physically. Off. Fuck you guys, it's what you get for being shitty bosses. Yeah, I was also fired because I demanded to use my right to stay at home. Our job was something we could do 100% remotely, and we did it all on our laptops with zero need to be in person apart from socializing. I worked in a room of toddlers at a daycare. Toddlers are known for 2 things, being adorable little assholes and having an uncanny ability to fall away from anything padded and into the hardest thing in the vicinity. They were 9 to 15 months, so I had them for the stage where they were just learning to stand and walk, so falling down was constant. They also didn't have a good way to verbalize frustrations, so they usually settled scores by biting, hitting, or throwing things. There were 15 kids in that room too, so boo-boos happened constantly. We would judge the severity of each one, and if it was minor we usually waited until they were picked up and explained to parents that little Johnny was trying to stand and bumped his head, but there's no bruise or bump, just so you know it might be a little sore. More severe things, like biting, got incident reports, which we filled out and gave to the director, who called the parents to let them know. We only got about 3 to 5 incident report injuries a day, and maybe a couple dozen or so minor little bumps or scrapes. A new director came in, and with it a new policy. All injuries were now to get written up in incident reports. Even the minor little bumps. To give parents peace of mind, she said. She insisted that if a child seems hurt in any way we were to document it. My job essentially became writing incident reports. Sally hit herself with a spoon and started to cry. David sat on a pillow and toppled over onto the floor, and it didn't stop him, but he has a tiny scrape from the rug. Jenny fell off the bottom of the slide and wailed. Everything. I was writing 3 to 5 incident reports an hour, sometimes more when we'd introduce a new toy and a toddler riot would break out. For every single one of these we would call the office to let the director know there was another incident report and she needed to call the parents. It lasted 2 weeks before parents started complaining that they were getting phone calls at work for stupid shit. An inspection we had by corporate didn't go well because, as they watched my room, they noticed I spent a lot of time not interacting with the kids because I had incident reports to fill out. She stuck to her guns for a week, but when I handed her 10 incident reports at once, faking motor room, she decided to go back to the old way. The front desk worker told me that between our room and the rest of the building the director was on the phone pretty much constantly with parents, and she got so behind on paperwork corporate had to send someone in to make sure we are paid on time. Never underestimate how often a toddler can hurt themselves. January 2005. It was in 7th grade and the math teacher decided that kids should not be allowed to use the bathroom under any circumstances because she thought that we asked her to use the bathroom too much. Her class was immediately after lunch/recess and our lunch was 15 minutes with another 15 minutes of forced recess. If you didn't go outside you get detention and you basically had to plead the chaperoning teachers if you could go inside to use the bathroom. On a miserably cold New England morning, I had started feeling not too well in the middle of class with stomach pain, and went to the nurse and she just said I can go back to class. I eat my lunch and drink my milk and I feel bloated, and like I'm more full than usual, still sick. Come math class, I ask the teacher if I can step outside to use the bathroom, because I feel nauseated. She says no, and if I try to leave I will get detention. I tell her I'm not trying to skip class, I really have to throw up. If you haven't already noticed she was a Karen, well she's firm on her no, and I have to stay in class. I grab the trash bin by her desk and barf one of the smelliest vomit concoctions I've ever smelled, sit back down. She looks embarrassed, wraps up the trash bag and throws it out, and then says okay I'm sorry, you can go to the bathroom. I didn't know you were sick. She still said no to some students for the bathroom and kids made fun of me saying miss, I want to go to the bathroom because I feel barfy like not sharing my name on Reddit. Beach, I told you I wasn't feeling good, how the fuck else was I supposed to prove this to you? Extra rants beyond the point of the story mentioned above, and also yeah, my entire school was run by power hungry people and Karens that seemed to take joy in denying children a comfortable environment. Forced recess even on super chilly New England winters, even if you were bullied. Strictly enforced uniform rules, even straightness in the line you formed to walk into class could get you a yell from an adult teacher. Even those damned nurses didn't do shit. They see a kid that's not feeling well and nauseous and instead opting to send them home, they brush it off like if it was a stubbed toe or finger. We even had police as some of our security guards, and for a few years, we had security checks to go into school every morning. This was honestly a prison. I have no good memories from that school, and even those that I considered friends were mostly pretty shitty people. I even found out they had an isolation room, came out in the local news, and they would lock in misbehaving kids there for hours. Our substitute teachers were the worst too. They would even lie about events that happened in a class or blame a different period for something that the class the hour before broke/ruined. Like, how are you this careless, and what do you gain from this? Nobody knew who the guidance counselors or school psychologists were, if we even had one, and speaking to the principal or a vice principal about any wrongdoings that you've witnessed would have likely landed you a detention. There were some teachers that were nice to the students and taught well, but it didn't help that they never stood up for students elsewhere. Bringing in my parents to help me clean didn't help either, because the school would just say rest assured, we'll look into it. I'm so glad that, even though I went to a crappy high school after that crappier middle school, I still got a good education and friends that I like, and that I still talk to this day. Unfortunately, but predictably, there was quite a number of students from my middle school that ended up in less fortunate situations right after graduation. Life of crime, jail, hard drugs, kids at a really young age, dropping out. Honestly, I support public education by all means, but first we need better ways to vet the way they are run and keep tabs on these schools to keep power-hungry people away. I'm sure if the school was run well, many of these kids would have had a better life, education, and just not become shitty people. When people say public schools have become a pipeline for sending people to prison, I don't think it's too exaggerating of a statement. Especially in a low-income community like where I was, it makes people feel hopeless starting from their childhood, which is faked up, because they live with that vision for the rest of their life, and think the world is just bad everywhere, and there's no point in doing good. AMD the private schools were just far too expensive for my low-income parents to afford. Also had a number of cousins that went to private schools, and although different, their schools still had a ton of problems that they too disliked. Man, I know this probably won't be read, but it felt great to vent this out. I don't know what I'll do with this feeling of accomplishment, but it feels great in the meantime. Since I have so many, I will share too. I had a death in the family, but it was my brother-in-law and he wasn't considered immediate family. Corporate policy at this soul-sucking job was that you got 3 days leave for immediate family and only 1 day for anyone outside that. These provincial assholes failed to consider what happens when and if you need to go 2 states away and it's 20 hours round trip to stay with your husband's grieving family, and if the wake and funeral were on 2 separate days, what then? The idea being, I guess, that my husband go without me if I were to follow said rule to the letter. I went and planned to be away for 3 days for the reasons I listed, and simply told them I had a death in the family, thinking they would be scum of the earth if they pried further. They didn't, I guess, assuming I would only be taking 1 day off. On day 2, after a 10-hour drive and evening wake, and cooling my bereft in-laws, I get a call from ours demanding to know the nature of my relationship to the deceased. I was crying, saying it shouldn't matter, since I was 2 states away, and hadn't even attended the funeral yet, which was in the afternoon, and that I needed the 3rd day to say goodbye and drive back for 10 hours. Purposely focusing on my bereavement and intentionally/angrily not answering her question. After a long pause, she then said it was company policy that I bring something back from the funeral, like the funeral pamphlet, to prove they were immediate family. I hung up on her. I brought the pamphlet prepared to lie and tell her he was my brother. Our lady wasn't in her office, so I brought it to my supervisor, who waved it away uncomfortably. Turns out while I was away, our lady found out her mill died and planned to break policy to grieve for 3 days. They dropped that idiotic rule like a hot turd. One more short one. I worked retail at a trendy boutique store with growing sales tactics. They trained us to flat out lie to customers about their final balance, so we could add on extras such as magazine subscriptions. We were also trained to badger/trick them for an email address if they didn't freely give it. A few class action lawsuits later, they discouraged that tactic and no longer made it mandatory to keep your job. A friend of mine works in customer service at a company that would probably be familiar to many of you. All of the customer service reps, CSRs, work at home and log into a program to direct and track calls, etc. The company has a couple of chat rooms that CSRs use to ask questions and share info and tips. My friend, after having a discussion in the chat room about it, asked for and got permission to purchase a comfortable noise-cancelling headset with her own money. Apparently, most of the CSRs did this because it allowed them to roam around the house, get coffee, etc. during the long periods when there were no calls, but the wireless headsets allowed them to answer immediately and get back to their desks quickly without inconveniencing the caller. Most of the people who use them also said that the company issued headsets were heavy, clunky and did not filter noise, like keyboard noise, very well. One day one of the CSRs was having trouble with her personally bought headset. People were saying they could not hear her. It got involved and decided the problem was with the headset and that, obviously, the problem was that this one malfunctioning headset was not the wired, monitored headset that it had approved and issued. The next day, a new policy from the SHIO that said that only company issued wired headsets could be used. This meant that every employee who was working at home had to be tethered to their computer for 8+ hours a day, and they had to DND the line if they needed to get up for any reason. Two things happened pretty quickly after this. DND usage tripled because simple things like getting coffee meant putting the headset down. And then the CSRs and other staff that was now tethered to their computers started to quit. Over half the staff quit. They had comfortable, personally purchased headsets that allowed them the freedom to move around, but it a million miles away and probably not tethered to their computers via headsets for 8 hours a day took that luxury away. My friend does not know what happened with the policy because she transferred to another department that doesn't require that she use a headset all day. She says that everyone she knew that had a wireless headset has left the company or moved to a different department. Perfect example of it not understanding the people factor. Zero tolerance turned a small scuffle into me fighting all the lads, what they called themselves, at once because fuck it, I'm suspended already, I may as well take out all the garbage at once and make it count. Had a kid and about 8 of his mates 3 grades lower come into the senior area and start throwing stuff both physically and verbally at a friend who was going through a goth phase. There was a teacher there who was asking them to leave, but she was tiny and very outnumbered, and they were being ashits. So I walked up to these fat nickels and simply told them, you have to leave. Well, big man at the front, who was shoulder high on me, piped up, or what, are you going to make us? I simply stated yes, and they can leave, or you have about 30 seconds before I hit you. This shit had been going on months at this point, and I was admittedly having a crap day. Kid looks at the teacher and says, miss, he just said he is going to hit me. Teacher looks at us both taking 2 steps back and just says, well, you should probably leave then, doing her best to no laugh. Kid then decided he wasn't going to leave and looks at me with a dumb smirk and goes, hit me then, you won't do it, the rest is history. I'd never get a better opportunity. There was tiny fackwit grade 9 kids flying all over the place and not getting up since they all decided to join in. They say violence doesn't work, but it did that day. They never tried that again and avoided us all like the plague. Was going to a private school in the 90s, great teachers and staff, but had a zero tolerance policy at the school. I was small and this kid, we will call him T, liked to pick on me. Well, this went on for all of first grade and into second, and being a private school, we had uniform pants which aren't cheap, and most of mine were missing knees from being pushed down, dragged, etc. My parents told me if I came home again with ripped pants, it'd be in for it. The next day, the Mighty Ducks movie is the biggest thing around this time, and me and a friend, we will call him A, were huge fans. The school had a recess closet, kickballs, footballs, etc., and had went and gotten some hockey sticks, asphalt pucks, and balls so we could use them. Well, gullible me decides to play hockey and T checks me to the ground and I hear my right knee of my pants tear and start whimpering. A comes over and asks what is wrong. I tell him about my parents' warning and says, you goal low. After the next goal, T comes charging at me and I sweep his legs while A checks him from the top and proceeds to wail on him with this hockey stick. He was a great friend. Q later that day, there I'm waiting in the principal's office alongside T and A when the parents begin to show up. My mother lets G's mom say her piece, wants me expelled, wants my mother and A's mom to pay for any medical costs, etc. My mother, cool as a cucumber, looks at her and says, so that means your son will be expelled for bullying my son. You will pay for his lifetime of therapy to forget and cope with these incidents, and you will be paying for every pair of pants your son has destroyed in the process. Sign me up. T's mother starts stumbling around her words, talks about working 2 jobs, hard time at home, the works. My mother cuts her off, waves her hand, and says, you can drop this now against A and Mark AT09. I'll retract my request to have your son expelled, and we will put this behind us. Otherwise, I will show you what a real bully is, so you can teach your son how to act. My mother, at the time, was 6 feet 5 inches and 240 pounds of lean, machinist muscle, while his mom was mid 5-foot range and maybe 160. Mrs. T decided to let it go, and T decided after his beating that being a bully isn't so fun when you have two 6 to 7-year-olds defending themselves. The school, while not condoning the fighting, realized very quickly that if a student was defending themselves, they would also have to be expelled, and that would bring the PTA down on them. After that, you were still punished, but expulsion was off the table. When I was trained for my security job, I was told to drive about 10 miles each hour. I was scheduled to be in the car, so each hour, I'd drive about 40 minutes. Usually, you're put in the car for multiple hours in a row, so I'd drive and get all my miles ASAP, so I can park and relax for the remainder of my car shift. One day one of the managers catches me parked and complains that I'm not patrolling. I told him I had done more than the miles I needed, and I was parking in a spot I'm very visible and accessible in case of emergency. I was not hiding. He told me that the amount of miles didn't matter. I needed to keep driving and keep my workplace secure. So I looked up in our policies how much driving is required. When scheduled to a security vehicle for an hour, the security officer must drive 20 minutes at random for each hour scheduled. So now whenever I get in the car, I can either drive for 20 minutes, usually about 5 miles, and then park and relax for 40 minutes, or relax first and then drive. The manager catching me slacking off has yet to complain about me doing my job wrong since. I thought I was lazy before, but now I do even less. I asked a higher up the purpose of the rule, and he explained it simply. Non-stop driving is easy to watch and understand a pattern in the driver's path. Only driving 20 minutes at random means you're more unpredictable and have a higher chance catching threats. Also, having 40 minutes of you not driving means we're saving money on fuel for the vehicles. TLDR. I got caught parked when I should be driving. I looked up the rules and it said I should be driving even less than what I normally did. My high school had a sadist head teacher who began his tenure in the 60s and was still there when I went to school 40 years later. You could just tell he missed the days of the belt and cane and the times he could relive stress by assaulting other people's kids. Anyways, the school is in a small Scottish borders town and has always been rough. My friend's dad told me that it was the same when he went there in the 70s. Lots of violence in the halls and playground. He said one day this teacher gathered every boy in the main assembly hall and made an announcement. He said, "So you all like fighting, do you, eh? You all like knocking lumps put each other and acting like idiots, eh? Well, fine. Let's see how you like this. From now, if you see anyone fighting, anyone at all, you have my permission to spit on them. There will be no repercussions. Spit on them. All of you point now. Let's see who wants to fight now, eh?" Well, nothing changed. There were just as many fights, except now, if you were in a fight, about 500 people would surround you and start spitting on you while you were fighting. It still went on when I went to school in the late 90s, early zeros. Kids emerging from a fight covered in mud and hair and cloth slathered in spit and mucus. Seeing as it originated with this teacher, it made sense how we were the only school in our region that practiced this disgusting ritual. A fitting legacy for a pretty disgusting guy. When I was in high school, a little over 10 years ago now, my high school had a rule that you weren't allowed to have your cell phone on school property. Not just it has to be turned off / in your bag or locker. You couldn't physically have it on grounds. Now of course, this was stupid and absolutely not enforced. As long as teachers didn't see it, nothing was really done. Enter bomb threat. So it's a chilly Tuesday morning in March, and I wander into school one morning, only to be immediately shepherded into the gym with about half the student body. The other half was sequestered in the cafeteria by the most cops I'd ever seen in one place in my life, and one half the school admin. We all essentially get told that there's been a bomb threat, and so police are doing a building sweep with sniffer dogs and will be wanding us and our backpacks down before we are allowed to leave. Cue understandably panicked whispering from the entire student body. Not because of the bomb threat, mind you, but because everyone in that room knew one thing: most of us had electronics on our person. My school about 1200 kids. They confiscated over 2,000 cell phones and iPods, along with lots of cigarettes and weed. But that's not the point of this story. Now you would think that's the stupid rule backfire, right? Wrong point. The actual backfire went something like this. The school's policy was that if your cell phone was confiscated, you couldn't just go pick it up at the end of the school day. There was a mandatory 24-hour hold policy, and one of your parents had to come sign for it and pick it up for you. So guess what happened at 8 AM on Wednesday morning? The school had about 500 angry parents who were livid that they had to miss work and call out of important obligations to pick up their child's cell phone for literally no reason other than a stupid policy show up in the front office. A group of moms camped out in front of the principal's office to scream at him about how stupid the policy was. The running rumor was he apparently left his office out of his side window rather than face them. They showed up at school board meetings for the next month solid to complain about the policy, both from an enforcement standpoint and the practical issues of not being able to reach their children at school. 3 months later, the phone policy was quietly changed to allow students to have phones on them as long as they were off during the school day. The principal, in part due to that, in part due to other reasons, and in part due to age, retired the following year. Here endeth the lesson. Don't piss off moms, folks. They will make your life a living hell and quite possibly end your career while they're at it. My senior year in high school, we traveled to Costa Rica as our senior trip 1 week before graduation. Now legal drinking age in most of Latin America is 18 and the majority of us were 18. But when we got to the resort, which was all inclusive food and beverage, they gave us some bracelets that signified we weren't of age, so the staff could not pour us drinks. Mind you, we are done with school, just waiting for this trip and then the graduation ceremony, but our chaperones asked for the hotel to do this. They also imposed their own curfew on us and said we needed to be in bed by 10. Anyway, no one was trying to get wasted. We just wanted to have a drink or two. So we talked to some of the staff that had become friendly with us and showed that we were of age, so some of them were nice enough to give us a drink. One of the nights most of the girls decided we were going to the hotel's club to dance after our curfew. Yes, okay, we broke curfew. We went to the club and some of the girls decided to drink, but not all of them. We danced and had a good time and got back to our rooms at about 1ish. Well, one of the other girls that decided not to come out with us told on us. We all got into huge trouble and had a very stern speaking to by our chaperones. And when we got home, the principal threatened that none of us who went out that night would graduate. Of course, we are pissed, and all of our parents are as well, not because of the drinking, but because of the not graduating part. All of our parents allowed us to drink at home because we were 18, so they didn't care about that part. But after interviewing all of the girls trying to get one of us to rat out the rest of the group, the principal found out that his daughter and another girl were the only ones drinking that night, so obviously he let us all graduate. My control freak old boss thought it would be a cute idea, which honestly is cute, to have a memory jar where she wanted us to drop in notes about any work we were proud of or special moments with our clients to then be read at the end of the year at our holiday party. All of us there were tight-knit and we got along super well, except with our control freak, huge beach boss. The first couple years we did it, the jar would be packed with notes. Mostly doodles, jokes, or funny moments we had that our CFHB boss wouldn't find funny. All of us but her would be laughing, having a great time at the holiday parties recalling the moments the notes were written. Of course she didn't like that, since we weren't using the memory jar for what she intended it for, even though we looked forward to reliving the dumb and good times we all had together. So after a couple years of that, she said the jar was only to be used for writing client compliments we'd received, or moments we had with our clients we were proud of, and no more nonsense. After that all, except one of us, the kiss ass, stopped writing in the jar, and it would only be a quarter of the way filled by the end of the year. She starts reading through the notes, and realizes they were either written by her or TKA. She'd pull them out frustrated and say, "Wow, another note from me, and another one from TKA. What a surprise." Needless to say, that was the last time we did the memory jar. She would still put it out, but no one wanted to put anything in it because she'd read the notes after they'd be put in and throw them out if they weren't what she was looking for. I've lived in the South all my life, which of course means a lot of stupid bullcrap happens. In junior high, there was a rule we had about our school computers and games/YouTube, namely, that we could not do anything in relation to them without them being educational. This started a whole underground operation. Students started up Discord servers and even allied with each other with mods and everything. Oddly enough, Discord was not blocked on the school's website blocker system. We all made schedules to bring in DS systems, Game Boys, Pokemon cards, mobiles, the works, anything we could bring into rooms to pass off as an unofficial club. One of the smartest kids in the system managed to show us which games weren't blocked off the school network, how to log into the teacher's Wi-Fi, how to bypass administrative controls on the school laptops before we switched to Chromebooks, the best places to pirate games and emulators, etc. We all basically became experts at quickly switching screens, and every week we all snuck out at lunchtime to one of the teachers' rooms to play co-op and multiplayer in person and make better friendly contact. It quickly unraveled after our principal raged on us about grades, and in the following years, we switched to Chromebooks, but it was a good time. I still keep in contact with some of the gang every now and then. Another year, there was a massive event we all dubbed Fight Week. Drama between girls or guy friends all managed to come to a head, and every day for about a week, there was at least one, if not 3 fights. The same principal gave this huge talk about respect, accountability, how we should be old enough to know better, which made us all laugh inside, because that statement is obviously wrong, and ended with stating that fighting should not happen on campus during school. I think you might know what happened from there. Students kept their quarrels hidden and would plan to fight either after school ended on the football field or take it somewhere around the block, such as the CVS parking lot right across the street for example. One mad lad managed to even somehow create admission tickets to watch these two girls fight out on the lot of an abandoned gas station and use the money to start his own little side business of redistributing pieces of gum and even a possible pyramid scheme. What a wild time. TLDR. Principal says no games and no fighting on school grounds. We all invent a little systems to circumvent both of those to piss her off. Finally a chance to tell this story. Back in 2006 our ICT teacher was sick of us all playing flash games online and restricted the internet, so all of year 11th, 15-16 couldn't use the internet. Part of the module had to be done on the internet. There wasn't any way around it, so the teacher decided to give us all her teacher's login so we could get the module done. Long story short, because we were all sharing her account, all her passwords etc. were saved, and someone managed to go on to her eBay and added a bid of £80 to some teapot that was going for £70. I don't know why it was so expensive. Then someone else went and changed the maximum bid £500, logged out of her eBay, logged into his, and bid £495 on the same pot, meaning the teacher lost out on £500. They were able to get eBay to retract that bid as far as I know, but she was raging, as I'm not too sure on the ins and outs of it, only remember her screaming demanding to know who done it. The bids of £500 and £495 on the other account were cancelled, but the teacher still had to pay £80 for the teapot as that bid still stood. Kid got excluded. Fast forward about 4 years later, the school shut down. By shut down I mean went from an art academy to a regular school. They built a new state-of-the-art building, gave it a new name, but it was still the same school. Imagine ABC Art Academy changing to ABC Secondary, like it's that subtle a name change. I went back a few years ago to see my niece's school play, and lo and behold, in a trophy cabinet is the teapot with a little plaque saying from now on teachers will always be watching what you do. TLDR. Kid bid on teacher's eBay because we had access to her account after they banned the internet at school, won an item, and now the school has been rebuilt. It resides in the trophy cabinet. When I was in high school, the only boys' bathroom didn't have a door on it. It hadn't had a door in so long that nobody remembered why there was no door, but it was probably to punish some kind of behavior. and the door was long thrown out, so there wasn't one to put back on point. The thing was the door faced the urinals, which had a mirror wall over them, so you not only had to stare into your own face while you peed, but anyone in the hall got to stare at your back. The best part was the mirrors also gave a reflected view of the toilet stalls, which also had no doors. There was this one guy, I swear he was mildly slow, if you get my meaning, not disabled, but was notorious for not thinking things through. He got in the habit of peeing in the urinal, then turning to face the open door and helicopter swinging his admittedly impressive unit in view of anyone walking by. Boys, girls, teachers, he knew what he had and didn't mind showing off what the good Lord give him. So eventually he gets suspended for exposing himself. His parents pitched a beach to the local news about their son being suspended for urinating with his penis exposed, and the school was forced to admit the problem was there was no door on the bathroom, which the news sent a crew out to film, and I was briefly famous for volunteering to fake urinate for the camera. A matter of days later, a contractor was installing a door on the bathroom and Steve was back at school with an expunged record. As a means to assure that every customer was taken care of, because of a clearly BS reviewer Karen left on Yelp, our manager made it a rule to not fully close up shop until all customers were gone. To clarify, I worked as a sales associate for a furniture store when I was 20 as a means to make some money while I was finishing community college. Our store closed at 7 p.m. and our manager, being the overly ambitious businessman he was, demanded that we stay open for business until literally every customer leaves. He even made it taboo to even kindly tell customers that we close soon. His rule was that the doors stay open until 7:10, and if someone walks in within that time frame, we have to take care of them, despite it being past closing time and employees wanting to go home and enjoy their lives. He said we had to keep going and didn't care if we were still there until 9:00 p.m. This went on for at least 2 weeks and it even started to create some awkward moments with customers. One couple walked in and realized we were technically closed when they saw the sign showing our hours. As they were leaving, my manager tried to force me to assist them as they were leaving, putting me in an awkward position. As the time went on, we just kind of said, "fuck it," and locked up shop. When it was time to took care of any last minute customers that happened to still be there, so normal stuff. It helped since there were days my manager would leave a little earlier than us because of his schedule, and since he was gone, we just started locking the doors. Eventually, after 2 weeks, we just locked up, and he just never said anything about the subject. I realize this is a pretty weird one and most definitely a super anticlimactic one compared to all of the other ones posted here. Regardless, I wanted to tell either way. In a previous job I worked in a building that was owned by the parent company, with the subsidiaries all in the same building. Across the other side of the road was another building that was rented out for the admin department. After I got seriously ill I had a period of time signed off sick, and when I returned I had to work differently, including going for a brief walk around the building twice a day to give my back a rest. This was recommended by their own occupational health doctor. So due to my absence etc. I was put on review by hours. The hour lady was really understanding and just saw it more as a formality. Just before I left she did, and a new hour person was brought in, who did absolutely everything by the book, to the letter. She noticed a couple of occasions I had swiped to get into other areas of the building without clocking out, and so insisted that I clocked out whenever I went outside or to a different part of the building and then clocked back in. The union rep pointed out she couldn't stipulate the rule for one, and so the new hour lady got it put in as a rule for the whole company. This is where it got fun. The system was set up to flag more than 3 breaks a day, clocking in and out. But with the new rule, every time we had a meeting in the building across the road or somewhere else on our site we had to clock in and out. Each time it flagged she would have to go check the reason and manually change the reason from lunch break to meeting. This meant for the 150 people in our department, they were all clocking in and out up to 6 times a day, and she had to change each one manually. Needless to say, the rule only lasted a week. The district automatically put teachers on leave if they were accused of harassment of any kind by students. We were still paid, but we were out for 1 to 2 months with the stress of an investigation that could ruin our careers and destroy our reputation, regardless of the outcome and our proven innocence. There was no effective punishment for falsely accusing your teacher of beating you, rapping you, etc. for both students and their families. The kids catch on quick and waste no time. Why go to math class when a few rumors means no math teacher for the most of the semester? Not enough subs, not enough teachers. Why not? Fast forward to December. We had so many teachers accused with zero investigations finding any of them guilty. Those in the schools were overwhelmed. I myself had to cover for another teacher and collapsed after losing 1/3 of my body weight. For an extra $10 a day with no way to say no, and many teachers never felt safe enough to come back. They threw out the policy and required substantial evidence to remove the teacher from the school building. Accusations plummeted to almost zero in Eden Taloy. The only student I ever genuinely hated was the one that falsely accused my colleague, drove her to quit, and threatened to accuse me, a gay man, if I didn't pass him, while I myself had just collapsed. He was plenty grown, so I flunked him and left the district. High school. Had a build your own salad station. Had semi-standard lunch trays and then tiny styrofoam trays to use for the salad. Friends and I would make giant salads. Fact, the small styrofoam tray, we'd use the full lunch tray as our plate. Eggs, sliced meats, veggies, bacon bits, tuna, the works. I'm talking massive. Sure, it was a salad, but we'd be stuffed for hours at the same cost as the little dinkiest burnt cheeseburgers the size of a baby's first. So anyway, staff got mad, made a rule. Can only make a salad that fits on the styrofoam plate. Teenage angst kicks in. They're just gonna toss the B&B food out eventually anyway. Why not let us eat? It's healthy too. So we complied, meticulously crafting these new salads to stand tall as sheet. Using scoops on tuna as faking mortar and celery sticks to wall up the sides. It was admittedly over the top. Point staff gets mad again. They buy a faking scale. Same school that won't buy fans for classrooms. Perimeter rooms of the building had no AC. So they get this scale and tell us that we can't go over X ounces or whatever. This has become a friggin' movement at this point. I'd wager more than half the kids in that lunch period starting eating salads once they heard about the resistance. So we are limited by weight now, and it's lowballed as fuck. Now the people who would get normal salads are getting screwed over because their previously acceptable builds are overweight. Fuck it. We double up. We organize. Only take the lettuce. The cheap, light as air iceberg lettuce. Pile that sheet on our styrofoam plates. Builds nicely when other toppings don't need to be considered. We stick with it for a solid 2 weeks or so. We weren't winning, but we were proving a point, I guess. I don't think we were hurting the school at all. Maybe excess waste in toppings, but who knows. What I do know is after those 2 weeks of god-awful giant lettuce meals every day, we walk into lunch and see no more salad station. Instead we got pre-made legit chicken Caesar salads, Southwest salads, pasta turkey salads, the works. Yeah, they weren't huge, but they were always fresh, tasted great, and kept us filled. Plus they gave us a sheetload more time to actually eat. Point, I'm still not sure who really won or lost there, but we felt like we had an effect on something, and that tasted better than any 6-day-old wilted pile of iceberg. In the 8th grade they called all of the girls into a big conference room to have a dress code meeting. Typical skirts/shorts had to be at least finger length with your hands to your side. Shirts couldn't have a neckline lower than a credit card from your collarbone. In mad disbelief as an adolescent who was cursed with D cups at 13, I raised my hand and asked if teachers had to follow this rule too. I was told yes by the male guidance counselor who was leading the intervention. I then pointed out the 3 or 4 female teachers in the room who were breaking the credit card rule and asked if they had to put on old gym shirts then. The next day, all of the 8th grade girls showed up in white v-necks with bright colored bras and had made necklaces out of old gift cards to wear around our necks. The credit card rule was quickly abandoned. Point, in hindsight, I realized that pointing out those female teachers was probably not very tactful. I'll add that the shirts they were wearing were business professional/casual and 100% acceptable in the workplace in my current opinion as an adult, but they did break the credit card rule. I was an angry teenager who felt embarrassed by my body, and that was a coup de grace for me. The days leading up to this, a friend of mine, who was much smaller than me, and I unintentionally wore the same shirt from Old Navy in different colors. I was sent to the office by a male teacher and had to put on a gross shame shirt, and she didn't. I had a lot of friends who were taller, with longer arms, and got in trouble for their shorts often. You can't make a one-size-fits-all dress code when your students don't all have the same body. My high school would issue a detention if you were late 3 times in a term. Once I had my license, this was too easy. If I was late twice, no big deal. Once the 3rd time rolled around, if I was going to be late, I just turned around and went home. Skipped a bunch of school, not an excessive amount. I was a, let's say, decent student, and my mom would ask why I wasn't there. I just told her that I was going to be 3 minutes late, and that would have gotten me a detention, so I came back home. She was fine with it, seeing as the rule was dumb. Also, when I say I would be running late, I mean less than 5 minutes late to the prep period. You don't even do anything there, except wait for the bell to ring and go off to your first class of the day. I could have been 30 minutes late and still made it to my first class after a few times the school called my house phone. For those of you who don't know, phones used to not have screens and they were connected to the wall with a cord, and I answered. They asked why I wasn't in school, and I told them the truth. Here's what happened. Nothing. The woman in the office laughed and said that was fair. They never changed the rule. Point at it. When I say I skipped, I didn't intentionally skip. I just turned around and went home if I realized I couldn't make it on time. Used to work for an airline company, loading and unloading planes that flew into remote regional areas. We worked part-time on a rotating roster, with staggered start and finish times to accommodate the fact that at rush hour the planes all landed and took off roughly 10 to 15 minutes apart. So if you had a shift finishing at 19:15, for example, your last plane of the day would be scheduled to leave at around 1900, giving you time to finish loading it and be back to collect your things and go home. There is also a window there to allow for a slight delay, which anyone who has traveled before knows is very common. One day though, someone from management must have looked at the roster and the plane schedule and decided that if the plane is meant to leave at 1900, then the shift should also finish at 1900, and they came up with a new roster which also reduced our total hours. The first question everyone had was what happens if the plane is delayed? To which management said you'll be offered the chance to stay back until the plane departs. We explained that they were going to end up giving us the exact same hours and shifts as the previous roster anyway, so why bother changing it in the first place? Management didn't agree. So the first day of the new roster comes around and sure enough, half the planes are delayed by 10 to 15 minutes. Management starts asking everyone if they want to stay back for 15 minutes and 90% of staff said no. Why would we stay back for an extra $3 pay to save you tens of thousands of dollars? Companies are fined heavily by airports for delays and overstaying their allocated time on the gate. When we said this would happen and to not change the roster in the first place. On the second day there was a massive storm and every plane was delayed by 45 plus minutes as 2 of the runways were closed due to the wind. Everyone went home before the planes even landed, and in the end management had to come out of their offices in their suits and ties to unload and load these planes in the pouring rain. There were news reports that some people were waiting over an hour in baggage claim. Some of the planes were delayed by a further hour or two as the handful of management staff couldn't do the work of the 30 staff who went home when the new and improved roster told them to. On the third day there was an email that we would be returning to the previous roster as of next week. The fines and bad publicity cost them more than their new roster would have saved in 5 years. Our workplace wanted to cut down on waste, as it was costing them money each time our bins were emptied. We are talking large, size of a camper van bins. We were encouraged to separate our waste into recyclable materials as much as possible, as this cost them less to dispose of. Their methods were as follows. Remove 2 of the general waste bins, replace them with 2 recycling bins, have them emptied once a week instead of twice a week. Already, people knew this wasn't going to work, but still it went ahead. People did everything they could to separate recyclable waste, which in turn resulted in complaints from the recycling company that we were sending waste that, surprise surprise, wasn't eligible for recycling. So we were told to avoid doing that. This resulted in the general waste bins being completely overfilled, bags of rubbish piled high and spilling over. We were simply told, try harder to separate recyclable materials. This was despite the complaints we'd already had, which for some departments simply wasn't possible. Paper and dry plastics were okay, but that might only account for 5% of waste. It was the same story every week, with people traipsing around trying to find the bin that was the least full, which wasn't the easiest task, since the various waste areas were hundreds of feet away from each other, and you might walk all the way carrying heavy bags, only to find the other bin is even more full. The situation reached a hilarious climax during a site-wide audit. The bins were almost at bursting point, so one of the higher-ups had the amazing idea, if the bins get overfilled, it'll look really bad for our company. We should lock them shut so nobody can put any more waste inside. You can guess what happens next, right? People walk all that way to find they can't even open the bins, so they just put the bags on the ground. As the day goes by, more and more rubbish bags pile up. What alternative was there? Keep them piled up in your work area. And so, the auditors got to see the wonderful trash piles in all their glory, and the higher-ups were given a stern bowl locking point. Within a week, things were back to normal. I was a size admin at a call center for 11 years. One or our locations in another state, didn't take phone calls, was chat support only, and to clock in you had to sign into an app on your computer. I don't think it was a lawsuit, but a bunch of employees rallied together saying they wanted to be paid for lost wages, because powering on their PC, signing in, and opening the app to clock in was considered work. This is an honest concern, but here's where it gets dumb. My call center pay by switch, and dozens of others in our company, which meant when you sat down at your desk you typed your login ID into the phone, it automatically clocked you in, then you could start your PC up for the day. So we didn't have this issue. The CEO of the company decided the best course of action was to set up laptops at every entrance that always had the time clock software open, so you could clock in as soon as you entered the building. Didn't matter if your center was already pay by switch. This was a company-wide policy. Do you know what happens when there's only 8 laptops and about 400 employees each shift? A line forms. People then began to complain about not being able to clock in on time because of the line, so they then introduced paper faking timesheets to pick up if the line was too long. This meant their supervisor had to manually enter all their time. So now you have people lying about their time on paper, supervisors getting a few extra hours of overtime each week to enter time, and it was an absolute shit show. This company used to be a #1 call center vendor with 40 plus locations in just the US, and about 50 more worldwide. This company now has about 10 total left. The above is not the only business practice like this that happened. We get a new head teacher at my fairly upper-class very tame high school. Said head teacher had previously worked in a borstal, usually disadvantaged kids, pretty rough job, and decided to implement a slew of rules that were frankly unnecessary at our goody two-shoes school. One of these was the walk on the left system, which was meant to make the traffic in our hallways easier to navigate. Now maybe this would make sense for a huge school, where you have to walk half a mile to your next class, but we were a cohort of less than 1,000, and the most it would take to walk between classes was 2 minutes. So, somehow, the collective student body decided we were going to take the walk on the left system completely seriously. And by seriously I mean, we would all walk only left. Left-hand turns only. This effectively created very long and arduous routes to get from one classroom to the next. Your next class is in the room next door. No, instead of turning right, we would go left, head down the stairs to the bottom of the building, walk all the way around, come up a different flight of stairs to the floor below, trek to the other staircase to get up the final floor. So we would always be turning left. 2-minute walks. We are becoming 6 to 7 minute walks. The faculty, who had never seen us do anything particularly bad up until the point, kind of just allowed it. We were walking on the left, and we were all being very orderly, so they let us get away with it, but started marking whole classes as late to arrive. Pretty much every student was being marked as late to class. Suffice to say, after a week, all of the walk on the left signs miraculously disappeared. This head teacher did plenty of other strange things during the time I was a student there, one of which led to a particularly long and heated email exchange between them and myself. Weird guy. Used to work overnight at a department store that was consistently top 3 in company-wide annual profit in the country. Same for amount of freight we received. And we were incredibly understaffed. Always around the last quarter of the year, sheet would turn up to 11 big time because of Black Friday/Christmas. 25,000 plus unit shipments that would need to be unloaded, processed, merchandised and backstocked by like 6 to 8 people, in addition to fulfilling 500 to K online ordered units a night. As you can imagine, it would not take very long for us to absolutely swimming in unprocessed stock and a million things sitting around unfinished. Our measly, exhausted overnight team could only ever handle so much. We begged, we pleaded, hire more people, raise the sheet wages so people will actually faking apply, give full-time hours to some of the part-timers or seasonal workers, schedule more people dayside to pick up some of the slack, faking call people in, anything. But nope, never got sheet, except the occasional seasonal drifter who half-assed and dragged their feet because they only make $8 an hour. So why the fuck would they give a sheet? I sure wouldn't. As it so happens, we also got somewhat regular visits during this time of year when our loading dock is so filled with freight that there is only a single file lane to walk through the entire room, where your shoulders are constantly bumping into U-boats and pallets stacked high with sheet the whole way. These visits were usually from a district or regional manager who was coming to check up on things and see how we were doing, especially during this crazy time of year. Problem is, these visits were always announced ahead of time. Always. Might as well never even do them if you're gonna telegraph them like that. So what did our general manager do? Every single time he knew a visit was incoming, have me take every single one of those boats and pallets of way overdue stock and load it all onto one of the empty truck trailers outside our dock, close the door, and lock it. Lo and behold, the district/regional comes and visits, sees that we are absolutely crushing it because our dock is spotless, gives a big pat on the back to the GM, then facts off back to their office hours and hours away. Eventually, I cracked. At the apex of our poor overnight team getting annihilated by the seasonal workload, we had another visit incoming. As usual, I smiled and nodded when given the order to essentially hide our colossal mountain of problems away from our superiors. I even followed through with it. But about a half hour before our glorious visitor arrived, with a sheet-eating grin on my face and a simmering boil in my blood, I hastily undid every ounce of my work when I knew the GM was busy at the front of the store. Finished it up just minutes before the arrival, punched out, and drove on home wondering if I'd even be employed tomorrow. Before I even fell asleep 2 hours later, my supervisor texted me saying the regional manager had mercilessly ripped into our senior management and then put in word with corporate for all the overpass team to get raises. Still quit 3 months later. I work in a 24/7 crisis call center. During the overpass shifts, you don't actually take formal breaks even though they are scheduled. You take breaks around the calls. This is because call demand changes, and sometimes there may be a call waiting that a free clinician can take. It's an informal rule that clinicians won't take their breaks as scheduled. If the call demand is really high and constant, clinicians may actually not take any breaks in their entire shift. People who worked the overpass shift used to leave as soon as the morning team were in and ready, which meant staff were finishing 15 minutes early. It was never a big deal. Staff would stay till the actual time, or do what, if it was needed, but after a long bad shift, it was nice to just leave immediately. One of the morning clinicians made a formal complaint about staff leaving early. Until then everyone knew it was practice, however an informal issue. The leadership had to mandate clinicians stay logged in until the actual end of their shift. The overpass team got frustrated at this, because it means they get caught in morning traffic, potentially pick up calls which lead to overtime, or it is generally unnecessary due to low call demand at that time of morning. Since clinicians have to stay till the end, we've started formally taking our scheduled breaks. This means that, if there's a call whilst we are on break and no one can answer it, the staff on breaks won't respond to it. Sometimes this results in a missed call. We do check the system after to contact the client and support them, but if they are in crisis and all attending clinicians are busy, that call may be abandoned, and the client unsupported in that moment of crisis. Some friends and I dressed up like the Drudges from A Clockwork Orange one year for Halloween. Being in the States, we didn't have access to the big foam cups they wear over their junk, so we got a package of extra large white briefs and wore them over baseball cups for the same effect. This was at a school in the Bible Belt of East Texas, and the administration staff was not too happy. The person in charge of dealing with students saw us in the hallway and tried to get us to remove our costumes. He was also a preacher. First, because of our weapons, which were plastic props from Walmart, but similar props were being used by many other students. When that didn't work, he tried on the grounds of not being allowed to dress up like characters from R-rated movies. This was never stated anywhere, and was obviously just him reaching for excuses. He finally thought he could get us to at least remove the underwear and baseball cups, because our handbook stated that underwear cannot be visible. This would have been true, but there was a huge typo that stated underwear must be visible at all times instead of the intended cannot be visible at any time. Fortunately, we came prepared with our handbooks in case this was brought up. After showing him the error in the handbook and calling him out for being in violation and not setting a good example for students, he backed off. We were kind of dicks, as all kids can be. The next day, new copies of the updated handbook were on every desk in the school during homeroom, and everyone was required to acknowledge and sign it. The only difference was the sentence about underwear requirements. Everything else was the same. Thousands of sheets of paper and hundreds of dollars worth of toner were used to print out the whole handbook instead of just the pages that needed amending. My school made us go to our head of house if we were sick. School had 4 houses and there was a teacher who was the head of each. But first you had to go to the school office to tell them you weren't feeling well. Then you had to hunt down your OH and have them approve you sitting in the medical room. You could have a medical problem or look like you were going to die, but you still had to go unless you required actual medical attention from a professional. Fun fact, school office and OH were often on opposite ends of a fairly large school. Were you at least allowed to take the shortcut through the foyer to cut the time down significantly? Nope. You have to walk all the way back out and be on the far east side of the school, then head to the furthest west point of the school. Don't go passing out, throwing up, or collapsing from a medical emergency while being 100% unsupervised. So I nearly passed out a few times from this. Type 1 diabetes related, since it was poorly controlled at the time, and I tried rebelling against it like an idiot. Then they called my mother and left a voicemail to tell her I'd collapsed/passed out. Then they told her I didn't actually pass out or collapse, even though they left a message saying otherwise. They very quickly undid this rule for people. My secondary school was a faking shit show overall, but some of the teachers were genuinely good with people's medical problems. Not my OH, they were just frustrating with my condition, but that's another story. The no physical contact rule at my middle school. Everybody thought it was a no fighting rule until I got suspended and the principal said that he is putting physical contact in my record. I got suspended for slapping someone. So, no physical contact. What could backfire? Things backfired on the school staff itself, as one day, a girl just randomly walked up to a guy and slapped him. The guy punched her back. Then a teacher who saw this legit put the guy in faking rear headlock and dragged him to the office and told the girl to go to the office. Everybody in the school was shocked that a teacher legit put a guy in a headlock and dragged him all the way to the office. The teacher didn't even get fired. That isn't even the worst part. The guy got like a multi-day in school suspension, and the girl who initiated the fight and slapped him got nothing. No detention, no suspension, not even a verbal warning. It became a big deal where literally half the school across our grades was against the gender inequality that just happened and against the actions the staff took against him. Some were neutral and all the toxic girls were celebrating this inequality. Keyword, toxic. So not only did the school and staff violate their own rules by putting the guy in a headlock, but they didn't even suspend or even give the girl that slapped the guy and initiated the fight a verbal warning. The guy got headlocked by a teacher and dragged to the office and suspended for like 3 days, and they didn't even give the girl a verbal warning. After this incident, the teacher got no warning and still had his job, and the boy's family decided to move and put him in a different school. I posted about this on another sub before, but let's go point I'm in it. Mainly as a dev, but I do some support related stuff on the side. With the current global health crisis, our office has implemented a maximum one person per space in the office rule. This goes accompanied with a system where you can sign up for a day in the office, which then lets you know which day and which room you're assigned. This is all neatly integrated with our physical access management, so you cannot enter the building outside of your allotted day. Now, there's another rule that completely prevents any kind of management hardware from leaving the building. This is not the part that backfires. The office queue system has an exception for C***O staff for this very reason. However, when our CEO's computer refuses to boot up properly, and they need a tech-owned site, that's a whole different matter. I was in the office queue for the better part of 2 weeks, before I was able to get into the building, and have a look at his PC. Turns out it was a faulty power supply unit, in fact, a short-circuiting, and actively smoking as I turned it on power supply unit. No worries, let's order a new one, have it delivered tomorrow and I'll be happy to submit my next request into the office queue in order to swap the old one for the new one. The poor CEO had to work on the tiniest of notebooks for pretty much a month. Edit. I need to proofread before I post. Like almost 20 years ago, when I was a newbie, I was very young 20, and very thin 120 pounds. At the office we had dress down Fridays. Now the other ladies I worked with were perhaps 20 years older than me, and considerably more overweight. Each Friday these ladies would wear leggings and a long shirt, a t-shirt or long sweater depending on the weather. One Friday I decided to wear leggings and a sweater. I was very professional looking, and it was then I was called into ours, and this is a summary of how the conversation went. By the way, I worked in a law office. Bowers, there have been several complaints about your attire today and many deem it inappropriate. Me, really? What makes it so inappropriate? Bowers, it seems your outfit is distracting to others. Me, how? I'm wearing the similar outfit as other clerks. What is wrong with it? Bowers, there haven't been complaints about others' outfits, only yours. Me interrupting. So let me get this straight. I'm getting complained about because my outfit is distracting, because I look a certain way and have a certain body type which differs from others in the office. Bowers tried to interrupt, and even though I'm dressed in leggings and a sweater, similar to others' outfits, I'm being picked out of the crowd because I have this body type and it's being deemed distracting? Pretty sure that if I had the same physique as the other clerks, probably wouldn't be complained about, would I? It really seems like I'm getting disciplined for being thin, something I can't control. Does this sound right to you? Bowers, no, that is not the point we are making. Me, then what is the issue about my outfit? What makes it so wrong for me? If it's okay for others. Ours cut the meeting short, and then shortly after that a memo went around where dress down Fridays must be jeans and a company issued golf shirt. The girl who complained about me ended up a year later getting one of the stomach surgeries to make her tummy smaller. My boss was extremely petty, greedy, and vile. He didn't want to waste one single penny, and if you finished your work and had nothing else to do immediately, even if you were just waiting for the next task/assignment to become available, or for an email reply/call back, he would encourage you to clean the office. And it was a big office, because he didn't want to spend the money to hire a cleaner. Keep in mind this is a multi-millionaire real estate developer. He was not hurting for funds. He was just as cheap as they come. One day, as he was forcing a co-worker, a designer/architect at that, to vacuum the office, since he was waiting on feedback from a job site, the vacuum turned out to be broken. He advised the architect to start picking up any lint off the floor he can find by hand. Following that incident and this policy, productivity across the office slowed down tremendously, and it seemed like we were all far too busy to clean the office, which we had hoped would convince him to hire someone to do it, so we can focus on our work. He finally relented, but only after trying to force an accountant to do it, only to realize the time the accountant lost in doing so had cost him more than just hiring a cleaner. To begin with. Few months later, most of the workforce ended up quitting the job out of disgust with him. To my knowledge he started hiring senior citizens and recent college grads who won't protest the variety of tasks he wants to saddle employees with, as they would have fewer options when it comes to job availability. I worked in a cafe for about 2 months my freshman year of college. Employees were not allowed to have keys. The manager would come open the store and then come lock up the store. I mentioned multiple times that the reason we weren't ready to open on time was almost always because the manager showed up late. More often than not, when customers were already waiting outside with us and we are still half an hour from being open. Anyway, the manager was like, yeah, this is a bad system, and the owner is like, this is my faking store and there will be one and only one key. And his solution was to take the key from her and do this himself. Obviously he then demoted her because he was doing her job, which was as crazy and weird as it sounds, and I gave my 2 weeks on the spot. Now, every one of the employees lived in the city, and most of us were within walking distance of the cafe. I actually walked by it multiple times a day on my way to and from class. The owner lived an hour away, several suburbs away from the city. Think like Connecticut or something. One night a few days before my last shift, I was walking by with some friends when I saw 2 of my coworkers standing outside the building. So I walk over and I'm like, yo, what's up? And they're like, I don't know, it looks like someone left the coffee pot on. Now, this is one of those large cafe style pots. It's big and metal and hot. Normally, with a full container on top, it can be on all day and there's no issue. Remove all the liquid from that container and leave it on for an extended period of time. It's gonna superheat and you're going to have a problem. Sitting directly next to it, absolutely touching it, were stacks and stacks of paper cups. You can tell the coffee pot is on because it had all these dumb lights all over it that were only on when the machine was, and the machine was right next to the window. One of the first things we learned was never to leave this thing on overnight and always double check to make sure it's off point. So I call the owner because I'm done here anyway and he can act like a psycho to me and I can just hang up and move on with my life. He's like, and I quote, okay, so open the door and turn it off. His rule, of course, made that impossible. When I told him this, he groaned in the kind of way only a true asshole can groan. It's the groan of a man who under no circumstances wants to do his job and resents anyone asking him to do it, or even the bare minimum. Like for example waddle his ass to his car and drive down to the city in order to stop his business from burning down. So I'm like, dude, I'm gonna call 911. He is like, no, don't do that, I'll be there soon. I'm like, bro, people live above your cafe. I'm calling 911. I call 911. The cups start smoking shortly thereafter, and I honestly thought I was dreaming the situation. The fire department arrived just in time to have to smash out the front windows and destroy the place with hoses. The place sustained significant fire damage and had to close. Dude starts coaching us on what to say to the insurance company, and I'm just like, you owe me a final paycheck, and I bounced. Never got that check. Around 2015-ish, the new FLSA rules went into effect in the US. Essentially, the FLSA rules states that salaried employees earning below a certain threshold could no longer be considered salaried and must be paid hourly. The idea being that employers can't abuse overtime and the employee would be properly compensated for any work beyond the standard 40 hours at the time. I was one of those salaried employees, working a crazy amount of odd doing tech work at an accounting firm. My employment agreement had my salary calculated based on a certain number of expected hours. After the FLSA rules went into effect, I started entering my hours into the time clock system. However, my employer still expected me to continue working the expected hours. They threw around the phrase contractual obligation. 100% bullshit. Even after getting legal advice and affirming my rights, my employer continued to play the contract card. I was not a contract employee. I was not contractual obligated to working anything beyond 40 hours a week. And if I did, they would need to pay me the required compensation. That battle didn't go on for that long because I found a much better, higher paying job a few months later. But yay, it boggles my mind that an accounting company could think that they would be able to skirt federal labor laws without repercussion. Edit. I guess I didn't answer the backfire portion of the question. After I quit, there was a chain reaction of sorts that occurred in my own department. Tasks got reassigned, another person realized they were being faked, and then quit. Another shuffle happened. The same thing happened, and another person quit. Then, one of the other guys in the depth literally had a breakdown in the middle of the day. I won't get into details, but it wasn't good. Outside of the department, many other employees realized how badly they were being screwed, and also resigned. TLDR, the company didn't want to pay out, and ended up losing dozens of good employees, because of their greed. At my high school, in about junior year they implemented a rule that, if you were late to class, and didn't have a note from a parent, you were sent to tardy detention, and would not be allowed to go to class. In tardy detention, you weren't allowed to have your phone, or do your class/homework for any of your actual classes. You had to do the worksheets they had for that detention, which was SAT prep work. Being a senior, when I got most of my tardy detentions, I didn't need the prep cause I had already taken my SATs. So whenever I was late to class, I usually just parked my car way in the back of the student parking, and just hung out doing my actual homework, since I wouldn't be allowed to do it in the school. Pretty sure a bunch of others did the same, and eventually the teachers got fed up. Some teachers would just let you into class, even if you were late, given that you didn't go to the office first, and the tardy detention monitors just stopped caring about what you did during tardy detention, but would tell the kids to put away their other stuff if they thought they saw the principal. Another, albeit less useless rule for sure, happened after Parkland. I'm from Florida, so in the months after that they locked all the school doors, except the front entrance after first period. The thing is, the student parking is at the back entrance and there was no path around the school. And a bunch of seniors had free periods that happened to be first period. Hence a whole crowd of seniors waiting at the back door at the beginning of second period, just waiting for someone to walk by and open the door from the inside. Lots of people late. One day we had a school pep rally type thing that was just totally useless. I think it was some BMX performance that none of us were really interested in, so a bunch of us skipped first, second, and the pep rally itself, and just came at the beginning of third period. When we all got to the back door there was a teacher there taking all our names and sending us straight to the office because he thought we had all just skipped the pep rally. A bunch of kids getting in trouble for skipping when they were really just absent until third period. We all ended up missing third because of this too. Some kids didn't have permission to miss this, but a bunch of kids, like me, had permission from their parents to miss the pep rally because it wasn't necessary. It was just stupid. I missed a class to get yelled at for something I didn't even do. They also took my phone, so I couldn't call my dad to get him to explain that I had permission. I used to be a phone tech at a Sprint store on the edge of the greater city area bordering a much more rural township. Sprint's policy that they even teach the techs in the 2-week certification courses as a tech. When someone comes into the store and all other employees are engaged with customers, you must stop what you are doing and go out front to greet them and help them. This is terribly flawed, of course, because people who really want your services left their phones with you to get fixed. Spending time with customers up front who just want questions answered or whatever wastes time for a tech. I openly refused to do this. Instead I focused solely on phone repairs and troubleshooting, including answering phones while everyone was busy. Often these calls were tech-related problems anyway, or an angry person that they sent back to me because I was good at swearing with them and making them feel like I was frustrated with them, and ultimately calmed them down. Because of this, our store had one of the highest customer retention rates. I even sent customers to other businesses since we weren't carrying tempered glass screen protectors yet, and after fixing broken screens for them, I'd demo my tempered glass screen protector and tell them what business to buy them from, essentially ensuring the customers didn't pay ridiculous repair or replacement fees to Sprint. Those customers always came back to see me. Our customer retention rate was so good that when I no call no show quit, For personal reasons nothing to do with that store or the employees or Sprint, they called me up several months later asking if I wanted my job back cause they needed me. I did ultimately quit though. Our awesome manager moved on to a better career job as a rep for a chemical company or something, and the new manager was a money-hungry metrics obsessor who loved licking the boots of our GM cause he looked good on paper. He actually pounded on the window to the tech room and screamed at me often for not greeting customers. He wanted sales. He didn't realize sales weren't the reason for our customer retention. Needless to say the day I quit was the day he refused to give me off to go see a Nine Inch Nails show. I went to the show. It was my 9th time seeing Nine Inch Nails, wearing my t-shirt from the 99 Fragility tour, and Reznor said on stage it was the 99th show that particular band membership of the time had played together. It was a peak nin show for me, and I did not regret leaving Sprint behind one bit. I had done my good work for that store, and was rewarded with a musical religious experience XD. High school, Czech Republic. I think I was in 3rd year, out of 4, when they decided to implement a new rule to tackle tardiness. From now on, if you are more than 15 minutes late, you will not be allowed into the classroom, and will be marked as absent. Sound okay, right? What could possibly go wrong? Well, first of all, 15 minutes out of a 45-minute lesson is a long time, and now that there was a written rule, teachers also by implication had to let you in if you came within 15 minutes of the lesson starting. So they basically gave everyone a license to just casually stroll in 5 to 10 minutes late if they did not feel like hurrying or had something better to do during breakpoint. Second, they did not in any way make a record of when you actually showed up or make people do something else like go to the school office to sign in and wait there. So if you were 15 minutes late, you basically had a free pass for the next hour. If the lesson was a 90-minute block, even better, because with the 15-minute break at the end and 15 extra minutes for the break in the middle that did not happen, this gave you 2 hours of free time. And third, the parents were made aware of this rule change, and traffic in Prague is notoriously bad, whether you go by car or public transit. So as long as you did not do it so often that you would fail the class, everyone basically had a free pass to skip lessons, as long as they were the first lesson that day or the first one after lunch break. Just go hang out wherever, show up for the next lesson, and when you get home tell the parents that the bus was late and you did not make it within 15 minutes of the bell, so you need a note excusing your absence. I work at a place that simultaneously had hot desking and adjustable chairs/tables/monitors. There's a couple of desks I don't sit at. Those specific people get grumpy when their chair/monitor/desk settings get changed. No biggie, but it really sucked when they tried to squeeze more people onto our floor and those people would take the seats in our area, which meant people in the team had to go sit on a different area, which meant more going around looking for people to answer simple questions. My team lead at the time literally printed off and laminated desk reservation cards to leave on desks overnight. Though a passing department head saw it and chewed him out. It was only resolved when 2020 happened and people got laid off, freeing up a bunch of desks. Depressing. I also eventually got attached to one desk, since there wasn't a constant struggle to get whatever was free anymore. It's still an issue. Sometimes a member of one of the sub-teams that usually sits on a different floor has to come and sit with us because the floor was full. But also for whatever reason I used to see the other department head working at an on-desk area. Addendum, I'd love to go. Well, company policy is hot desking, and yet they've put too many people on my floor, so I don't have a desk today. So I'm gonna go down and work in the cafe area, but my job is spreadsheets 8 hours a day. I'm not doing that sheet on just a laptop screen. Hot desking only seems to work great for people who only do emails. Probably whoever came up with it. Other addendum. It's really handy for the few people who have to float around between teams because of heavy involvement in project work. Some people of the team are only seen 1 or 2 days a week. But there's only like 1 or 2 of these for the 10 in the team. Other addendum. The other site doesn't have hot desking and they're doing fine. That being said, I have to admit not needing to pack up my desk is really handy when moving roles and makes for significantly easier handover. since I'd be able to start sitting my new team early. Makes me less attached to work too. I was working as a business analyst in a company that sells IT hardware to other companies. The company had a rule that when acquiring a new client, if the client has less than 500 employees, we would give the account to the small accounts team. If the client had more than 500 employees, we would assign it to big accounts team. Except that rule was never enforced, so we had a huge amount of big accounts in the small accounts team, like hundreds of millions of dollars in revenue. Our team was then put in charge of reviewing every single account and reassigning it, but that meant breaking the client-salesman relationship of like 40% of all our accounts. My manager said, "Sales guys, it's their job to build relationships." Imagine telling your client that their trusted sales representative has been reassigned and now they get to speak to a new random person. And telling a sales rep that he will lose most of this client relationships and will have to create new ones. Also, did I mention sales rep are punished when they lose a client? So if the new assignment doesn't go well, too bad. All the senior sales managers and the VPs were vehemently opposed the project. Also, they were only told what was gonna happen after we had worked 3 months to review all the accounts. They won and we looked like complete clowns. My solution was to flag all accounts that are misplaced and then only reassign the account when the sales rep either leaves the company, gets reassigned to a new team, or forfeits the account to another rep. That's it. Super simple. Just give it time, and by pure attrition all accounts will end up in the right place. My manager didn't even consider my proposition. Anyway, I don't work there anymore. At one place I worked, we serviced gear made by the company, basically industrial scientific stuff. Won't say what, as it will be obvious who they are, and those that may be in a similar industry may possibly guess from this anyway. So a client would buy a machine that would in all reality work for 15 to 20 years. But some of the add-ons and components would either need repair or replacement. One such device that was part of this machine was a reading mechanism that was compatible with all models of that device. It was pretty much the linchpin of each device, but got a lot of wear day to day. Naturally, these readers would break down occasionally. We operated on the idea of when a client's reader broke down, we would overnight them another reconditioned reader. They would send back this by the same courier. We would fix that one and put it to stock to rotate. So it would come in, we would fix it, and put it on the shelf for the next guy. Generally the readers are quite reliable, but they take a while to recondition and repair. We also operated a fixed price for it. It was something like, if it was under 2 years old it was all free, otherwise it was something like £3,000 to swap it for a refurb unit or with a brand new 2-year warranty. Some repairs were quite expensive, some were not, some were write-offs. Either way, these reader things were pretty much the backbone of this specific device. Every so often, we would take a bunch of readers off the manufacturing lines to replenish our rotating stock. One day word came down that we would no longer operate this way. Regardless of age, the client would send in their readers at their cost. We would then quote for repair, wait for the approval and purchase order to go through, wait for the work order to come in, and then go ahead and repair it. A process that was a fairly mundane 24-hour thing was now a week or two while admin pulled their fingers out to get around it all, plus our bench time. This was stupid for a few reasons. Without the reader, the client was effectively a machine down for as long as the repair took place. Most clients could stand being one machine down for 24 hours, but more than that, and then you're talking serious downtime. Second, deciding on what the readers needed when they came in wasn't really an investigation. It was more the sort of thing you just did as you go. There was almost an unwritten set pattern to test and repair each part of this reader as you went through the reconditioning process. So once you have the thing apart, there's little point in testing only, as you may as well fix what you find when you get there for each layer of it. Testing the whole thing, raising a report, then storing the reader somewhere while it's in bits, or putting it back together broken, which sometimes was not possible either depending on the problem with it, was a lot of storage time and a big annoyance. From day one we got objections and we were the ones trying to sell the new way to our clients. Of course the boss man was not happy when our clients were raising it up above us to demand answers. The reality dawned when a huge client exercised a break clause in their contract and demanded to return all of their machines. They were in time, Subject to contract, this is something they could happily do. In the week we had spent piddling around with two of their readers with huge quotes. One was a straight £10k for a new reconditioned replacement reader instead of the usual £3k. They were done and had already begun contract negotiations with our only competitor. This raised merry hell. For one thing, the salesman who had won the business had done so only 6 months prior and would have had to hand back a bunch of his commission. For two, this was a huge contract for the company who they were now deciding to try and dick around with point in the end to keep the contract. The boss had us do the refurbs for free and sent out 2 stock units overnight with a tech to fit them for them free of charge. Of course, in that industry, a bunch more clients decided to try and exercise break clauses too, most of which led to free or heavily discounted work. The policy lasted about 6 weeks before it was retired. I'd like to say there was a positive upside. We went back to the old way temporarily. About a year later, the boss managed to find a way to get new units made in China and drop shipped directly to clients from a warehouse in Europe. I gotta say, not only were these units unreliable and usually arrived so far out of whack it took our tech a day to recalibrate it right once fitted to clients' machines. The amount of DOA units we had that either got damaged due to freezing on container ships or other freight related things cost the company dearly in reputation. Instead of drop shipping them, they had to change course to us for checking and testing before going out to customers. They never did get the China manufacturer to do it right. And the biggest thing was, if you bought a new machine, these readers were made in the factory to top standard. It was only replacements that came from China. The sad reality of a boss trying to turn what is essentially an expected standard for that industry into a profit-making department. Most of the people who worked there now work for our competitor. Apparently they too used to work on the whole purchase order thing, but secretly relied on refurbished shell stock they had on shelves to make repairs take only 48 hours. One of the techs they took on from our company explained the approach we used to take and changed up totally to offer the same thing. They can now do full refurb replacements same day, sometimes hourly. The company I used to work for is most certainly second place in the industry now. This fuck up plus a few other cost cutting measures definitely harmed the whole thing. I believe the CEO had to step down after a few years of this cost cutting due to reduced product quality and support really nestling into the fabric of the company. It was pretty rampant. If it works, don't try and manage your way into faking it up. In high school, I was an underachiever and purposely placed in a lower math class to be lazy. The teacher, let's call him Mr. A, was new and was a pompous douche who didn't last more than a year or two. Before students arrived, he would write the assigned homework up on the board for all of his classes. Homework was worth 5 points each day, and before the lesson would begin, he would put up 3 problems from the previous night's homework. Students had the opportunity to volunteer to go up to the whiteboard and do a problem on the board for 5 extra credit points every single day. I would volunteer to do a problem and do little to no homework. It took about a month or so before Mr. A confronted me and my parents about not doing my homework. My parents questioned me about not doing my homework, and I explained to them that I still had an A in the class because I did extra credit every day that I could by correctly doing a problem on the board from the previous night's homework, making up any points I had missed. I got the green light and a laugh from the parents to carry on and keep my lazy ways flash forward to the next test, which I nearly aced, and Mr. A questioning me about it and finally concluding that I was cheating the system. The example problems on the whiteboard stopped being worth extra credit. Not being able to maintain an A in the class any longer without doing homework, I stopped paying attention during class and did the homework for that night. Mr. A hated that I didn't pay attention in class, so he stopped writing the homework on the board at the beginning of class and instead wrote it on the board at the end of class. He wanted me more engaged and participating in the class. I explained that I didn't need to pay attention, that I could teach myself and still do just fine. Something that Mr. A did not want to hear. Following his directions, I started raising my hand more in class and started asking questions that I knew the answers to. Mr. A was onto me, and one day I felt like being more of a pain than usual by asking more questions than Mr. A felt was allowed. I received a detention for asking too many questions. Well worth the punishment. I did my math homework in detention and my parents got an extra chuckle out of the irony. The rest of the class that year was filled with various shenanigans, from the entire class popping/cracking gum during exams to throwing pencils up into the ceiling. The best prank was the sticky hands from vending machines. We figured out that if we cut them up into small enough pieces and throw them up onto the ceiling, they didn't have enough weight to come down. The class would throw them on the ceiling while Mr. A had his back turned, and by the end of the year the ceiling was peppered with red, green, blue, and yellow sticky bits. I ended up with an A in the class. Years ago I worked a family-owned business, 30 to 40 people altogether in the company. But being the premier shop for the industry in our city, we were an extremely busy spot. Anyway, annual inventory time comes around, and oh man, what a colossal series of mistakes that lead to the biggest disaster of inventory management I've ever bared witness to. Mistake #1. Who does the owner select to run said op? The brand new accountant. Yep, the one person in the company who hasn't had her hands on a single product we sell, and she's been with us less than 2 months. Mistake #2. Her plan. Teams of 2, 3-day opus. We have 3 warehouses in the storefront to count in 3 days. Except, she wants one person from each team to be from a different department. So while I'm selling chemicals and parts, I get paired with a delivery driver to help me count chemicals. He has no idea what he's looking at. The accountant refused to take advice from the several more experienced employees, myself included, that tried to warn her how badly it would go. Mistake #3. No scanners. Yay, let that sink in. Accountant wants everything counted on paper then turned into the purchasing agent to review before entering any reconciles into the system. So she gives each of us a 100+ page stack of papers on morning day 1. It lists every item in the company. Every item. Everyone got at least 60 pages they would not be counting. The lists had no clear pattern to it. I was the only one that figured out a semi-pattern. I forget what it was sorted by, but you had to flip through your 100+ pages to find the line item you were physically looking at. Mistake #4. The owner decided he didn't want to pay people if the store wasn't open. He refused to let us do this after business hours. He also refused to let anyone besides the purchasing agent reconcile inventory, and only after reviewing the counts. And on top of that, he also refused to freeze inventory during the count. So pretty much product is being sold and moved after it's been counted. You can see how that would be problematic. Mistake #5. The owner is a hoarder. He refuses to throw away products. I'm talking stuff that no one in their right mind would purchase. Chemicals in the warehouse that were probably from 1980 and clearly not sellable. And the parts department. Oh man, the parts department. It felt like one of those fancy libraries where you need a rolling ladder to reach all the books, except it was small and cramped and our ladder did not roll. There was not a closet, shelf, nook, or cranny that didn't have some sort of parts collection there. A lot of these parts were 40 to 60 years old and don't belong to anything anyone uses anymore. I'd ask him, hey, can I throw those out? They're just taking up valuable space we could use, and we haven't sold a single one of the 40 of them in all the years I've worked here. He'd say, no, that's money, dude. That maybe was money 45 years ago. Now it's just a dirty paperweight taking up my storage space. This plan fell apart by noon of day 2 and devolved into a chaotic frenzy of random people counting random things. Then the counts weren't even entered into the system that day. So we sold stuff and changed the inventory after it was counted, but before it was reconciled in the system. The whole thing ended up lasting just shy of a week. Needless to say, their annual inventory did not make their inventory counts any better than before. I expressed my concerns about the plan before it all started, and they didn't listen. So I put a marshmallow on a stick and roasted it over the flames of their inventory with a grin. I might be too late for a party, but story time. Joined new company, where GM liked to swing his cork around, and though he is the smartest person in the outlet. We changed brunch menu. As brunches goes, everything is unlimited. So it's safe to say, your first one will be just a test run to see what is the feedback from customers, what dishes are selling the most, and what is your P&L of the event. Smartest came with brilliant idea that it will be my responsibility as chef to send amount of dishes. All I need to know is number of guests on the table. Impossible. Hire one more waiter to smooth out service while taking proper orders. Tried to explain it's a bad idea. Guy didn't want to hear any of it. Problem number 1. 4 rugby players will consume much more than 4 little ladies, which ends up with waiter going up and down to till and keep punching the same dish multiple times as I have no clue how much actually I'm supposed to send. Problem number 2. Server knows the best what type of people he has on the table, and by a quick chat he can confirm whether to punch each dish or if there are some preferences. Guys ended up looking stupid in front of regulars. Why would you bring us fish if you know we don't eat it etc. Problem number 3. Wastage went off the roof after waiters complaining they have to reorder many times, so I had to increase quantities being sent from kitchen on the first order. Problem number 4. The major one. The P&L was completely off. On the paper we are making amazing food cost of 10% as it's calculated purely on items punched, and profit from brunch. Everyone is clapping on the mid-month meeting. GM is ape busting his chest. Me and cost controller just shaking heads and trying to put out fire before the hell breaks out. Just one example, we bought XX kilograms of meat, but sold only 11 portions. Where is the rest of it? Got brushed off by it's okay, it's brunch anyway and no one cares, because packages are unlimited. Point first end of the month comes with proper stock take and purchasing records and suddenly we are over 60% of food cost. Sheet hits the fan as we are running in the loss. I'm being blamed for stealing. Cost controller for wrong pricing of the menu. Luckily I have kept my warning on the emails after main finance guy getting involved, and probably the only person understanding my concerns. We went with my style which I recommended a month ago. Point GM is not with us anymore. Worked as a courtesy clerk at a grocery store. We handled the bottom of the barrel tasks, bagging, cleaning, cart runs, go backs, items customers got the register and then decided they didn't want, and assisting customers with various requests. Duties during the day were typically divided into 1 on go backs, 1 on bathrooms, 1 on floors. The rest were unassigned, usually to bag. Everyone was responsible for carts. You got carts before leaving the floor, that is before your break, before lunch, or before you clock out. Or you got them if a cart run was needed and nobody was going on break soon. Point we had a new manager come in from a smaller store. His belief was the one thing people complain about are checkout times. So his new system is 1 courtesy clerk on go backs, cleaning, and carts. Everyone else just bags. He didn't communicate this very well either. People would be ready to go to break and he'd yell at them for getting carts. People would get in trouble for cleaning the bathrooms. This was an hourly task that hadn't been done in several hours, but his attitude as I told you to bag. I would see this and run around taking care of everything. Point after a couple days of this, I confronted him about it. I was pointing out that nothing else was getting done, and that's when he told me that the one issue was checkout times. We were arguing back and forth and finally he said, if you keep this up, we are gonna have to go to the assistant store director, and you don't want that. I was like, actually, I do. He was too busy, so I went to the ASD myself and raised my concerns. He told me to give the guy time to figure things out, but also within a couple days the new policy for courtesy clerks was scrapped. When I first started a new job, they had a sheet in the break room which said Group A has breaks at a certain time, Group B goes at a certain time. Point on my first few shifts, the manager would always tell me go on my breaks at certain times, which I pieced together and realized those times lined up with what the sheet said regarding Group A, so I figured I was in Group A, so eventually I just started going on my break that same time every day. Before the manager called me over and asked me why I went on my lunch break without anyone telling you, I said I've been told to go on my lunch at this same time every day and that I saw it lined up with the sheet in the break room. Only for the manager to be like, that sheet is outdated, we don't use it, so why is it prominent in the employees break room? Literally the next day the sheet was gone, and suddenly a proper schedule was posted, showing the names of all employees and the times they were supposed to go on break at. Point to top it off, they'd still bother me during my now posted breaks, and ask me to help out for a few minutes, then go back to your break. I eventually just started taking my breaks in my car. One time I was coming back from my break. The manager was like, "I was calling for you before. Where did you go?" And I said I went out for lunch today. He didn't say a word again after that. TLDR, middle school late policy makes students even later and all the teachers complained until the policy went away. This reminds me of a rule my middle school imposed in 8th grade. My school district did some wacky things with closing schools and shuffling people around, so in 8th grade, my middle school ended up with about 2/3 of another middle school joining us. We had so many students that they had to bring in some portable classrooms that were basically steel shipping containers with electricity that they put desks and chairs in. The school was so over capacity that trying to walk between classes was an absolute nightmare. Literally so many people packed and you were touching people on all sides and moving like barely a step a second. If you had a class in the portables and then your next class was on the other side of the building, there was literally no way you could make it in the 4-minute passing time point. Since so many students were late to class, they decided to instigate a rule where teachers had to lock their door when the bell rang, and they had some teachers basically do a sweep of the halls and bring all the locked out students to the office to give them a late slip warning and then send them to class. I think it was 3 late slips, and then you got detention. But what ended up happening was that despite the punishment, students literally couldn't get to class any faster, so they were still late. And then when they got locked out, they were collected and brought to the office, where they had to wait for the administrator to write out dozens of late slips. So when they'd finally get their late slip and could go to class, they were at least 10 to 15 minutes late instead of 30 seconds to 1 minute late. I don't remember how long it lasted, but I think all the teachers complained because of how disruptive having students come in 15 minutes late was and how they were missing too much class time. Zero tolerance rules in regards to bullying can suck my nut. Getting suspended for defending myself in school sucked. That said, my school banned Yu-Gi-Oh cards because they were violent. Beyblades, Gamma Boys, you name it. All that stuff got banned. If you got caught with that stuff at school, it would get confiscated and locked away in the principal's office until the end of the week. Full contact sports that the athletic and jock students would play on break never got that sort of restriction, and the school considered it training, even when it would escalate to bullying those of us not on any sports team. Kids were pretty annoyed, especially those of us who were bullied and would only hang out with the kids who played Yu-Gi-Oh, Beyblade, etc. So we still brought those to school even with the risk of confiscation. Well, one day the school was floating a rule about extending the confiscation to months or until the end of the school year. A bunch of kids broke into the principal's office at the end of the school day, returned all the confiscated stuff to the students, and promptly got suspended for theft. The principal started talking about expending those students involved over the morning announcements, and once the parents found out and got involved, they threatened to take the matter to the school board. The parents' argument that the students who would physically abuse their kids and bully them never got any sort of punishment, but those of us who played with harmless toys and games would be threatened with detentions, suspension, and the sort. The confiscation was lifted, and the principal quit the following year. TLDR, school banned Yu-Gi-Oh cards, Beyblades, and Gamma Boys, and it resulted in the principal threatening to indefinitely confiscate the items. Students stole the items back. Parents got involved, and the principal backpedaled so hard he quit the following year. This was in the early 2000s, so not sure if still in place. During my high school years, my school, Burncoat High, had something called the sweep, which was put in place in my freshman year. This was meant to keep kids from loitering in the halls. Teachers were to close the door at a certain time and locked it, allowing the patrols to sweep kids and bring them to a separate class, often ice. It was judged as unfair to those with a legitimate reason to be late, so an exception clause was put there. If you had a pass from a teacher and caught up in the sweep, you were safe as you had a reason. Just go to the class you're supposed to be. Don't get me going on medical records, as most rather keep that private for a reason. Any student caught up without a pass would have to deal with detention or write-up. Yes, there was a way a teacher was able to tell the difference between a genuine and fraudulent pass. Trying to create a fraudulent pass to look as genuine as possible wasn't going to do, which the school estimated point it didn't long for some to learn there wasn't anything that states which classroom. This included the gym. Not to mention, there were genuine non-medical reasons. All they had to do was simply get the pass from any teacher in writing. Keep in mind, nearly the entire student population was from the northeast region of the city, mostly urban districts, including the projects. Many were skilled and street smarts, even those with disabilities. As a result, the teacher who had a student that wasn't meant to be in their class would have no choice but to write a pass. The year before I graduated high school, my school got rid of mock-up day for the grade 12s and no longer allowed the guys and girls to switch uniforms because it offended some teachers all of a sudden. In all honesty, we had a new principal, and I think he just wanted to keep us in line on that final ever class day before our last exams, not letting us even switch uniforms or leave class to see friends in case that lead to more of a ruckus. Well, when it was our turn to graduate, we essentially changed our uniforms as much as could without technically breaking any rules, putting all sorts of weird color bows and ribbons in the guys and girls' hair, because as long as it was tied back there wasn't a problem, wearing uniforms backwards, putting makeup on the guys, because the rules only mentioned girls not being able to wear makeup. And of course streamers and silly string were involved, because although mock-up day wasn't really allowed, as long as we cleaned it up the same way we'd put a lunch rubbish in the bin at the end of recess, we weren't technically breaking the rules. Anyway, halfway through the day the year 12 coordinator says we can all leave because we aren't really learning anything and are causing too much of a ruckus. But they let students off every year before the new principal came along, as our tradition would be to leave school early and go to the beach and trash our uniforms. So although the school didn't allow us to leave early for mock-up day as it was cancelled for good, a couple of teachers loopholed it for us as a punishment for pushing the mock-up day boundaries while at the school point, and yes, we all switched uniforms once we got to the beach and then proceeded to trash them in the ocean. Not sure I'd say it truly backfired, but one day my middle school got it in their heads that scoliosis is caused by heavy backpack wearing. Spoiler alert, heavy backpacks don't cause scoliosis. The school one day made us all get scoliosis testing, a simple visual check, and then immediately implemented a rule where backpacks were outright banned the moment the clock hit 8 AM up until 4 PM. If you were seen with one, you'd be written up, etc. So upon the doors of the school opening maybe a minute or two before 8 AM, all students had to rush to their lockers to dump all their stuff and take only what they could carry for the next class or two. Many of our classes used old and heavy textbooks that you had to take home for homework, but would also be heavily used in the classroom, so you couldn't not bring it around everywhere. I remember one of the books didn't even fit inside our tiny lockers, so that was neat. The problem became worse for some people, like me, because my locker was on the 3rd floor, and my first class was in the basement. Because of this, many students were constantly late to no fault on our own. Furthermore, you had literally 2 to 3 minutes between classes to get back to your locker and swap your inventory, so many students were constantly late, and it was a huge shit show. Point, the rule didn't go away while I was present, but this was the last few months of my time as a middle schooler. The students all dealt with this BS rule by buying variations of these large trapper keepers that could hold a few notebooks and some of the smaller books. The one I bought had this handle on it which basically made it a briefcase. This workaround drastically reduced the amount of required locker visits for many of us. But now instead of wearing a heavy backpack, 95% of us were all lugging around equally heavy trapper keepers / briefcases, but it wasn't a backpack, so the school never really did anything about it. My school got new head of years and headmaster who proceeded to be absolutely useless with no idea how to run a school in a hoe. We always had uniform rules that were pretty chill: black trousers, black shoes, and a school jumper and polo. Never get in trouble as long as you had the jumper, and no blue jeans. I wore old army boots, bendy ankles, and long walk to and from school, and a really good pair of black jeans that looked smart and good quality. Then the new head said we had to wear black school shoes from a certain shop and cheap sheet trousers and plain black socks, no logos on anything at all except underwear, but I'm sure they tried. So on the first day back after these rules were enforced, so many people were taken out of class all day they had to use a huge lunch hall instead of the detention room. Because half the school was in there. Needless to say, parents weren't happy that we were missing education because faking socks had loggers on, and the best thing is they didn't let up. My parents bought all the right uniform for way too much money, and the shoes and trousers didn't last a week before they fell apart and I sprained my ankle, so I ended up polishing my boots to a mirror finish, which was more faking effort any teacher went to look smart, and they stopped the detentions after a while because all the teachers got very angry because students were missing class for no reason. The absolute best, this is for Christmas. The head gave a speech to the whole school about some bullshit, and he got booed on stage by everyone. I've never seen anything so satisfying since. We had a publisher's circle that gave employees who reached 1,000 points $1,000. A lot of cash. People were serious about it. Employees got points by going the extra mile at work, staying late, extra customer service, being responsible for the lunchroom fridge, that sort of thing. But the biggest point earners were for sitting on staff committees, occupational health social club and the workplace suggestion club, etc. Also, you got good points for offering suggested improvements to the workplace to the suggestion club, and more points if the suggestion was elevated to an action item. So one smartass puts in a suggestion to get a message cubby hole board at the front desk reception area so people can pick up their messages. The suggestion club approves it. Guy gets like 50 points, but I don't remember exactly, and the suggestion makes it into an action item, and then the message board is installed at the front desk. Guy gets another 100 points for those two stages. Everybody bitches about the message board since it's useless because everybody has their own voicemail and email, of course. So 2 weeks later the guy puts in a new suggestion that they remove the cubby hole message board from the front desk. The suggestion is elevated to an action item and the message board is removed, and yes, the guy gets a whack more points to go toward the publisher's circle and his $1,000 because it was another accepted suggestion that was elevated and acted upon to make the workplace better. Weird point. The publisher's circle ended after the first trial year. Maybe not a rule, but the school acting on a policy they didn't even have. Point. When I was 14, 31 now, I was arrested and incarcerated for a terrorist threat for saying the word Columbine and a bully reporting it. The end result was pretty glorious. I was a bullied kid because I was dirt poor, so I couldn't really afford to keep my wardrobe updated or any of the things other kids typically bonded over. When I was in elementary school, I was the second tallest and had visual impairment issues that required some special treatment. So the bullying back then made me very inward and guarded, which by middle school got me labeled a cold beach. When I requested smaller classes in 7th grade, I was put in full-time learning support despite qualifying as gifted in almost every subject. During my first parent-teacher meeting, my mom was told I don't even know how to grade her because I was so far ahead of the rest of the class. Moreover, being a sped only made the bullying worse outside of those classes, so I started walking out and hanging out in the library in protest. Point. I was sent to a small satellite school that was part of the district for my first year of high school, but got discharged due to butting heads with one of the teachers and having some home issues that weren't being treated properly due to the only guidance counselor only being available for 30 minutes. Sessions every other Wednesday. My mom and I had a meeting with my IEP teacher and the school board to discuss placement. My mom outlined my previous issues with middle school, as well as some positive things I'd experienced in elementary school, in an effort to urge them to not put me back in learning support and end up dealing with the same issues all over again. At the time, I'd also shown signs of some variety of anxiety disorder around large crowds. The school board said they'd use their resources to look into better placement, but in the meantime I was to attend the massively overcrowded, poorly laid out public high school. I was given a couple special rules. I could leave class 5 minutes early to get to my next class while the halls were empty, and I could eat my lunch in homeroom. I wasn't the only one. Likewise, I had access to the nurse's office and guidance counselor whenever I needed, which sounds weird to say considering neither of those should be a special privilege. I was told placement should take less than a month. Within my first week, each of those special guidelines was broken, and whenever I did end up in the nurse's office, it was with a cripplingly high heart rate due to severe panic attacks. Most classes were fine, but math was particularly bad. It was the smallest class with 3 other students and the teacher openly ignored bullying and harassment going on right in front of her. When I look back now, it wasn't really the bullying that got to me, it was the sheer lack of responsibility by the adults, whose job was to make their class a healthy learning environment. There were 2 contests I'd entered, art and poetry, and I'd won the former, and was one of several winners of the latter. My name was announced one morning. I wasn't present due to taking the day off, because my anxiety was so bad. Prizes for the poetry contest were being handed out in the library, which was open that day, so prizes could be handed out, but due to teenagers being teenagers, normally it was locked without teacher supervision. Later that week I was able to go to the library with my IEP/homeroom teacher, only to find out my prize had been claimed by a friend Reed, a bully, because requiring student IDs was too much work, I guess. I was at the end of my rope with everything, and issues at home were getting worse. I made 5 trips to the guidance counselor, but was turned away every time, since the counselor specifically assigned to me was busy with senior activities. I was refused access to the nurse, because her office was in the other building across the catwalk, 3 floors down, which was an inconvenience. Eventually I went to math class, sat down outside to do catch-up work. I wanted to talk to my teacher about what was going on, but could feel a panic attack coming on, and didn't want to risk it when I had no way of getting help. The math teacher from the satellite school saw me and said hello, congratulating me. She asked what I was doing in the hall and I joked, skipping class to do class walk. Without skipping a beat, she walked away from me to inform my teacher, before I even had a chance to elaborate. I expressed my concerns to the teacher and asked if I could just go to the nurse and do work there. She said nothing except, get in the classroom, and went back inside. I packed my stuff and headed back to the counselor's office, where I spoke to the attendant and asked if I could call my mom and just have her pick me up. I was denied. Feeling helpless and incredibly pissed at how every single adult was acting, I went back to the math class, slammed my bag down, put my head in my arms on my desk, and muttered, I wouldn't be surprised if someone Columbined this place. Yes, it was in bad taste, but one of the bullies went on to tell students and faculty that I'd threatened to Columbine the school. Now for reference, I was female, trans man now. This was 2004. I did dress Hot Topic at the time, but I was one of those quiet, gentle, artsy, animal-loving Malgoths, not the angsty, visibly angry kids who blasted Korn and took after the Jackass crew. Moreover, it was written on my IEP that I rarely had a habit of vocal outbursts when under extreme stress, but was ultimately harmless and just needed someone to calm me down and help sort me thoughts. Regardless, the school bent to the bully. The night after the outburst, my mom received a call from the dean, saying the local police wanted to see me. I was taken to the police station, asked to write my statement, and told I was being detained because I made a terrorist threat. After the fingerprint and mugshot, I was held in the room they interview criminals for who knows how long, no clock, before being given the pat down and put in not just handcuffs, but ankle shackles as well. I'm still confused about that, since I never tried to resist. I still have a very vivid image of being escorted out to the cop car and my mom still in her car in the parking lot. As soon as we made eye contact, she started absolutely bawling. I'd never seen her cry so hard in my life. I was taken to the local juvenile detention, given a strip search which involved the squat cough, and taking a pregnancy test in front of the attendant. Much of the rest is a blur aside from talking to someone, having to hand over my jewelry, being given a men's set of shirt plus pants, because the women's sizes they had left didn't fit my height. We had frigid single person rooms off one main room, and had to be checked every 15 minutes at night with the lights flicked on and buzzing noise. We were told we'd have classes, but they were core curriculum and things like being read a Stephen King novel aloud and doing double-digit multiplication with a calculator. I don't want to get into the details too much, since this is already a long post, but at one point I had another major panic attack that also resulted in suicide threats. so I was sent to a local inpatient program. Eventually, I was discharged from that and sent back to juvie to await my hearing, which meant going through the intake strip search all over again. Continued. We are a small team within the business and settled in the routine of WFH pretty easily and effectively from the beginning of last year. To note, we've all worked there 4 years with no issues and have proven how well we do our jobs. When the lockdown started easing in the autumn, the two of us weren't comfortable with going back in the office because of the situation, and from that, a series of things happened. Management decided that we just wanted to WFH permanently, however much we said we would like to go back in when the pandemic was less serious. Pressured us in multiple meetings to go back in. I kept refusing, and the stress from this caused my much more stress-related health issues than the actual pandemic. Our productivity dropped a little from the new stress, and suddenly even the smallest mistakes resulted in meetings and disciplinary actions. Previous year's management style was leaving us to do our jobs as long as we complete all our tasks. As we were opposing the business plan of going back to the office, they thought we needed more strict management equals micromanaging, leading to again reduced productivity and stress. End result. The whole team are now looking to move on soon, and they'll be needing to essentially replace a whole department. We're in a pretty specialized business with a lot of knowledge required. It'll take some serious time for someone new to step in and really get the hang of the job. It used to be a pretty nice friendly/family atmosphere, but suddenly it feels so hostile workplace, even while working remotely. It just revealed that their previous caring facade was just that. High school. Zero tolerance. Guns. Come along, kids. After Columbine, school shootings really started to take front page news almost monthly. I know today school shootings are like all you hear about in the news, pre-COVID anyway, but let's remember back when it was still pretty surprising for it to happen. Anyway, along comes zero tolerance. For anyone not in the US school system, zero tolerance basically means one fuck up and you are gone. You do not go to that school anymore. Whether you bring gun paraphernalia to school, a knife, hard drugs, you were gone, buddy. My high school was like this. No one dared even mentioning shootings. Sure, there were bomb scares on test days, but those were anonymous phone calls anyway. We get a new principal 1 year. The last guy was easygoing, not too serious. This new lady must have read the Sarah Palin handbook on crazy. Very strict, very strange and not personable. She does not like my senior government teacher at all. He was a Vietnam era hippie, fight the power, do and say things to make the establishment mad, etc. Everyone knew these two didn't get along. One day the principal sits in on this class. Very awkward for everyone. Gun control comes up as a topic. As a class we discuss the topic, going back and forth about rights and the Second Amendment, or whatever. After a while people loosen up and start making jokes about the topic. Nothing too outlandish. Pretty soon after the principal decides to leave, and I don't remember what spurred it, but someone asked her on the way out if she owned a gun. The principal said yes, I'm a gun owner. The crowd goes wild. OHS and oh no, S. abound. Then our teacher tries to calm us down. The principal tries to make a joke maybe? By saying don't worry, I'd never bring it to school. But if I did, I'd know exactly who to point it at. And then proceeds to finger gun shoot my teacher with one eye closed. Insert classroom full of surprised Pikachu-faced teenagers. Some awkward laughs happen. She leaves. On with class. News spread fast on that incident. Everyone in school is talking about it. Days later my entire class gets pulled into the office. The superintendent, or whatever, is taking everyone's statement. Another few days later, that principal resigns. Don't worry, she landed on her feet by getting another principal position at a high school in a different district. Sceneful base solo. Not exactly a rule, more so a system. A bit long-winded. Sorry, I'm bored. When I was in high school, the administration thought it would be a good idea to implement Gaggle for all faculty and students to use. I believe it was brand new at the time. No one was taking it seriously, so the school implemented a points system and gave incentives and rewards to those who participated. You were only allowed to gain 20 points per day, and then they would cap your activity, making you interact each day instead of slamming all the points out on Monday and ignoring the program for the rest of the week. It was the second week of the school using Gaggle. I was up late on a Friday night and figured I'd grab my 20 points for the day before heading to bed. It was pretty easy to gain points, comment on something, post a topic, send a message, answer questions, complete problems, etc. It was kind of similar to social media, but on an educational platform or something. So I did a few tasks and noticed I had somehow gathered more than my 20 points for the day. Me being a hormonal competitive teenager thought let's see how many points I can gather. I could use a few more to boost my numbers. I slammed out a couple hundred points and thought there is no way this will register tomorrow. Has to be a glitch. I woke up Saturday, checked my score and the points were there. I started completing tasks to see if I could still collect unlimited points, but it capped me at my daily 20. Weird but okay, back to normal. I was up late again that night, and since it was after midnight I figured might as well collect my 20 points for Sunday, since it's technically the next day. Exactly like Friday night I was allowed to collect unlimited points. Knowing that I had just been capped earlier in the day, and that this might just be another glitch, I went hard on the tasks. Over the next hour I gathered over 2,000 points. I had almost caught up to the person in first place, and was conflicted on passing them or not. My dumb brain thought it would be too suspicious to take first, so I stopped for the night, ending in second. I woke up the next morning and the points were still there, all was well. I again checked to see if I could gather more than 20 points for the day, but was stopped at 20. At least I got my free 2000 lazy night. Surprise surprise, I was up late again Sunday night, probably working on a last minute essay or something. I log into my Gaggle, since it's past midnight, hoping to collect my 20 points for Monday. Again it allows me to collect more than 20 points. The competitive juices kicked in, and I thought screw it, I'm not only taking first place, I'm going to make sure no one catches up. I added another 3000 plus points before heading to bed, ending the weekend plus 5000 PTS, well ahead of everyone. I arrive at school the next day and the principal immediately pulls me into his office. He is heated. I was then informed that the faculty and staff receive emails for any activity done through Gaggle if it related to something they were involved with. Well, apparently the administrative people get all the emails. He showed me his computer screen and he just started scrolling. Thousands of emails, each subject line starting with my name has just on Gaggle. He said he had received complaints from every single one of my teachers about the emails they received over the weekend, and that they were going to revert my points back to the score I was at on Friday. He was convinced I hacked the system and wasn't telling the truth when I explained I was just doing my tasks late at night and noticed it kept glitching. Bummer. Fast forward to the next weekend, my account has been capped at 20 points each day. Everything seems back to normal. I'm up late again and hop on my account. The unlimited points are back again, baby. At this point I know I'm going to get in trouble if I gather too many points, but I'm a glutton and couldn't resist. Probably because other students at school had noticed my flurry of activity from the past weekend, so I wanted to drag out my 15 minutes of fame. This obnoxious activity is actually how I figured out the glitch. That night I was sharply cut off of unlimited points at 2 AM CST. This particularly stood out to me because I played fantasy basketball at the time, and the waiver wire / free agent processing would occur exactly at 2 AM because 2 AM equals 12 AM PST on the West Coast, thus a new day. For some reason Gaggle wasn't comprehending the time zone change, and from 12 AM to 2 AM CST the system wasn't attached to a day, so it was a free-for-all. I figured this out on a Friday night. I tested the theory on Saturday night, and it worked. On Sunday I texted a number of my friends and told them what I had figured out. What did we do Sunday night? We crashed the school's email server with how many notifications the faculty and staff got. I walked straight into the principal's office the next morning, not even bothering heading to my locker or homeroom room first. The principal didn't seem as mad as he had the first time. He was more stunned / confused / perplexed, dare I say impressed. The school shut down Gaggle for the rest of the week, trying to figure out how we were attacking the system and how they could prevent it. They must not have figured it out, or didn't want to keep paying for something no one was taking serious, because Gaggle was never activated again. Both students and teachers were happy with that result. TLDR, I abused gaggle and ultimately had it removed from my high school. 20 years ago I was a narcotics agent in a multi-agency task force. This was at the peak of the homemade meth lab craze, and I was trained/certified by the D to dismantle said labs. Due to the inherent hazards of multiple chemicals, in unknown solutions of unknown quantities, etc., evidence collection consisted of numerous scene photographs and the collection of samples into specialized evidence jars, and after sampling, having all the contaminated paraphernalia, etc., collected, transported, and neutralized/disposed of by a specially contracted and federally funded hazmat contactor. In these early days, some of the local judges didn't quite grasp the situation. In one case that actually went to trial, most suspects pleaded guilty due to the preponderance of evidence. We dutifully presented our little sample jars, lab reports and associated photographs. The clueless local yokel judge said, "This isn't evidence. You will produce the evidence in this courtroom, or this case is dismissed." We, being NARCS, a unique breed of cops whose job often involved bending the rules of normal law enforcement, we were planning to show up in court, dressed out in full hazmat PPE complete with gas masks and SCBA gear and drag a bunch of simulated meth lab components, etc., into the courtroom, accompanied by our hazmat contactor cleanup crew. Fortunately, the cooler head of the county attorney prevailed, and in consultation with defense counsel and a phone consultation with the D, was finally able to convince the judge that it was a really bad idea to contaminate the county courthouse, not to mention the multi-$1,000 hazmat disposal team that the county, not the feds, would be financially responsible for this time. FWIW. This also impressed the defense counsel sufficiently, his first meth lab case as well, that by that afternoon, a plea agreement was reached, and my one close call with contempt of court was averted. Had this district manager, when I worked for the county. If you look up "incompetent pompous blowhard" in the dictionary, you can see his picture. We really hated him. He was the picture of entitled asshole who did whatever he wanted, but demanded you didn't cause reasons. Constantly interfered with everyone's job. Textbook bad manager. So this weezer bag decides that us mere mortals would benefit from his years of wisdom. So he decides that he's going to start his own county newspaper to dispense his wisdom to us. Written entirely by him. Yeah, he was that stuck on himself. Imagine a really tall, arrogant, condescending brown corduroy couch with a face and a wire-tipped mustache. That's what he looked like. Anyway, he saddles this poor, vastly overworked secretary to edit this voluminous and vast trove of his bureaucratic wisdom for the masses. She does, and stores it on the shared drive, which I have access to. Did I mention I like writing? Heh. So I wait till it's done. Then I log into one of the anonymous workstations when everyone is in meetings and Lord Jatweasel is offsite. No way to trace it to me. And I rewrite the whole goddamn thing. Articles like "pontification for the useless manager" and "I can't hear you over the sound of my blathering" and "Dr. Stranger Director" or "How I stopped hating and learned to love my incompetence." Next week, the first issue goes out. No one thought to proofread it, since it had already been proofread, and staff are just dying laughing and loving it. The pompous dolt stops by and is just immensely pleased how many people are reading his glorious missive. While the entire county laughed at him. Strangely, there were no further issues. Edit. Thanks for the award. I was a new member of middle management for a section of a company with about 60 people in 2 departments. Shift work for a 24/7 operation. The 2 incompetents that ran the other of the 2 departments decided both of them needed a new sick day call-in policy because too many of their employees were calling in sick right before the shift started. This made the supervisor's job of replacing shifts a lot harder. At the time, it was requested, but not required, that you call in at least 3 hours before your shift started to use a sick day. They wanted to change the rule so that employees of these 2 departments had to call in 24 hours before their shift started. If they called in less than 24 hours before their shift, they would have to use a vacation day instead of a sick day. I instantly resisted this. Having just been promoted off the shift work role into the supervisor role, I could see exactly what would happen. The shift workers would just make sure they got their sick days used first by calling in well ahead of time and just using them as vacation days. I also tried to explain that this was needlessly making things harder for legitimately sick employees. If someone was already at work and started vomiting or running a fever, but they were also scheduled to work the next day, sorry, too late to call in sick point, since these two were more established and whined about having to do their jobs as shift supervisors. The guy then ran both departments gave in and changed the sick call-in rule. Exactly 3 days later, one of our more lazy but clever employees walked up to one of these two that asked for the rule change. He had just clocked in, and it was about 2 minutes before his shift started. He told her he was going to be sick the next day. She asked what was wrong, and he just shrugged and said he was pretty sure he'd be sick tomorrow. Because of a company-wide hour policy that sick days were no specific excuse required, she has to swallow it, even though it was obvious he just wanted an extra day off. She was pissed when she heard me chuckling from over the cubicle wall. In 2017 there was a whole thing at my school with a kid getting caught watching porn on a school computer in class. The police were brought in. I live in a Muslim country, so the school saw it as a very big deal, even calling the parents of the kids in our class that evening to apologize in what I assumed to be an attempt to not get sued somehow or something, and a lot of the internet was blocked, with only hand-picked select sites being reachable. Thesaurus.com and dictionary.com were blocked for years. Only got unblocked about a year ago. This was all well and good, stopped kids from playing games in class and such, until they told us our end of year exams would be taken online whilst at school. The fools forgot to unblock the site we were using for our exam. Can't remember for the life of me what it was, and nobody had told either the senior leadership team nor the IT team about it, so there was a 2-week exam period of all the kids in the school doing absolutely nothing, and then having to be given grades from their last recorded assessments. The icing on the cake was that the National Inspection Organization had come a month before and wanted a random selection of grades to judge how well we were doing. Of course, alongside pupil/teacher relations, encouragement of special needs students, etc. The school had given us purposefully easy tests, so the vast majority of the school got incredibly high grades for that year. Soon after they told us they would unblock a lot of sites and make it so that they'd unblock everything and then block select sites accordingly. That didn't actually happen until last year, when distanced learning became a thing. TLDR, the leadership at my school consists of morons and illogical lazy tools. The education system where I live requires a mandatory pen exam in order to graduate high school, unless someone is physically disabled. The exam includes a run and either a set of exercise or a dance routine. Whichever option to take is usually left to students' choice. My religious, hyper-conservative school didn't own its own gym, but rented a place and equipment by the day when needed. So for the final exam, they thought they would save money by telling us we can only do the dance routine route, so they didn't need to rent equipment just for us. Me being me, a queer and self-conscious kid, found the idea horrifying, so I tried to argue. No luck. I had no choice but to do a dance routine thing if I wanted to graduate. So I tried looking for a way to make it something I'm more comfortable with. I asked if it was required that I danced alone. It wasn't. Does the other person have to be from the graduating class? No, they don't have to be. Is there any specific guideline on what the dance needs to be? No, no specification. And this is a story about how I brought my girlfriend to class and performed El Tango de Roxanne as an exam. The next year, so I've heard, we're allowed to choose exercise set. I always wore uniforms throughout my school years. For about 4 years, the school changed the uniform to simply a white top and black pants, or anything with the school logo on it. They did this so it would be easier and cheaper for parents to find uniforms. However, it turned out that our school uniform colors were colors and dress attire that a very prominent gang in the neighborhood would wear. So, we all looked like little gangbangers between the ages of like 7 to 14 or so. Lol. Also, students would try to get away with wearing sexier versions of the uniform. For the guys, they tried to get away with things like really baggy pants or something that they weren't really wrong, Considering it was the same color as the uniform. Needless to say, they went back to plaid skirts slash pants slash shorts and button slash collar tennis looking shirts. By the way, the grades were all separated by buildings and each building was locked within its own fence. So, preschool and first graders went to one building. The school-age kids between 2nd to 5th grade went to another building. And the junior high students between 6th to 8th grade went to another building. The fences were opened between the buildings when school started or was let out, so that families and siblings could walk through and either drop or pick someone up. There was a larger fence all around the 3 buildings. It was a great idea, and I always liked that about my school. I know this isn't really answering your question, but I just wanted to add it. I worked at this call center that was pretty ghetto. Hiring standards were non-existent. Management had all these rules no one bothered to enforce. etc. Well, department that listens to and rates our calls, in case you're wondering, complained that we were using the mute button a lot. The reason? We had a buddy system where a tenured agent was put in the same cubicle with a newer or underperforming agent. So, instead of waiting 5 to 10 minutes for a response through chat, yes, it did take this long to get someone to answer your question or approval, the agent would mute himself and ask his tenured buddy the question, who'd mute himself as well and respond. Well, management took away our mute button. They thought it would help our average handle time and force us to build rapport with the customers. About a month of recorded calls later full of cussing by people that was caught by the headsets. Lots of the agents were not the most well spoken and heard by customers, lawyers, and management who couldn't do anything to reprimand the agents because they didn't even know who it had been. Customer bashing. Management bashing. Missed calls due to agents unplugging their headphones to ask questions and not noticing the customer hung up and they got a new call. A 10x increase in AHT due to having to wait 4 minutes just for a response. Increase in hold times leading to massive complaints. Hold times got to be up in the 130 hours. The mute button came back. Edit. The hold rules were even stricter, which is why many agents opted to either simply unplug their headset to answer questions. I work in a Bourne cinema, and we had a dickhead of a manager that had more chips on his shoulder than a Dorito factory, and anger issues to boot. Oh, and of course he was also a control freak. Basically, over time his need to be the boss and try to validate his position, he piled rule over rule just to keep us busy and pretend he was managing. Last one he added was call me before you do anything, anytime. Well, he did say anything, so sure thing. Hoss call him cause a machine's broken. Checkpoint call him again to say it's fixed or isn't. Checkpoint call to ask a question about something useless. Check 122. Checkpoint call at closing time to ask the passcode for the multiple safes he installed. Oh, is it past 23H? Fuck it. Checkpoint call to confirm we sent an email to confirm that we sent an email. You guessed it. Yes, he actually made us write out confirmation emails for confirmation emails. Basically all sorts of fuckery just to drive the point home. We'd often even find reasons to just call him at work or home, day and night, down to the point that we need new coffee filters because we had to take money out the safe envelope for small spending, you see, or paper clips. It took about 2 weeks tops, I think, before he told us all face to face, and mind you, he had to travel from one city to another each time to talk to the 4 employees of the cinema I'm in. To stop doing this and only call when it's important, like broken equipment, replacements or stock. I have no regrets. Fuck that guy. I'm glad he got fired last year. 2 things, both from my time in school. My first school had kindergarten to grade 6 students. A few kids made some stupid decisions on the playground equipment, like not looking where they are going on the monkey bars and bonking heads with another kid, falling off of certain points on play structures. Stuff kids do, right? The school had enough. They made the playground safer. They decided to do this with no warning to the students on a Wednesday night. Thursday comes around, kids are doing their regular play routine on the 8 different play structures. Unfortunately, making it safer meant, let's remove a bunch of handholds from the climbing structures where kids are falling off the most. That will fix it. There was a structure everyone called the spider. It was 4 ladders curved into a dome, around a center column of rings. To make it safer they removed the top rung of all 4 ladders. Result, about 11 kids who didn't see that it was gone, smashing their front teeth on the top of the center column when they fell through. There was a structure that looked like a T-Rex. They made this safer by removing several handholds, as well as the chair near the mouth. Several kids hit their heads. 2 to 3 kids got stuck in the hole where the chair used to be. Picture someone sitting in a chair with not bottom, and there as falls through. There were 2 swing sets. Both had pieces removed. They removed the slide from the kindergarten play structure, but didn't board off the hole at the top. Some of the more uncoordinated kids fell out. And the other school, middle school, grade 7 to 8, they decided, even though there was absolutely no reason for it, my hometown has very low gang activity, that if you wore a hood or face covering, i.e. hoodies, coats with hoods, scarves, balaclavas, anything of the sort, that covered your head/face. At any time you were obviously a gang member. They put this rule into practice in the middle of winter, in Canada. I think it was in place for about 3 weeks before it got so cold that kids were going home with the first signs of frostbite on their ears and noses. Didn't last long after that. Former loss prevention manager at the store I work at thought it was a good idea to put very loud and annoying sensors in areas with high priced items, which was a good third of the store I work in. I could kind of understand it, because our store got hit with big thefts once in a while. However, they went off if you anywhere near them, and a couple of them broke and were going off constantly. They were also very easy to defeat by just turning them around. She also had the brilliant idea to put them in front of the entrance to the bathrooms. Everyone, including the store managers, complained about them. This was on top of the fact that everyone already hated her. She had a bit of a history of being racist by following black people who walked into the store with a bag of any kind, but would completely ignore white people who did the same thing. She eventually resigned. It was more of a resign or you're fired situation. After my store failed one too many LP audits. Multiple failed LP audits when the store's only been open since 2016 was a huge problem, and corporate pinned it on her. Our new LP manager isn't amazing at her job, but we haven't failed an LP audit since she came on board, so it's already an improvement. Sophomore year HS got a new principal that got really big about winning some award for the school and himself, and he instituted all these no fun rules trying to win some shit award for the school that no student remotely cared about or would ever reflect on them. After his first year, apparently the major sticking point for not winning it was attendance. He banned all skip days, field trips, anything that would prevent a student from being in the building all day. Off-campus lunch was cancelled. Some teams couldn't even go to some of the tournaments they had done in the past. My JROTC unit wasn't even allowed to go march in any of the parades, which meant an overnight trip, just to ensure we would be back in school on Monday. He even got with the local constables to start a pilot program to go hunt down students who didn't show up for first period and drag them back before the official state census cut off. State paid schools based on attendance too. So my class had it with this jerk. About 3 weeks before graduation we pulled in the most successful senior skip day ever. Out of a class of around 500, maybe 30 seniors showed up, with many underclassmen saying fuck it too. There was no way in hell the constables could begin to track every student down, most of which were 18 and not arrestable for playing hooky. There was no way in hell to have the entire class attend Saturday school before graduation, and he couldn't stop graduation. After the principal had an actual temper tantrum in his office, he had to instruct the rest of the administration to give everyone an excused absence the next day and pretend nothing happened. Since attendance drives the money given to the school from the state, we ended up costing the school the amount of one teacher's yearly salary. My high school and middle school battled phones for years. When I started high school, the middle schools made the decision to buy their student Chromebooks. They told them that they can do everything in the Chromebook that they'd do on their phone. Homework, Netflix, social media, YouTube, take pictures, etc. Well, then the high schools like mine picked up the idea. They feed us the same BS as the middle school did. Turns out we all had to use the school's shitty guest Wi-Fi to find out that the cameras didn't face outward. File storage was practically inexistent, and all websites including YouTube was blocked. So we could only go on to Google Classroom, Docs, Slideshow etc. point, and take selfies with the Chromebook's shitty Wi-Fi. From August to Halloween all the teachers had to go after school to let the teacher view what YouTube videos they wanted to show and get unblocked, since YouTube was banned. By Halloween the only difference was that they unlocked YouTube, but said they could take any student laptop to search through it, since it was school property. Meanwhile phone usage was the same amount it always was. I also worked at crappy job in high school. My manager hated when people called in. I'd understand if my manager was mad about shifts being covered, and not the fact that you didn't come in. Halloween week I was told of the 6-strike rule. You get 6 write-ups you're fired, like you did a no call no show or no cover. I typically would find this reasonable if you didn't get written up for when you both didn't get a cover and when you did get a cover. My manager wasn't writing you about covers. You got writing up for having an emergency and not coming in. The majority of the time the reason was understandable, like you were sick or most likely the manager screwed up the schedule by not looking at people's availability and scheduled them when they weren't available. Also you had to wait like your anniversary of starting to work there to get a refill. They started this in October in the middle of sports season, and by mid-November people were down to like 2 to 3 strikes. This will be buried, but what the heck point I used to work at a place that sold mailing lists for direct marketing. Actually, at the time it was the biggest seller of mailing lists. If you got junk mail in the 1990s and 2000s, you can blame me for it. Point in 2003 or so, we upgraded to a web-based interface and a supercomputer backend. Mailing lists that used to take weeks or months to model now took minutes, at most hours, if you're being pokey. The system was actually pretty simple. You build up segments of population based on demographic or other discriminators, and you could do Venn diagram types of things like make 2 segments. For instance, the first being the people who own a Ford F-150 and the second being people who like reggae music. You could then create the intersection of the two as a third segment, people who own F-150s and like reggae music. It's a lot more complex than that, but hopefully you get the idea. Something that they had in the past and insisted they implement in the new system was a thing called exclusion segments, which let you exclude a certain population. Again, this is kind of a Venn diagram type of thing. Essentially, you would do the same as the above, but subtract a segment from another segment. For instance, people who own F-150s, but not any who like reggae music. Point the pricing model was per segment, per name. Name being an industry term for a person with a mailing address you can send junk mail to. The reason for that was because the more targeted and precise the list was, the more valuable it was to the customer. It saved them money on postage, and it increased the likelihood that whatever crap they were selling got bought. Point, and it wasn't cheap. Lists started at something like $15,000, and they were one-time use. We had ways of finding out if you used them more than once, but here's the thing, you didn't get charged for exclusion segments. Why? Because, management's exact words, nobody is going to pay for names they don't get. I fought this tooth and nail. I presented at a board meeting. I showed charts and graphs and set theory math equations. No use. People weren't going to pay for names they didn't get, so even if exclusion segments made the list more precise and targeted, they couldn't see how it would be possible to charge for them. Doesn't make sense. Cannot compute. Blue screen of death. Divide by 0 error. So they rolled out exclusion segments, and exactly what I predicted came true. Tons and tons of orders for mailing lists with just the default base charge. Because if customers wanted a mailing list with just 4 F-150 owners who liked reggae music, they would create 3 segments. The segment of all people in the targeted geography, list of zip codes, states, whatever, and 2 exclusion segments, one with all the possible types of vehicles to own, except for F-150s, and one with all the possible types of music to like except reggae. In some cases, it could bring the price of mailing list down from $150,000 to the base $15,000 price point. So what did I do? Well, I'm stupid. So what I did was compile the data, amend my presentation and graphs and charts with the actual amount of money we were losing on a daily basis, and go run it up the management chain. Only to receive wise nods approving the fact that customers aren't being charged for names they aren't getting. It took them almost a year and tons of lost revenue before the smooth brains at the top had their "oh, now I see" moment. So two different places. First place, school. My school had two rules. You can't wear tank tops, and you can't have a blade bigger than 1 inch long. Basically a square blade. Now we did take this from a Tumblr post, but me and my friends did this great idea of taking a whole see-through shawl and supergluing 200 square blades to it. One of my senior friends wore it to school like armor and they tried getting her in trouble, but they legally couldn't. Second place was my old workplace. Now I loved this place, but some of the rules annoyed me. There was one rule that you couldn't remove a costumer from the store as long as they weren't physically violent. This had me dealing with people screaming at me less than 3 inches from my face, but they couldn't be kicked out because they hadn't touched me in a harmful way. Now we had a costumer who would come in every day, take the only electric chair thing and run it until it died, making us pull them to their car and push the chair back and put it on the charger, which charged it slowly, meaning after lunchtime it wouldn't be used until the next day. Crappy charger. Now he would complain of not being able to hear, being too blind to read lips and illiterate, so he would complain if we didn't assist him and cater to his every need. 3 people would walk the floor and 3 would work in the back. 2 cashiers and 1 person to go around cleaning things up and helping costumers. I was stuck helping costumers, so I always had to deal with him for 5 to 6 hours. Would get there around 9 and wouldn't leave until 2 or 3. Well, he would beach I was an entitled child, and this is why we need a better school system, or this is why women shouldn't work, because we didn't know how to do anything. Yeah, he was that type of person. I would put up with it with a bright smile on my face and always welcome him and send him off with a cheery message, because that's how I was taught to treat costumers. One day I was slightly sick, low fever, period cramps, nausea, the works, but I stuck doing work that day because I needed the hours and the majority of our costumers were fantastic people. He came in and demanded this lady be removed from his chair, even though this lady came in once a month and just had hip surgery, so she couldn't walk. I slowly explained to him for 10 minutes that she was almost done shopping and I would be happy to start shopping for things he needed while he waited. He simply said no because, and I quote, "woman can't choose anything, right?" So I would have to re-get the things anyways, so I left him sitting by the front door. 5 minutes later she's done and she's leaving. I'm moving her cart for her while her hubby is paying, and she's taking the chair out to her car so she doesn't have to walk much. He then starts his sheet and complains how useless women don't need his chair, and this is why they need to stay home like good little wives and let the men do the shopping, because they're so weak they can't even walk for 5 minutes without needing help. I rolled my eyes, and, because I considered her a friend and she regularly would not pick people in a funny way with me, said to her it's wonder he doesn't have a wife. I was quiet. We were 15 away from him, and there was a small group of girls shrieking, so if he had really bad hearing he wouldn't have been able to hear me. He goes ballistic. He starts screaming about how we were disrespectful beaches and this is why women should have never been able to vote and men should always be superior because women this and women that, and entire 5-minute rant about how horrible the opposite sex was. The lady and me just stare at him while he gets up and runs at us swinging something. I don't know what stopped him, but he stopped and screamed right in my face. I was used to it, so I didn't move and simply stared him in the eye, but the lady definitely wasn't. She was the sweetest person ever, and she started gasping loudly. His yelling caused her to have a panic attack which quickly turned into a heart attack. I was done. I yelled at her husband to call 911 and turned to the man. "Leave my faking store." He looked at me shocked and started screaming at me more as people ran to help the lady. Luckily a doctor was looking for a new washer and he was helping her as I was backing the man up as I stalked towards. I said, "Leave and don't come back. If you aren't gone by the time the ambulance is here I'll have you arrested for trespassing." I couldn't really do that since I was a minor, but he was getting scared. He continued to scream at me and insult me and my mother, so I did the only I could think of. I shoved him out the doors and shut them. It didn't take long for the ambulance to show up, and luckily 2 cop cars had followed. He was banging on the door with his cane threatening sheet, something as far as showing me how really man is and how I should be afraid of them, and got arrested for property damage. He was permanently banned from the store, and the rule was changed to a person, whether customer or worker, can be removed from the property if they cause physical, emotional or mental damage towards a person, worker, or customer. He was never removed or banned before that because he never did anything physical towards anyone, so he could continue to berate us and treat us like trash. Worked as a frozen food stoker at Walmart 2013. New management was utter shit. New rules applied and implemented on timely clock-in manners. You would go in and swipe your badge at a computer within a certain time frame, 1 hour maximum per pallet. We all abused the fuck out of that sheet. Management would chew you out if it wasn't swiped on time. We all started just hustling as normal. Few write-ups happened with some employees, so we all complained and just finished way before the time frame we caught on. The time frames didn't add up in frozen. We rode the clock. 2 people running a pallet took maybe a maximum of 35 minutes, but the computer states 1 hour to finish. A maximum of 12 to 13 pallets should be done per shift /7 hours. So about 3 months and that went out the door real quick. One night working, I was pulled into the office to be written up because so much stock was in our freezer that hasn't moved in a month's time frame. I had been told that I wasn't making my team move fast enough. I wasn't a team leader nor a department manager. They targeted me as an easy get around, nor was I being paid for anything else. I worked with an old 56-year-old drunk man. He sipped a Long Island all night in a McDonald's cup. 7 AM he was faded AF, falling asleep standing up midway in the freezer. He was hard to work with honestly, and one other guy who couldn't move fast enough cause he just had no hustle in him at all. I was the young guy they could easily pin it on, I guess. That was the last straw for me. I had enough that night. I was sent to the freezer to make 11 pallets just disappear per management request after leaving the office. Little did they know, all corporate was coming in the morning. I recently heard rumors about them paying us a visit. That night was utter hell for everyone. They thoroughly come in and see the inventory and everything has to be tip-top shape or they can and will be written up /fired on spot. Now 3 hours in the freezer, I'm pissed and just debating what to do, walk out or finish the job. I had put in an application for another job and already had my date set for starting, but was willing to put in my 2 weeks notice. As I was pissed and kicking biscuits around, I gathered a plan. I shuffled everything around and just moved everything to the floor for my other coworkers to sort through and stock what they could. The main problem was we had 2 department managers ordering everything behind each other's backs, and not even once did they scan it in if we had it in the freezers or in the back. So they basically just winged every order. We had 150 cases of fries in the back and 5 cases in the front freezers. Everything was basically just not logged in correctly. So my job was to rid of it and make 11 pallets fully disappear. My plan was to put in the tell zone what bin and number, what was on the floor, and how much is in each bin. Oh boy did I have fun. My plan struck me and I knew what to do. Management seen me moving it all around and putting it in the system. They finally stopped snooping around while I was working and I faked everything up. Wrong bin, wrong numbers, just completely faked everything all up lol. So my shift ends and as I walk out the door, that same bitch that had written me up stopped me after clocking out down the hallway. She said, "So did you get those 11 pallets taken care of and off the floor, and can you walk in the big freezer?" She jerked her arm up with a thumb up gesture. I said I got rid of 10.5 pallets and everything in the bins off the floor. I gave her a sheet-eating grin and winked at her. She said alright. As I'm walking off, here come the bigwigs, all with notepads and tablets. Well, needless to say, Rachel no longer works for Walmart as an assistant manager. Moral of the story: treat your employees like people and the system of write them up to get more work out of them doesn't work, cause it will bite you in the ass. If I just could have been a fly on the wall when they opened the freezer to see a full inventory stacked to the tip top and nowhere to walk, and soon as you move a pallet it will fall onto the floor. My school tried to implement a policy that would punish YIU for taking videos of fights even if you weren't fighting yourself. You'd still get in trouble. The worst thing was the school would literally confiscate your phone, make you unlock it, and then geo through it. Like, a member of staff would go through your photos to make sure you deleted it. They also go through you faking texts as well, along with your search history for some reason. This happened with or without your permission. This happened to a girl I know. She videoed two girls fighting during lunch. School took her phone, went through it, and didn't give it back. Not in her mom came. He sent the video to a friend on Snapchat before the school took it from her. When her friend sent the video back to her, she spammed every single social media platform there is, and even spammed the school's Twitter with it as well. School suspended her for like a week. Megan, if you're reading this, you're a badass. But this still didn't get rid the policy though. Go through his phone. The school threatened to expel him. He caved and gave the the school him a detention for recording it. Well, the next day the boy's dad came in and ripped the staff a new asshole. He said that it was illegal to invade someone's privacy like that by going through every photo they had and looking through personal text messages. He then said he's going to sue the school. He also demanded they apologized to his son. They did, and they revoked his detention. I don't know what happened, but I think he actually did sue the school and got a claim, because the next day the policy was gone, and they had an assembly saying they were publicly apologizing for the pounding implemented, and they also asked for the students who were searched not to take any legal action. In short, by following the rules of my old employer, they lost a lot of clients and are now scrounging to stay afloat. I followed the rules and lost more clients than my colleagues that didn't, so I became a less valuable employee as a result of following these rules at my old job. Software company developing software for enrolling insurance. I did implementation, not development. We had a rule that we had to use the functionality of our software to provide the client with what they are requesting. Beyond that, it would be billable work or something they would have to take care of on their own. The problem was that our software lacked a lot of the kind of functionality that clients generally need or very much want, mostly reporting, and despite me repeatedly passing this feedback on over the course of 7 years, most of those issues were never addressed through programming. It's a fairly small company, so I was passing it along directly to the president, CTO, COO, business analyst, project manager, as well as my direct supervisor. I watched some of our best clients walk away over and over again because we didn't lay off that business process and didn't develop solutions. Fortunately for me, I got offered a job by one of our former clients. The new job has the opposite approach, where we don't bill for almost any of our work, particularly not for things that are expected by our clients. It's strange for me, a lazy fuck, to say that I'm happy doing the extra work, not only because it keeps clients happy and increases my job security, but because I don't have to listen to clients bitch at me about things I totally agree with them on, and then just reciting our policy. I had been at my job for a while and had carved out a nice little space where I covered a lot of work nobody wanted to do, but also didn't take a lot of mental energy, perfect for an early 20s job. Then I got a new manager who decided that what I did was really more connected to sales, so all the sales guys should do it for themselves. Enough people at the job liked me that they swapped me into another position, which I didn't like. I was strongly considering leaving, but I also knew that I would be in a good position when the inevitable happened. Management was a bit bullheaded, so it actually took 3 or 4 months before they came to me and said, we need you to come back and take over again. They were 6 weeks behind on everything, and stuff was going out with mistakes, which could cost the company money. So I told them I'd do it, but I wanted to work from home and have control over my own hours. I'm not really a morning person, so I would come in at noon once or twice a week, the rest of the time working from home. Everything was back to normal, and it got to the point where I was doing my work too quickly. I had it down to a 48-hour turnaround for all orders, and they told me that the express orders were supposed to cost extra, so to try to slow it down. Then comes another answer, because they switched my manager again, and this guy declared that I had to work 9 to 6 from the office every single day. Now, sure, this might sound like a normal managerial edict, until I tell you that this manager was stationed out of another state and literally never worked out of an office. I had kind of had enough of the job, but more importantly, I did the math and realized that the increased commuting cost of going in every day would actually mean I would take less of a pay cut if I went on unemployment. So I gave them my notice. So at the start of this year, with all the quarantine and stuff, was when our school started to experiment with real-time remote learning like most people did once COVID first hit. Now they also had people split between remote and in-person learning, which was somewhat hard for the teachers. Anyways, now on to the real rule. If a teacher was absent for whatever reason, mainly quarantine so they would be out for 14 days, anyone remote would be marked absent regardless if they spent the whole period doing their work. Now if you were absent for 5 school days you would be suspended for skipping class, so if a teacher had to quarantine, which happened somewhat often, students would be suspended because the teacher was put, even if they did their work, and since his suspension counted as an absence it added back towards another suspension, so essentially, if a teacher was out it would lead to an endless loop of suspensions. After the second quarter, 4 months after school started, they realized what happened and asked students if they were actually doing their work, which then led to some students lie about it, so now they had their attendance book inaccurate because some people lied about being present, which led to them calling every single parent in the school to ask if their child was absent, and then the parents didn't know that a teacher not being there counted as being absent, so now their attendance policy was even more faked up, so they had to shut down the attendance book for a few days, so in those few days teachers couldn't submit their attendance to the office, which led to students skipping class, which faked up their attendance book even more. In the end they had to scrap the old attendance, and now, if you skipped all of your classes in the first 2 quarters you wouldn't even be punished as long as you completed your work. So that's the whole story about how our school faked up their attendance. Agency company I worked for had us selling high-end AV equipment in stores, basically sales reps. First it was texting area manager when you got into your store for the day, then it was sending a photo in front of the store, then it was a 15-minute WhatsApp live location, then a whole day WhatsApp, then they finally went all out and forced us to download a timesheets app on our personal phones which tracked location all the time when you clocked in and out. The store I worked in was right on the edge of the regional manager's patch, about 3 hours from her home, so no chance of an early visit. The local area manager and I got on well, equally disliked the business, so he would be cool if I wasn't there when he showed once a month. Wasn't happy about it, but only came about because of the brand's distrust of staff. You pay us peanuts, what do you expect? So, being tetchy, I was tempted to try one of the location masking apps on Android. And what do you know? So, 9 AM shift, wake up 8:55, check in, shower, shave, get on the London Tube in Mile End, walk into store on the other side of London about 11, wander off home about 3, clock out at 5. The staff and I got on really well, so would sell for me and text me any sales I had to log, or if anyone was around looking for me. Best one had to be that day I had a black tie event after work and I forgot my smart shoes and had to get them polished. Turned up late, had to go back home, get the shoes, stop off in Piccadilly to get them polished, head out for a haircut and shave, drop out early. Of the day I apparently work 9 hours. I worked 35 minutes. Beautiful. Call center for a third party on behalf on everyone's favorite cable company, where we answered calls for people who had their service interrupted due to non-payment. Basically one nasty, I'd venture to say neckbird, employee was throwing away stuff like bones of chicken wings etc. from lunch at the garbage bin at his desk. Generally this was just for tissues, discarded paper and so on, while the food bins were in the break room. He got ants as a result of this. If you've ever worked in a place like that where the whole building is just full of cubicles, where all they want you to do is take calls, you know how in all they are about always being on the phone. Think The Office, where Michael was working his second job, but way more strict. Anyways, instead of reprimanding the nasty employee, what did they do? They removed every trash can from the floor and said if you needed to use a bin you had to go to the break room. This was in a building of like 350 employees, by the way. Have to blow your nose and throw away the tissue. Get off the phone and go to the break room. Wipe down your headset, keyboard, mouse etc. with a Lysol or alcohol pad at the start of your shift. Break room. Have what the company considered an acceptable snack at your desk, like a granola bar or something where the wrapper wouldn't cause a problem in the bin, like rotting food does. Throw it away in the break room. Cue actual lines to the break room that you actually had to stand around and wait in all day long. Got to the point that there was so many people in there all day that you couldn't even use it for an actual lunch break and would need to go to your car or something. Productivity and time on calls tanked immediately. The policy lasted all of 2 days and the bins were back. Neckbet was fired like 2 weeks later for continuing to eat non-approved food items at his desk. Not a rule per se, just a thing my college did. During this pandemic we started having online classes and well for Civil no one wanted to attend anyway. So we did have a schedule already given to us about the class timings and all. And due to having a bullshit management, they didn't have rooms already set up and sheet. Instead the teachers every day sent new links to students just before starting the class on our WhatsApp group. Soon enough even teachers got lazier and kept forgetting to send the links and we would be just sitting there. And if the class was not happening, they didn't even tell us. We had to ask for them to answer. After this went on for some time, even the straight A students got bored of this and no attended any class for over 2 weeks or something. We all got invited to a meeting with the principal. We voiced our concerns and things improved for a week and it all went back to sheet again. We were again called for a meeting about a month from then. My college management is stupid AF. Let me also tell you about another time where I went in to fill out my supplementary exam form, and although I did remember which subject to fill out, I asked the staff if she can show me my results again and she did. Now for 2 faking semesters they had the same results copy pasted for every student, and I made a snarky remark of bullshit management. One of the staff members got pissed off or something. I wasn't even talking to her, and she said I should know my results. I said first of all you have to give it to me, and you don't even have it straight. Second I was just rechecking, and let's say I lost so what now I forget I ever gained the exam. You will have to give it to me again. She's starting to boil again, and at that moment, another staff member came in to give us. I was there with couple of friends. Our results. I had asked for it before all this drama, and the guy went to get it. So the story here is that we hadn't received results for last 2 semester cause they kept making excuses, and I jumped on this and immediately said, nice, you keep telling me I should know my results and here you guys haven't given them to me for almost a year now. Nice. I think she said something, but I have a bad habit of leaving when someone is speaking. In my head it's like the convo is over, right? So I leave, and this backfires a lot as sometime the conversation isn't over, and this was a time when the conversation wasn't over, and she did reply to me, but I was already halfway out the door, so as to not look foolish, I left. Next time I saw her she was a bit beachy. The place I work at had spent 2018 and 2019 transitioning to high capacity seating. They were throwing out all the cubicles, and in their place, were putting in these stretches of tables, where there's like a thin client, a monitor and a keyboard would be. You'd then remote into a VM that you work off. You're not really guaranteed the same desk every day and you're not supposed to leave your stuff there. They built lockers to store items in. Each floor that had been transformed also had a trendy like cafe with free Starbucks as well as a library in place of the bland break rooms we had before. They claimed it was to have more of a startup feel. Also I think they were trying to be more trendy and cool, kind of like the WeWork offices were/are. They also were in the process of eliminating all work from home. They felt that teams needed to be close together as much as possible. But now COVID has hit, and social distancing is the way to go. They spent millions on redoing several buildings as well as on new buildings built in this pattern during the time frame. Now those buildings sit empty as all of us work from home. They are amazed that we hit the same deadlines whether we are there or not. I think eventually they'll vaccinate us, pull us back in, and stuff us all together with no room for a fatch to go unnoticed. But whatever, I'll figure out a way to deal, I'm sure. As of now my team and I had managed to retain our cubes, so hopefully they won't keep transitioning people and I can avoid ever having to sit in mass seating at this place. A woman notorious for being a Karen in the office complained to the very new to the job higher ups that my vegan food was stinking up the office in the microwave and makes her coffee taste like whatever I'm eating when she microwaves it. Rice and beans, curry, fish, popcorn, and beyond. There was never any complaints until I began microwaving my tofu scramble. So the newly appointed higher ups pull me aside and inform me that I can no longer make or heat food in the office anymore. I asked if there was a particular type of food that was causing the problem I could simply avoid. She said vegan food, all of it. So I basically said that sounds like something the union would want to know about if it's a rule imposed only on me, or that. She picks up the phone and asks me to leave and close the door. Turns out she called the union before I could, and then my union contacted me. Anyway, the union agreed that it had to be either everybody or nobody when creating and enforcing policies. And my office was so stubborn that they took out the microwave and toaster oven from the break room. Everyone was pissed and complained, and the lady that reported it in the first place couldn't microwave her coffee at all now, lol. That only lasted a week before everything was out back by popular demand and everyone was allowed to use it once again, including myself. After the whole ordeal, what's funny is they pulled me aside and go, next time why can't we settle it person to person? You didn't have to call the union, which is a laughable statement that borders on crazy sounding, but you really don't know these people, so I informed them that I hadn't called the union. They did. When they asked me to leave their office, they tried getting the one up on me by calling them first. The oh shit is right look on their face was priceless. I worked at a small bookstore for 4 years in the 90s. Beside our magazine rack, we had a garbage can. It often got used as every time people opened a magazine, 2 to 3 of those subscription cards fell to the floor. Plus there was a coffee shop down the hall, so people often threw out coffee cups there. No one had an issue with the garbage can until we got a new district manager who was a douchebag. He saw it one day and said that garbage can is unsightly, put it in the back room. We don't need it. So we take it away, and for the next month, there are cards littered all over the floor, empty coffee cups shoved in our magazine rack. I mean, really, what reasoning is there to remove a garbage can that is actually getting used frequently? We eventually just put it back and waited for him to complain again, but he never did. I suspect now that he just want to give us an order for order's sake. He one time complained about how we had our bestseller books displayed. We spent well over an hour rearranging it. 2 weeks later he visits again and says, why would you arrange your bestsellers this way? Fix it so it's this other way. So we spent another hour plus taking all the books down and returning it to its former self. I studied in a public high school. Our principal, which coincidentally the husband of our neighborhood leader, implemented a rule that was also present in our local grade school, a uniform and tardiness policy. This was implemented in all sections of all grades, but this was strictly imposed on higher sections and prioritized courses like STEM and ABM. The rule meant that if you don't have any proper uniform when going to school, they won't let you in, mark you as absent, and send you home for improper dress code. But if you have a proper uniform, yet you're late going to school, you're made to stand still in front of the flag and sing the national anthem plus the oath, and a scolding from your department head. Some STEM students are scholars, which meant some of them aren't privileged enough to buy enough uniforms for 5 days of school. This policy caused so many problems for the regional superintendent and headmaster. Many complaints from parents started to come. Students started to pile up the entrance waiting for a chance to get in, because some school guards were considerate and thought the policy was bullshit. And out of the estimated 1,500 students enrolled, you can barely see 100 roaming the campus, because most students went home. And one student filmed a video posted on his story which caught the attention of our mayor and his advisors. 2 weeks later the policy was reformed, and the principal made an apology to all affected families, plus he gave all of our missing work from those 2 weeks an A+. He still kept his job, but he later resigned due to personal problems the new policy still caused, but not as many problems that would be compared to what have happened on the first one. I worked as an usher in a cinema. Part of my job was to close the doors to the halls when the movie started and check that everything was okay in there. One day our manager started insisting that we were supposed to wait there for the first 5 minutes of every movie. I think this was actually an official corporate policy even back when I started, but it was basically impossible as often multiple halls started at the same time, other halls were ending, someone had to check tickets in the lobby, etc. Even with this, we sometimes, 2 to 3 times a day, had to ask the manager to cover the lobby for a couple minutes when we had very little time to clean up a very large hall or something like that. Usually most of us would just take a peek to make sure that the pictures on the screen were running, nobody was recording that the people on the screen were talking, and that the people in the seats weren't talking. Instead of 5 minutes, you could be done in like 20 seconds. As a senior usher, I tried to argue with the manager that it will be just impossible, that we would need to at least double the number of ushers to make this possible, but she just said to ask her anytime we need any help. After just one, although very busy, weekend of this policy, when she had to spend most of the day checking tickets in the lobby, instead of doing her actual work, or helping at other stations, mainly the concession stand where the cinema makes the most money, she pretty much said to go back to the way things were before. When I was in 6th form, we had to wear business dress. This meant a bunch of 16 to 18-year-old wandering around dressed exactly like the teachers, but unlike the teachers we didn't need to wear lanyards with our ID cards in them. Well, school management decided that this was bad because at that anyone could just put on a suit and wander into the school, even though you could only get in and out of school grounds during the day by showing your ID card, and on a morning the 6th form director would stand at the gate anyway and he knew everyone's faces, but because of this, they leaked it to make it mandatory for students to wear lanyards with their IDs at all times while on site, and you got a warning if you didn't have it on. 7 warnings in 6 weeks and you were kicked out and lose off-site privileges. The problem was that it meant that if you lost off-site privileges and you didn't start classes till after the first period some days, or had say the last couple of periods and a day off, then you couldn't come in late or leave early, which obviously sucked if you finished at 12 but were stuck there till 2:30 with nothing to do. But the problem with the policy was really highlighted when it got to exam season. Because we were expected to be wearing the lanyards at all time even in class, it meant that we were also expected to be wearing them in exams. And because of the cards being in a holder, it meant that people could write answers and hints on the back of their student IDs or slot pieces of paper between the student ID and card holders on the lanyard. So there was a week of proper national exams with people doing this till someone got caught, and then it went to lanyards had to be on desks, and people still kept doing it, so they had to be in pockets. And after all of that, and just how many students didn't stick to the policy, they decided that they couldn't be bothered with having the policy anymore, and it was just suddenly gone the next year. One day when I was in high school, I went with black shorts. They were school code, but they had a LGBT flag imprinted on the sides. I wore it for the whole school year. Turns out last week of school one of the assistant to the manager was in a bad mood and told me I was not supposed to use them, so she was going to send me to detention. This all happened at the morning. School did not started yet, and I told her, look, I've worn this the whole school year, passed by you many times, spoke with you, and now you want to tell me they are not school code? No. I'm not going to detention. I came here to study, not to be detained wasting my time. She was furious that I actually talked back. She refused. But I told her this is not whether you want it or not. If it's so much trouble, I'll go back home, change, and go to class. I will not waste my time. In those times I was already driving. She liked the idea even less. But to make sure nothing happened to me, I went to the principal, spoke with her, explained her what happened, and told her I wanted to study, and because it's not time yet, I'll go home, which is less than 5 minutes away, come back and be on time for class. Obviously only if she approved. She did. I went home, changed, came back to only find the assistant talking with the principal of the occurrence. Ended up not in detention, but in a whole other school for troubled kids. She said I overrided power, didn't follow rules as instructed, and broke school dress code. And it was not even during school time. Just to find out, before the week passed, in the school for troubled kids, that the school year ended due to COVID. Lol, biggest L. Not necessarily stupid, seeing as I don't condone underage smoking, but still points to a little context. The high school in my town, I didn't attend. I went to a secondary school in the same county, different story, was built next to a wooden fence that divides the student parking from a row of homes parallel to the student lot for its entirety, about 200 yards long. There are 2 small breaks in the fencing along the way leading to people's backyards. Obviously you can't smoke cigarettes on high school campuses, but a friend of mine and myself in junior year had just gotten dropped off at the high to wait for the bus that would take us home. We used to just walk off campus, down the road that passed in front of the school, and smoke on the sidewalk, and walk back to wait. Faculty caught on and hated it, so we ended up wandering down the fence to one of the breaks to pop in for a smoke, and found a house with a dog in the backyard pool. Dog flips sheet and we start sweating, and the owner comes out, hand up, just waving. We didn't run, because he didn't seem mad. When he came out, says, "Hey, what's up, heard you found my dog." I go, "Yee. Sorry about smoking back here, we can leave right now." Dude really isn't mad at all, and says we can totally smoke in his backyard, just not to leave the butts. There's like a shit ton of buds in the pool the dog's pissing on, but we couldn't care less. Spent the rest of the year smoking cigs in this guy's yard, occasionally seeing him, just to ask how we were, and about school. Super dope guy. Doing retail displays, and our work for an 8.5-hour day includes 2 15 minutes paid breaks, technically 5 minutes for walking to / from the break room and 10-minute break, and 1 30-minute unpaid lunch. Had to clock out. 2 major issues that came up were we had to take the breaks at set hours. Before that, we'd take the 2 15s together once the store opened, so we could get more work done before customers came in. Well, we were told we couldn't do this, so 2 separate 15 minutes breaks meant less productivity. When we had to take our afternoon 15, you need to spend time stopping your work, securing everything to make sure it's cautioned off, so it's customer safe, and putting all your tools away. Then walk from wherever you were in the building to the break room, which was usually more than 2.5 minutes one way, especially when customers stopped you. Then after the break is getting back, getting all your tools out, and ready again, and starting back up. Also with the 30-minute unpaid lunch. Since we had to be on set times, when too many people were in the lunchroom at once, there were frequently large lines and often they'd run out of food and need to prepare more batches. This led to people having to punch back in after the 30 minutes and getting manager approval to actually eat their lunch. Sometimes you'd stand in line for 10 to 15 minutes waiting for the next batch of food. So looking at like 40 to 45 minute lunches with 10 to 15 minutes of paid time. Fresh out of high school, I became a junior varsity coach at that same high school. I had been on the high school's team for all 4 years, and became close to the head coach and the female athletic director, AD, during that time. I had no experience coaching beyond the role of team captain and apparently no backing from the head coach or AD during this first year of coaching. I was told if I had to use disciplinary action, I had to ask the head coach and female AD for advice first. That's the context. Now, onto the story point. At one of the last matches of my boys season, my team and I were waiting for the bus while watching our high school represent in a different sport. Some of the team went to use the restroom, and as a female, I felt it would be strange in my position to escort them to those restrooms, so I stayed with the remainder of the team, which was the majority anyway. A few minutes later, a good kid, who had left to go to the restroom, came running up to me saying something about a fight, but was told not to snitch. I jumped up, rushed outside, and found one kid seething with anger, one kid laughing, and 2 others complaining that it's not what it looks like. The good kid told me that laughing kid and complaining kids were verbally harassing the angry kid by commenting on his short stature. Angry kid then slapped the laughing kid, which is when the good kid ran to get me. When I came out, I was beyond livid, because the angry kid had been causing me lots of problems with his behavior in practice, and now he had slapped his teammate. I asked for everyone's side of the story, separated the kids, and scolded each side for their behavior. It was an awkward bus ride home, because I made angry kids sit up front with me. I scolded each side again, and told them they would have punishment at next practice, and I immediately contacted the head coach and the female AD, because she had always been dependable for advice. Before I reached out to the male AD with my decision, I gave a brief rundown of what happened and vocalized that I wanted the angry kid to be off the team based on the following reasons. He had shown poor work ethic in practice by showing up late, not doing what was asked, mouthing off to me that practice was a waste of time, not being a team player, not participating in conditioning, etc. He had his mom corner me after practice when I was alone to tell me I had no right to not let him start in matches, although all the boys knew that their starting positions were based on working their way up the ladder, had to best the person above them at least one time. This kid had the talent and technique but wasn't applying himself, especially during practice. See reason #1. Before the match, I explicitly told him I would start him this one time to see if he could prove that he was a strong player by showing me a good work ethic and that he could get along with his teammates. If he displayed poor behavior, either on or off the court, he would be back to square one. I made sure he knew and comprehended our agreement, and he assured me, without a doubt, that he'd be on his best behavior. However, the incident day, although terrible the circumstances, proved that this kid could not rise above what I knew he could avoid. I was devastated that this kid did not prove himself to me after giving him an opportunity that I made only for him. I was being unfair to his teammates by giving him this chance. In any other sport at this high school, if a player laid a hand on another player, they would immediately be kicked off the team. It goes against rules of conduct of the school and of the sport. Participating in extracurricular activities and sports are privileges, not rights. And this kid had laid a hand on a teammate, which should result in immediate termination. The head coach didn't respond to me, but the female lady did. She claimed that I can't kick this kid off the team due to a one-time offense, although she knows the history of this kid during practices, because she has seen it with her own eyes. She also mentioned I can't kick this kid off because his parents are on the district board and his dad is the superintendent. Later on, I received the same news from the male lady, who would be the one to enforce any action. So, basically, I wasn't allowed to discipline this kid at all because of his parents. Great. My belief that this female lady could do no wrong instantly evaporated. The head coach was no help when I told him in person too. So because I wasn't allowed to kick this kid off the team, I put this kid back in his place at square one. His attitude never improved, and he never moved up in ranks because he didn't apply himself. If there was a complaint, I told both mom and kid that they could counsel with female AD because she always has wonderful advice. A season later, the kid quit, and I no longer asked advice from the head coach nor female AD because they never showed me backing when I needed it most. Worked at a metal polishing shop, and we would regularly do an assembly line style gig where one person would polish the same portion of different metal parts, pass it to the guy next to him who'd polish a different portion, and so on until the whole part was finished. Even though we hadn't gotten complaints, management was always hyper focused on catching us faking up, so they decided we absolutely had to start signing off on the part we worked on, so they'd know who messed up if something came back wonky. We were like 4 guys, mind you, so it wasn't hard to just fess up and ask for pointers from the other guys on the line. One day they set up this clipboard with a whole sheet of paperwork they said we had to fill out every time we finished working on a piece. We tried to tell them that the way we're pumping out so many pieces so quickly was because each person was doing a small portion of a piece at a time, but they said we had to fill it out every time a piece left our desk. So we decided that we were going to do exactly what they told us. We would polish a portion of our piece, maybe 5 to 10 minutes, stop working, walk over to the other end of the room, and spend about 45 seconds filling out paperwork, then walk back across the room and start on a new piece. It completely destroyed any rhythm or flow we had, because one person might be filling out the sheet while the other person is trying to hand him a piece. Output tanked and the clipboard was mysteriously gone after a week. My school last semester thought I was unprofessional last year for literally asking for my grade because no one would update them and my professor never was available. Long story short, they made my life hell. This year, they're asking me for information about 99 plus cheaters, academic dishonesty, but not the doctor. Dr. Orta. I reported to them since Monday, now that they need these screenshots and transcript, and multiple things from me. I learned so much about my professionalism. I decided that they are able to have a conversation with me only after clearing my record. They then said, well, how can we help you? I don't know. How about getting 99 plus people cheating on a graduate class? Talking to the doctor that's supposed to be professional? Or the tar that's been sitting on this info on her ass for 3 days? Or the 90 whatever students that are actually guilty? Or the admin of the group? There's so many questions as to why me. LMAO jokes on them. Because I still have more info on more students, but why give up all the information now when I know how the convo will end and this will only be more of a point for my next school? I withdrew. I refuse to be part of a circus. Not even a fun or smart one. LMAO point I say quack, and they all go crazy just cause I don't cluck like a chicken. Like, bruh, do I need to go into further detail how ridiculous this is? LMAO point first time in trouble because of my tone. Now they need me and I'm still in trouble. TF. LMAO. Worked at a power sports dealership. Boss was an uber prick about dress code. Demanded cleaner, more prim uniforms than the military, and would get an evil sneer while he berated you for your attire, just to let you know he was enjoying your pain. One year he said jokingly, while belittling an employee, that we could wear anything that we sold at the dealership. Dealership didn't sell any apparel, so he was being a dick. The next day, I found this company that makes the most incredible socks meant to be worn under super tall motocross boots, so they are about knee high. They come in all sorts of super bright, lurid colorful patterns in humorous patterns like pizza and beer or popular cartoon characters that were often quite vulgar. I was the parts manager, so I brought in a big shipment of these socks and threw them out onto a showroom floor display and started selling them. Day after that, every single employee was walking around wearing atrocious knee-high socks. Boss was pissed, but his wife was working that day and she was cool. She hated the way he treated employees and thought it was hysterical and made him honor his word. Boss was pissed at me and tried to get sideways with me for setting him up, but I had my distributor who was a friend of mine backdate the invoice for the socks by a few days, so I told the boss I was planning on selling those socks long before he said that, and to check his karma. It was nice seeing him sulk in his office for a week or so and not hearing from him. Ahem, when I went to a specific academy learning metalworking and welding, we had a few rules. I was one out of 18 students. We had 3 teachers, one in particular was beyond stupid. If there wasn't any teachers nearby, we weren't allowed to use the metal cutter, which was a 3-meter wide machine with a blade pushing down with 4.5 tons of force point anyway. In this academy, we frequently got work from customers. In order to learn about customer service and how to meet the client's needs and expectations. Now, with that out of the way, the moment I still remember fondly. One day, while we were working in the workshop, a client came into the workshop. He wanted us to build a dozer blade for his tractor. We already had blueprints for a few designs and gave him different options. He decided on a blade with hydraulic turning, which was more difficult, but that was fine. We wrote the contract and he went on his way. The kicker was that we needed large metal sheets in order to build it. And all of our teachers were on a meeting and wouldn't be back for a few hours. It was either 2 or 3 hours. I don't quite remember anyway. We needed 10mm thick steel for the body of the dozer blade. And there was no way in the whole entire laws of physics that would allow us to use angle grinders to get through it without spending like 10 or so hours. So all 18 of us just grabbed a chair, sat ours down, pulled out our phones, and waited for our teachers. They came back to see all of us just chilling. All machines were off, the welders were off, the spotlights were off. And the best part was that it was the end of the day. After we had explained why we spent the last few hours of the day just chilling, they just told us, you can use the cutter from now on, as long as there are at least 2 of you. Needless to say, the next day we had more than half the dozer blade laid out, and a good portion of it already welded. When I worked in produce as a assistant manager, I was supposed to do claims, since Manger was on vacation, but I was never shown how to. I asked so many times to be taught properly, was taught 5 different wrong ways somehow. Anyways, so my manager started to basically scream at me in the cooler, because I faked up the claim. I told him that, because literally no one would teach me properly, that I'm trying my best, and because they had to be done on the day I had no choice but to do it wrong so something was in. He screamed more then told me that I was to not ever do any claims again. Okay cool, I won't. So a week later a big fuck up happened and a lot of stuff was to be claimed. I took record of what there was and gave it to him saying, well, you told me not to do this. He wanted to get mad, but he knew that he couldn't due to me just following his orders. At the regional meeting for my department, I had the guy running the meeting get mad at me because the claim wasn't put in. I told him after the meeting that my store manager said that I'm not allowed to do it and he would do them. His words. The regional department manager got mad at the store manager for being an idiot. The store manager then did the claims when I was in charge for another 2 months before I was finally taught by the regional department manager. TLDR. Store manager gets mad at me for faking up task that no one will teach me properly. Has forced to do task because of his own rule/order he told me to follow. Then he gets yelled at by regional guy for faking up and not showing me. Then does that task for another 2 months before I get taught how to do it by regional guy. Okay, so we had to wear lanyards with ID cards from grade 10 to grade 12, and the lanyard program only lasted 4 years, those 3 years and a year after I graduated. It was a massive high school, so we had 3 vice principals and there was one of them who was very adamant about the lanyard program. If you forgot your lanyard, you'd have to wait in her office and purchase a new one. $3 for the lanyard, $3 for the ID card, and let me tell you, massive amounts of kids forgot them daily. I'm talking at least 20 a day, sometimes it would hit 100, not kidding. Anyways, a year after I graduated, I had a buddy who stayed to do a leap year, and he tells me Ms. Nahachowitz, that crazy vice principal, was seen being taken out, in handcuffs for, you guessed it, pocketing the lanyard money. Apparently she accumulated over 10 grand. Also side note, everyone hated her, even teachers. I remember an assembly where she talked about respect and attendance and whatnot, and me and my friend started clapping her off stage and the entire auditorium started doing it. Haha. Teachers didn't even try to stop it at first, they were laughing too hard. Side note to the side note, assemblies were split between half the school because the hall couldn't fit 2200 kids in it. So imagine 1000 kids clapping you off stage. Lol. Felt great. Edit. I graduated in 2011, so I guess late 00. In high school, I got sent to the alternative school for 45 days when I got caught with dab carts, weed, on school property. It's supposed to be a place where you recover from bad habits. Well, you would be surprised how easy it is to slip under the radar and do absolutely fuck all when you have a high GPA and never did anything bad, or at least got caught doing anything. While there, I found a nicotine plug, got in touch with a friend who I started smoking weed with daily, and burning through my last required math and English classes I needed to graduate. I was so good compared to the other kids there, they sent me back early and said, you don't belong here, and we know you will go back to school a changed man. Well, when I came back I finessed my way into having 3 band classes, band nerd since middle school, and 4 STLP worker classes, where I was supposed to fix Chroma books. Only problem was we either A, never had parts to fix them, or B, had no Chroma books to fix. The teacher of the class thought I was an upstanding citizen who went down the wrong path momentarily, so he let me go sit in the media center, library with a good computer lab, every day. I should note, the librarian had her days split between all schools in our district, so she was only in there 1 day of the week. My domain was peaceful until other kids started doing the same thing. It quickly filled up with other students and they all got caught in there by the VP. She also found me making beats in a room off to the side and demanded I go back to my class. Well, I told her to go talk to Mr. W and he would say I have permission to be there since I was a good kid. Which he did. From then until school was closed because of COVID, I constantly had friends in there with me hitting carts every day or skipping school to go smoke bud. I'm not joking when I say I didn't do any work after my 45 days were up. I still believe I had one of the easiest senior years out of anyone in my school's history, state, and possibly the country. Point came back to bite me in the ass though, as I dropped out of college this semester because of how poorly I did living on my own and being responsible for adult stuff. But in all honesty, I didn't even want to pursue college anymore, as I got no financial aid and had shitty scholarships and would have been drowning in debt the rest of my life. I work with kids in a sports setting. The head of the program went on leave after having a baby and the company hired a temporary replacement. His job was simple: take over while she was on leave and make sure the place doesn't burn down. The problem with this was that he had a vision of a better workplace. He introduced true laughter rule that just made no sense. Then one day one of my athletes needed to use the bathroom, so as usual I sent her to the bathroom on her own. Well, this seemed to anger the new manager. He comes up to me and says we have just implemented a new rule that says no athletes should go to the bathroom on their own. It's not like the bathrooms were far. I could see the athlete walk all of the way to the bathrooms and back, and would notify the athlete if they made a poor choice in pathway. He continued, if an athlete needs to use the bathroom, they need to either wait for the whole group to go at once, or the whole group must stop their activities and then sit outside the bathroom for the other athlete. So that's just ridiculous. I have 8 to 10 athletes trying to train. I can't stop them mid-training just because one of them needs to pee. I told him respectfully, I totally disagree with the rule, but if it is what you truly want, I will follow the rule. About a month later, the manager was coaching a group of boys when mid-training one of them starts to beg to go to the bathroom. He says, "You'll have to hold it because we are right in the middle of a training." Well, obviously the kid couldn't just tell his bowels to stop moving, and next thing you know the kid is running to the bathroom, leaving a trail of poop in his wake all the way from one side of the facility, across multiple stations already in use, and right into the bathroom. The rules were changed back following this instance and we were back to normal training. 7th grade, I was ganged up on by 5 kids in the baseball field at the school. Cops came, took my statement, but did nothing about it. School administrators assured me they would be getting in trouble and wouldn't be a problem for me, that they wouldn't be walking at graduation, and that they wouldn't be going on the trip to Washington the very next day they were in school. And I got attacked in the hallway again by the same kids, 3/5 of them at least. The school chose not to believe me and didn't follow up when we went to Washington. Not only did the kids get to go, but they put one of them in the hotel room next to mine. Meanwhile, I was still getting threats from them every time they saw me. They also walked at graduation, and their punishment turned out to be absolutely nothing. They didn't even make them apologize. Next year, same school, I was talking to a girl and she said something sassy at me. As a joke, I turned towards her and gave her an exaggerated mean look and then made a quick jerk of my leg like I was gonna kick her shit under the table, then chuckled at her. Suddenly a teacher is running at me screaming physical contact. Really? That's what you come yelling, and pretty much tackles me into a desk and is trying to pin me down and telling people to get away from me. I immediately got suspended for a week, then had to spend my recesses for about a month in the student support center, and they wanted me to see the school therapist over anger issues. All of this was despite the fact that the girl immediately cleared up the fact that I had not hit her and that we were friends. They decided that the look I gave her indicated some anger problems and went on to say that it was likely why I had instigated the fight that happened a year before. They decided to blame me getting gang beaten on imaginary anger problems because of a joke with a friend a year later, but didn't care one bit at the fact that I got beaten unconscious, then lifted up and beaten more by 5 people that I didn't know. The whole zero tolerance policy is bullshit and doesn't help anyone. This happened my junior year of high school. For about 4 or 5 years I had been shooting for a competitive rifle team. I wasn't the best, but I was the best for my age group. My entire school knew 2.0. I'm a few weeks into junior year and the team was closing down for the winter. We decided to go shooting together one last time. So we go to the gun range, and I set up my stuff, shoot, and clear the line. Well, as I'm cleaning my stuff up and storing it, borrow club gear, a police officer sits up next to me and has a misfire. At this point, my gear bag is completely empty, and I've double checked my bag. It was empty. The officer ejects his misfire while I'm out of the room. I come back in, grab my bag, and head home. Then I started using the bag for cross country, which the practices were right after school. A full week later, the school goes into a lockdown procedure. We all think that it's a drill and just wait. It lasted 45 minutes, as compared to the normal 15. That's when we knew something was wrong. Rumors started to circulate about a bullet being found in the locker room. Everyone starts to stare at me. Lockdown ends. School continues as normal. After XC practice, I went to the police station to ask what had actually happened. It had been a damaged bullet, and it had been found near my bag. It's good to be friends with the police chief. I tell him about the police officer who had been shooting near me. We figure out it had probably come from that. This is a Monday. Tuesday morning I go into school and go straight to the principal. I told what had happened, and he got into contact with the police chief. Then he sent me home with a promise of we'll be fair and look into this with your history in mind. I go home and get a call from him around noon. I got a 2-week suspension from school with expulsion if I came onto school property. Meanwhile, I was taking 3 app courses and 5 honors courses, and I wasn't allowed to contact the school in any way. I was also required to go and get a psychological evaluation to see if I was dangerous to anyone. And why was I suspended? For knowingly bringing a deadly and dangerous weapon into school. The principal went to the town newspaper and said through the investigative processes of the school, we have ascertained the identity of the student responsible and taken a measured and reasonable response. No mention of the student coming forward and freely admitting what had happened. Meanwhile, the person who went through my personal bag and decided they wanted to cause a scene went unpunished. However, I passed all classes and am currently enrolled at the University of Massachusetts, Lowell, in the mechanical engineering program. So I'm pretty happy with how it turned out. Edit. TLDR. Got a 2-week suspension because of a bullet found in my bag. TLDR, my friend was caught riding my longboard in school and the principal suspended me for a week. A little backstory: I'm in 12th grade and I longboard to school, just as I have for the past year. I always leave my board in one of my classrooms during the day and grab it at the end of the day to skate home. One time I was riding around a bit on my board in the halls and a teacher came up to me and told me not to ride it inside school. I said okay and never rode in school after that. Forward a few weeks, I'm staying after school for a club, and my friend's little brother takes my board when I'm not looking and starts riding around in the halls. The principal, Dr. Baker, catches him and returns the board to me. Dr. Baker tells me not to let anyone ride it inside school anymore. I tell him I didn't know he had the board, but he didn't believe me. Later in the week I'm walking out of school, and I set my board down to grab my water from my backpack. A friend, let's call him Derek, grabs my board, runs out the front doors of the school, and starts riding out front. Of course, I can't stop him, since he's going so fast, so I make my way through the doors towards him. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Dr. Baker walking from afar, towards Derek, who is skating in my direction. I stop Derek and grab my board from him. Dr. Baker shows up, and demands the board from me. I respectfully refuse, because it wasn't me who was riding the board, and he had no right to take it from me. Baker tries to pry it from my hands, and continues to demand the board. After an intense tug of war with Baker, he finally lets go. He is furious. He tells me, if I want to return to school tomorrow, I need to bring my parents with me, so they can talk. He storms away into the building, and I skate home. Baker is infuriated. Derek overheard him saying I want that ginger kid expelled. Derek told Dr. Baker that he knew he wasn't supposed to ride it, tells him that he will accept the punishment if there is any. The vice principal talked Baker out of expelling me and brought the punishment down to 5 days of suspension. Dr. Baker says I got off easy. I've posted this story before, but it needs to be said again, because zero tolerance is the dumbest thing ever. Only the Sith and high school principals deal in absolutes. My school instituted zero tolerance policy back when it was a new idea. Nobody stopped to think for 1 second about the ramifications of what they were doing before implementing it. It ended up increasing fights in the school by 1000%. Here's a policy. Both parties of a fight get 1 hour after school detention regardless of culpability. Point 3 detentions in a school year results in an all-day in-school suspension for each future infraction. Point 3 suspensions in a school year will result in expulsion. So it went like this: D/D/D/S/S/S/S/E, seventh strike being expulsion. Now this would only happen if someone got caught fighting/bullying. Bullies had been doing this for years. They know when a good time to strike is and how to avoid the eyes of teachers. Now upon reading this, the gears started turning. Myself and 2 friends had been tormented by a particularly nasty bully for the better part of 8 years by this point. We now had a means to remove this individual from the school at very little cost to ourselves. I walk up to the bully in the halls, directly in front of several teachers, and crack him with a book. He gets a good jaw shot on me before the teachers break it up. We both get detention that evening. The next day my friend walks up behind said bully at lunch and dumps a carton of milk on him. Detention for both of them. The prey had become the hunters. Within 2 weeks he was up for expulsion. The school board was obviously not happy with us. Threatened us with exclusion too, on the grounds that we were a gang. We told them it was a lazy and bad disciplinary policy. They told us if we do that again we'd all get expelled and they'd repeal it next year. It'd be too costly/time consuming/see lazy above to create a new policy and print handbooks. Fun addendum. Not more than a month later we got called back in over a similar incident and they wanted to blame us. Apparently another group of students saw what we did or got the same idea. At the time I remember remarking something along the lines of, "I can see the headlines now. School expels 3 honor students because that's our policy." Fuck that place. My boyfriend was a troublesome child before they got his meds figured out and diagnosed with ADHD. He was shipped around from school to school, wherever his program was hosted. That year he was only suspended once that I know of, and it's the most ridiculous story. I only believe it because I know him and this is absolutely something he would do. Point in 7th grade he got bored during school, as you do. So he got a hold of a copy of the school's floor plans, like the sheety little maps that came in our planners, and began writing up plans for how to take over the school. But this was no ordinary takeover plan. No, this plan involved a trained SWAT team made of squirrels. His teacher saw this and sent him to the vice principal. She already didn't like him, so she called his mother. She works 45 minutes away with traffic. It was midday, and she was busy. She was very irritated at having to come get him, but she did, because the VP wouldn't explain without her there. Point she had to come pick him up and take him home for a 3-day suspension because of a squirrel takeover plot written up by a bored, unstable, ADHD-riddled 12-year-old. She was not pleased with the VP's handling of the situation. Point he coincidentally started up at an alternative school the next year, by sheer luck of the program being moved again. He was not expelled over hypothetical squirrels, though the squirrels on our college campus are so tame he keeps threatening to bring back the takeover plans. This was way before ZT, but my school used the idea whenever it suited them. When I went there, some background. I was a nice kid, but had a few issues after 2nd grade. One was hypoglycemia, which wasn't diagnosed until I was 14, still trying to fix that damage, and the other was finally having someone realize I was being wrapped by a family friend and being helped. 2nd grade. Now before all that, teachers loved me. I was stupid, helpful, nice, and loved learning so much. I acted out sometimes, but generally they assumed I was a great kid. Then I hid counseling, and that faked my head up this ways for Sunday, and I got cranky, cried during class, and started becoming unresponsive sometimes. Mix of sugar crashing harder from same size meals from 3-year-olds, 12th, and depression hitting. The teachers started hating me with the exception of my 3rd grade teacher, who tried to help. I wonder still if they knew what happened and why I left class once a week. Background over. My 3rd grade year, one of my guy friends started learning karate, while my other friends and I weren't so lucky. We wanted to learn too, so we made a karate club, and he taught us poses and the silly jump tricks. For a bit I felt confident and like I could protect myself. One of our friends was a huge bitch and we wanted to kick her out of the group entirely. She caught wind and started a huge argument over kicking other people out, stupidly even saying the only person actually taking karate. This culminated at recess when my BFF of the time and I got into a slap fight and she knocked my glasses off. Now we were actually mad and fighting, but the problem was the girl we wanted to kick out went over and stepped on my glasses to destroy them, then ran to a supervisor and said the leader did it. Her and another member made a huge story about how we were bullying the little kids and I was leading the bullying and how the kid teaching us broke my glasses. It was all bullshit. In a school of 300, 3-year-old 12, no one but those two could back up the story. No one had been bullied by us and we had never laid a hand on anything but the big tree outside. Hell, most of us were the bullied. Didn't matter though, they labeled us a gang and sent me and 3 others to ICE. The rest were suspended. My dad beat the shit out of me repeatedly over it and I was grounded for a while, out track of the time but over a month. To this day I'm astounded that us playing karate lead to all of that BS. It sucked afterwards as the boys figured out teachers wouldn't listen to me, so I was open game for serial harassment for a bit with only "well don't encourage him / make him want you" as the only response. I was labeled as a bad kid until I left over it. When I was in high school, I had some skin problems, moderate acne on my face, eczema that was horrible in the winter. I went to a dermatologist who gave me an recipe gel for my face, used in the morning on a clean face, and before bed on a clean face. I had first period gym class and we took a required swimming class. Since it was my first period class, I didn't wear any makeup to school and brought my recipe to apply after swimming, so it didn't just get washed away in the pool. I also had a spot on my ribs where my eczema had gotten really nasty and I developed an infection known as intertrigonote. Images from Google search. Mine was quite similar. This spot was basically where my bra sat, so it was constantly being irritated by contact. It was wet and it smelled. As a 16-year-old girl, that shit was embarrassing and I was freaking out that people could smell me. I was given a tube of clotrimazole, which is an recipe strength topical antifungal with a small dosage of steroids to help reduce the spread of the infection. So we finish swim class and I shower, dry off, make sure my gross spot of smelly death infection is completely dry, and apply that medication before getting dressed. Then, I'd apply my first dose of acne gel while walking through the hall on the way to class. Since I didn't need a mirror to just rub something all over my face, I had both tubes in my hand as I was leaving the locker room, because I put them back in the glove box of my car during homeroom. My teacher was cool, let me do this during announcements, so I wouldn't forget to bring them back home. My gym teacher was a real hard-ass and loved to bust people for stupid shit. Saw me walking and asked what I was holding. I had no problem saying that it was 2 topicals that I needed for my face and an infection from my eczema. She takes a look at the 2 tubes and sees that they're recipe, then immediately tells me that I need to follow her now. I'm standing in the administration office because she's trying to get me busted for possession of medication. Luckily, I got the assistant principal that was very reasonable, and he spoke to me after the gym teacher went back to start her next class. She couldn't be late, but she sure as shit could make me late. Basically, he asked what the meds were, answered honestly why I was carrying them instead of dropping them off at the clinic. Again, honest answers. The biggest reason is that I needed to apply the clotrimazole to dry skin before any clothing makes contact. I certainly can't walk down to the nurse's office topless, could I? Plus, I needed them for multiple applications during the day. Was it really logical to pick it up and drop it off each morning when that requires a parent to do so? And if I was aware of the zero tolerance drug policy? Yes, I was very aware of the policy. I didn't even carry aspirin or OTC cold medicine with me to school. However, the wording in our handbook was vague and led me to believe that it was limited to ingestible drugs, as those were the type that people were apt to abuse. I actually wound up not getting into any trouble because I was so confused over the whole thing. Plus, he did agree that the wording of the handbook was vague. I tried my hardest to be polite and respectful because I really was a good kid. but I did make my point by asking him if a female student had a yeast infection and she had to deal with medication that was not taken orally, wouldn't they want to give her the benefit of allowing her to deal with that on her own? Or would she have to make this big production out of registering the medication with other students present in the office, making a special trip to the clinic, and requesting her medication by name? Again, other students may be present, then having to use the office restroom to administer the medication? Or would it be much more beneficial for all parties to just let her quickly and quietly handle her needs by making a quick stop to the restroom between classes? I was shocked beyond belief to find that this guy sat across from me and nodded in agreement. Basically, my entire argument about topical versus ingested medication was the entire reason that he wouldn't pursue any discipline for my medicinal possession. He actually said that he's glad to see that I didn't get caught with the same medicine, but in pill form, because it would have been harder to defend and cite the vagueness of the policy wording. I was allowed to leave with a pass to my car, then to class. No further issues came from that incident point. My biggest victory was the smug look I had on my face whenever I saw that damn gym teacher. She had some weird dislike for me, but I never figured out what the hell I did before this incident. I can't say she eased up afterwards though, but I still got an A in her class. Since it was a mandatory swimming class, and I was on swim team, she couldn't ding me on my grade, performance based, or effort plus PARTICIPATION for weak swimmers, without a provable reason. I know this will get buried, but anyone who finds this will be rewarded with this awesome story. Okay, so in 5th grade, I didn't go to the best school district. There were some super violent kids, you know, the ones with parents in the military. All they do is play COD and work on their roundhouse kicks. Well, just call them Jacob, Andrew, and Jacob 2. One day they're all hanging out talking about how many steroids they do, or whatever, and Jacob just blurts out, "Hey, we should beat up so and so." Yeah, Jacob 2 says, "And why not so and so?" To this carries on until they have a hit list of about half the school. Seriously, half the lunchroom was listening to them, and by the end of lunch almost everyone knew there was to be some sort of rave going on at recess. It was chaos. Picture yourself outdoors with a group of 200 plus 5th graders shouting at each other, trying to kill each other. Seriously, it was so massive every adult in the whole school was called out to stop it. They had to even barricade the school doors to stop people from sneaking back inside. Avoid punishment. Only about 75% of the kids participated in the fight, but about 95% got sent to counseling for it because they didn't tell a teacher. The next few days everyone was having a counseling session in the cafeteria, while barely anyone went outside. This one really does not have to do with the zero tolerance policy, but it is still funny as hell. So my school is located right in the middle of the state, so drug trafficking is pretty big there. Name a drug, and you could probably ask someone on the football team and they would hook you up. Anyway, my local police station had some new K9s and they wanted to train them. So my school district let them train them at the middle, junior high, and high school. Right before second period ends, the principal comes over the speakers and tells everyone to stay in the room that they are in. No one batted an eye. Then our teacher told us to go sit near the wall, so we all did. My Spanish teacher did not care if we used our phones, so we took advantage of it. We heard faint barking sounds outside, and we all were confused. We could hear dogs going down the halls and barking at stuff. What the school was really not anticipating was that the dogs would sniff out people's drug stash on their lockers. The dogs started going absolutely crazy near a couple lockers, so they decided to open them up. Lo and behold, they find some weed, cocaine, and Advil in people's lockers. People got arrested that day. TLDR, K9 unit comes to my school for training, end up sniffing out people's drug caches in their lockers. 10 people got arrested. My own kids, the 2 older boys, were both the victims in school fights. Being a teacher myself, I know that the whole defending yourself clause doesn't always work, but I'd rather have them do that than take a full-on beating. So, yeah, they both were suspended for 2 days for fighting. I took my evidence to the appeals offices and got the suspensions removed from their records. On the other hand, as a teacher, I've been involved in some ridiculous shit that should have resulted in suspensions or even an expulsion. However, our school district is moving towards that touchy-feely mode called restorative justice, so ZT looks like this. 2 girls filed false sexual harassment charges against me. After much back and forth, with the crappy admin siding with the girls, I finally found a witness who disproved their entire story. Police chose not to press charges. Both girls given 3-day suspension. Wrote an apology. Student of mine plans my murder on social media. I shit you not. Parents blamed me for being a bad teacher. Investigation ensues. Result: student given 5-day suspension. Moved from my class, but allowed to stay at school. I filed a restraining order, basically forcing the school to schedule her classes well away from my room. Police and the DA declined to file formal charges because there was no way she would have been able to carry out the threat. After investigation closed, it was discovered that her father-owned 3-gun student brings knife to school, takes it out in my room and shows it to the other students. Hauled down to office. Parents called. According to the ZT, he should have had at least a 3-day suspension. Result: spent 1.5 days sitting in the office for on-site suspension. Returned to my classroom 2 days later. Zero tolerance, my shiny white ass. So, I went to an independent school in England, so straight away the rules are already stricter. Anyway, the boarding house I was in had a particularly brain-dead housemaster. He taught geography, of course, and was generally useless at most things, so he and I didn't get along for the 3 years I spent living around him. Had quite a few arguments with him, and such point anyway. Fast forward to one of my last nights in the house, before moving into a different house for upper 6th. Think last year of high school, I guess. We have a house football, soccer, matches. It's the end of the year. It's year 12, my year, with year 10s versus year 9 and 11s. The year 11s were cunts. So, the game starts, and I get an early goal after running through and beating a few players. The other team starts targeting me with some heavy tackles, so I start giving it back. This goes on for about 20 minutes, and we exchange some heated words. I then shoulder barge a kid off the ball and carry on my way and pass the ball. All of a sudden, I get punched in the back of the head. I'm fine these days, but back then it didn't take much to send me into a rage, so this did the trick. I chased after the kid, put him in a headlock and just smashed him in the face as hard as I could, and he ends up in the slump on the floor with a bloody nose. Point now, the detail I left out was my housemaster was in goal for one of the teams. The only part of this whole incident he saw was me chase the kid, put him in a headlock, and put him on the deck. I see him come charging over, screaming at me, and the game ends there. We get kept behind, while everyone else is sent back inside. The kid then tries to deny even touching me, which sends me through the roof, and I walk off without talking to the two cunts. Fast forward, and I'm in the head of discipline's office, who basically doesn't care, because it happened in a sporting environment. Boys'll be boys and all that. He tells us both off, and sends us on our way. My housemaster wasn't done though, being the cunt he was, and banished me to my room, while the rest of my housemates had beers on their last evening, a rare treat for 17-year-olds still in school. He threatened me with jail term on the basis that I'd hit a minor, who was faking taller than me, I should mention, and then when I said it was self-defense, he rubbished the idea. So, to keep my company, my friends came up to my room and smuggled me up a beer, but the king of cunts wasn't finished. He came up and asked why they were in my room, and when they said, because he's our friend, I could see the cunt die inside a little. Point never been more mad in my life. The other kid got off scot-free. Snaps the little collection of tiny crystals in a bit of paper you throw, and when they hit something they make a noise. You can make them go off by squeezing them between your fingers for the same effect. They are completely harmless. Brought him into school. This was the early 80s before the current insanity, but our principal was a forerunner of zero tolerance thinking. Possession of fireworks. Suspension. A scare story / lecture from Mrs. Brown, the white-haired clown, about how one boy had these in his back pocket while he was skateboarding and fell on his backside. They blew up so bad they blew his ears off. She screamed at my 9-year-old self. She tried to continue the story by telling me about the skin graft the boy needed and really lay on the horror, but I was laughing so hard she eventually stopped. When my parents showed up, I told about her blatantly made up story and the punishment, and my dad said, "Damn it son, I'm not mad about what you did, but now I have to go in and talk this idiot." Thank goodness for good parents. I missed a few days and tried harder not to get caught in the future. Later that year, Mrs. Brown held a school-wide vote for what would be our new mascot. Almost unanimously, Wolverine, the animal, not the Canadian one. She decided our mascot would be a teddy bear instead. So I had never been drunk before, and I really wanted to try it with my friend. I got an older friend to buy some vodka for us. The next day at school he brought it disguised as a water bottle. One shot turned into two into three, and eventually I had drank about 10. It was a cold day, and I had matches in my bag, because we were trying to make moonshine, unsuccessfully, and we needed matches to light the gas stove, to distill the alcohol out. I was lighting these matches in the bathroom, when I had the bright idea that it would make more warmth if I lit up the paper towel. Then I went home. The school called my parents later and told them there was a fire and they should come to the school. They locked me on the office and interrogated me. Of course I gave them nothing, saying I didn't know anything, even though they saw it was only me in the bathroom at the time. I wasn't thinking about cameras, because it was completely by accident. Eventually some dumber snitches about me having matches, at which point my parents don't buy my story about me having nothing to do with the fire. I admitted it, because threatened to get the police involved. So I was expelled, and my parents have to pay over $1,000 for the damage. Now my parents believe I have ADHD, because that's the excuse I gave for my actions, so they force me to take huge doses of Ritalin, which I'm convinced are starting to fry my brain. PS principal, if you're reading this and realizing my story about the matches being used for a movie and me having ADHD causing me to do it, go fuck yourself, you expelled me anyway. I was bullied relentlessly growing up. I was the fat kid, but at the same time, I sprouted to 6 foot tall by the 5th grade. I was just an easy target to the spoiled brats I was surrounded by. Long story short, due to me being bigger than most people there, whenever I responded to physical assault, I was wrong every single time. I was subsequently treated as though I had anger issues and had to endure BS counselings as a result. Fast forward to the second to last day of 8th grade, middle school. At this school, the PE class was the class the administrators threw the problem children in. I mean the types that are really bad. Due to the overcrowding forcing a lottery-style class selection system, which faked me over in HS. By the way, I was put into a PE class, unnecessarily, for a second time. By 8th grade, I was about 6 feet 3 Ike, still a bit chubby. These were the worst of the worst kids I wanted to be surrounded by. I was the captain of the school crime watch program too, so that probably didn't sit well with these punks. Second to last day, on the basketball court in the gym, a group of about 13 or so of these kids decided it'd be fun to play dodgeball with me, using the basketballs. I was literally surrounded and being pelted in the head/face repeatedly. They then decided to get more physical, in that they were running up to me, swinging a few punches and running away. You know what I did? Nothing. Absolutely nothing at that point in time. Why? Because it was what I was always told to do, because I had anger issues and I cannot retaliate per every school teacher/admin I ever dealt with. What happens next? One of the smaller assholes comes from behind, jumps and wraps his arms around my neck, using his hands to squeeze my throat. It was obvious what he was trying to do. I couldn't breathe. This guy was trying to kill me for fuck's sake. I took one swing of my fist up to my right side, where his face was, and hit him directly in one of his eyes. That knocked his ass to the ground, where he ran away crying. For those wondering, where the fuck the gym teacher/coach is, he's sitting in the corner, arms folded, watching and laughing the entire time. Who stopped it? The head of security for the school, who happened to be walking by chance. My glasses were busted, and I was bruised for a while. So, here's only myself, and the kid I hit in the eye, in the assist principal's office, the asshole of the century. He didn't give a flying fuck. He came directly at me and demanded I tell him why I hit the kid in the face. I explained everything that had happened up to him trying to choke me out. He refused to believe any of it, despite the security lead stumbling upon it. Nope. Zero tolerance, he yelled at me and suspended me for the remaining 2 days I was supposed to be there. The kid that choked me out got absolutely nothing. The other kids involved, nothing. Looking back on how things happened, I wish I just didn't give a fuck. My mistake was not beating the shit out of the first spoiled rich factor to tell others to back the fuck off / rant.